Yeah. lets me down at the lonely lake before summer has gone away. Swim out under a broken sky. Cold sun colored with shades of white. Wave goodbye to last summer. Cold air coming away soon. So let's lay under the falling moon. Tell me something about yourself. You never told to no one else. Say goodbye to lonely nights last summer. Say goodbye, say goodbye to lonely nights of last summer.
competing as a team. It feels like you're playing footy or something.
100%. This is it. Do or die.
Look at this. Come on, the Leighton Hewitt. Oh my wow!
This is what I live for, team surfing. There's nothing quite like it.
No club wants to be beaten. No club wants to be beaten by anyone. Being a part of it and feeling the tension and the pressure and the heightened emotions is so exciting.
I can't imagine any better venue than Burleigh, birthplace of Australian professional surfing.
It's going to hit the inside. He goes up and nails it.
I feel like it's a pretty cool trophy to hold up above, so that you're one of the best clubs in Australia.
And welcome to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. We're at the New South Wales North event here at Macaulay's Beach at Coffs Harbour. We have a bunch of teams round in this one. I reckon this is by far one of the most stacked rounds of the Australian Boardriders Battles regional qualifiers. I'm True Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Michael Crispy. You were down there yesterday. The conditions looked really great, and today it seems like there's a bit on offer.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the sun's here. It's Super Sunday, and just welcome everyone online. This is the battle lines here at Coffs Harbour. You know, the Banana Coast, beautiful waves, beautiful landscape, and I'll tell you what, they are ready to go. And look at this. For a stacked heat, Byron Bay in red, you have Dakota Walters. He's been the golden child of the golden shores of the northern beaches of up here at the beautiful Byron Coast. Lee Bar in white, so they're looking for a scalp. They just bowed out last year. They are looking for vengeance. And straight up, saltwater board riders out there in yellow. 9 teams competing, all for the final to make the national final in Burleigh Heads, Queensland. Good morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And the top 4 teams, so whoever makes the final will get qualification into the grand final at the birthplace of Australian surfing up at Burleigh Heads in Queensland as well. So the heat has started for today. And then from there, once they make the final, you have to base it off seedings and where you can kind of see yourself in the lineup for that grand final there.
Yeah, definitely. And I love the way there's also, you surf your first round today. It's a teams event consisting of your best female surfer, you've got your 3 opens, and you've got your junior surfer, and you're over 35. So it is the depth and breadth of your grassroots board riders club taking it on, and the top 32 teams, as we said. What a great support for our grassroots to buy a new tent, to showcase their new talent, or even the junior talent of Leihani, as we saw yesterday, the 11-year-old that took on some of Australia's best challenger surfers and made the final yesterday.
Yeah, Leihani is definitely a force to be reckoned with already at 11, so she is such a talent.
Big smile too.
Absolutely, I love watching her surf. This is the 4th qualifier that we have for the Australian Boardriders Battle series. We've already seen 7 clubs secure themselves a spot in the ABB Grand Final: Seaford, Torquay, Yallingup, Peninsula, Roders, Trigg Point, and then also Phillip Island as well. So we'll have 4 more clubs decided. Looks like we've got, I believe that might have been white, maybe, for Lee Bar. This is a bit of a, maybe a nerve-wracking heat for you, Crispy, coming from Lee Bar yourself and being able to represent that club as well. Do you feel the nerves?
Yeah, definitely. You know what? You surf like you train, and I trust the process. With Coach Woody, he's in the team. You got Harry O'Brien, you got Max McGilvery, you got Juniper Harper. So it's not the reserves, it's the up-and-coming showcases. And you had an injury with Adam Melling. So if he's watching and listening from hospital at home with a nice fudge and a coffee, I hope he's doing well. He's got a bit of a neck injury. And here we go, saltwater board riders. Well, 2 cracking turns, and I tell you what, this is a force to be reckoned with. because it's all about what you bring on the day as well, like we talked about.
And here we go. The showstopper from the ABB Grand Final last year, Dakota Walters gaining some speed, takes to the air, and wow, you feel like he was just always going to nail that straight away. Dakota had a really great Grand Final appearance and was very consistent throughout the whole Grand Final series last year, or this year I should say, in Newcastle.
And he's probably going to tag his brother, Harley, who's he's a goofy footer powerhouse, and that was Dakota. Nice little air show, so touchdown. The airlines have landed here at Macaulay's Beach. This is the ABB, Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, 23, and I tell you what, regional, 46 minutes. So think about it, time management, getting your waves, sticking to your skills, 2 turns for saltwater, and an air and a nice little finish there for Byron Bay.
Yeah, so that leaves Levi out there just, enjoying the lineup with no one out. Pick of, whatever wave comes through. Dakota's open up with a 5.83 for Byron, 3.5 for saltwater board riders. We'll have a look at the replay for yellow. Really nice first backhand whip and then just tags it again. I liked that wave.
Yeah, I think that's a junior surfer for saltwater, and this looks like it could be Woody, or is this Dakota, the replay? It is for Byron Bay. Love the speed, love the intention, and then the landing's so clean, and even he's not finished there. He just manages to get one little rebound right on the shore. Waves are, around 1-2 feet today, so the forecast was for 0 to 1. So really picking it up, this northern end of Coffs Harbour, the beautiful Park Beach. We are at Macaulay's, tucked in the corner for that nor'easter forecast. Light this afternoon, but, high tide. Seeing on a high tide, there's some good banks, and low tide we'll see a few sets as well.
Well, looks like we're going to have a great day on offer for, this is Series 11 of the Australian Boardriders Battle. 11 years, and we're talking earlier, last year was the first year in 11 years that Lebar didn't make the grand final. So this is maybe a little bit of a redemption here in this event for Lebar.
Yeah, and I love the way that, Woody, he's a super coach, super shaper, and, surfer, shaper. He won 2 world junior titles, so he's no slouch in wave selection. Still one of the best, like him and Adam Melling, out at the point on any given day, or the northern beaches of the beautiful Byron Coast.
Absolutely. Well, Lebar just patiently waiting to start off this heat. Each surfer has around about 8 minutes each. There's also a power surfer as well, so one surfer within the team is determined to be the power surfer, and they will, kind of anchor that team. But while we have a little bit of a break, we've got Jess Grimwood down there on the beach reporting on the action down there. Jess, what's going on?
I will be your sidelines reporter here today. Once again, we are here for the regional qualifier, New South Wales North. It is a beautiful Sunday morning of surfing here at Macaulay's Beach, and like you said, crispy and true, there is a little bit of swell still pushing in. This beach faces directly to the southeast almost, so we're getting clean this morning. You already saw the 2022 champs Byron Bay kicking off with Dakota, and you can see right now there's just this beautiful little A-frame peak set up. So it's great conditions. It's Series 11 and it's the New South Wales North qualifier. And there's the claps right there for Lebar. That is Woody. He puts a wave on the board, and right out the back right now I can see just saltwater and Byron Bay hunting down that little peak. Every now and again there's the occasional 3-footer that comes through on this bank, and that right-hander really wraps nicely into this inside bowl where you saw the end of Dakota's wave. So big day of surfing ahead. Huge big heats kick off this round 1. Plenty more stacked teams coming through as well, and keep an eye on those underdogs.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And I tell you what, get in there for a dip between your heats as well, Jess. The water was beautiful yesterday down there at the AOS, but I tell you what, it's game day, Super Sunday.
Absolutely. Well, while we were having a chat to Jess, we also saw Lebar lock in their first wave, 4.33, and that is saltwater on the backhand. Nice couple of connections there. Really get a little bonus section, unfortunately not, but out the back, Byron Bay having a look at this one. Just a quick in and out there. So all teams have their second surfers out there pretty much all on time as well. We saw Harry O'Brien make his way.
Yeah, HOB. So here he is. Right, Harry O'Brien, again, one of the stalwarts, the young junior surfers stepping up to the Opens. And I'll tell you what, Harry's had a great junior QS, and also the under-18s will be representing, no doubt, at the Aussie titles down in PHILLIP Island.
100%. Well, Harry just coming unstuck there, but Byron Bay on the answer back. Goes for a finish, so he's going to make his way in and tag their third surfer as well. And then Saltwater Boardriders having another look at the left out there at Macaulay's.
And again, these banks rewarding waves, and I tell you what, it's going to be Johnny on the spot, or definitely Judy on the spot, you could say. But it's really grabbing those waves, those opportunities to get the turns done, or really go for that innovative air rev like we saw Dakota Walters posting a 5.83 leading a charge.
Yeah, well, Harley Walters makes his way out for Byron Bay Boardriders. He's their third surfer, so wow, within pretty much 10 minutes, Byron Bay have their third surfer out there, so they are running well ahead of schedule. Harley could probably take a little bit of time if he wanted to.
Hey, quick shout out to yesterday's winners, Dane
Yes.
Henry from Kingscliff, and also Rosie Smart, Coffs Harbour. So what an injection for them. Great prize money, $2,500 each, and a great Australian Open surfing event yesterday run by Surfing New South Wales.
Well, Harry, this was that last wave for Lieber. Harry O'Brien just doesn't quite get a finish, but a nice wave there to just kind of wash off the jelly legs. And then Byron Bay just really speedy through this one.
Now talk to us about equipment. What would you be using if, you know, we're out of the booth and into the water here at Macaulay's Beach, Coffs Harbour?
Oh, Harley goes down.
Yep.
I have a magic little string and epoxy that would be LSD Chubby Cheddar 2 that I'd be taking out there.
Oh, the Chubby Cheddar.
Love it.
I've been riding the Woody board, so, you know, my shaper was in that on that last wave, and I tell you what, they are going well.
Yeah, you'd be getting a bit of...
Harry O'Brien's on them. I think everyone's on them around Lennox.
May as well, if he's out there.
Glass of Shuey, and I tell you what, he's had, you know, learning the craft on the shoulder of the likes of Chris Brock and some legends down at Lennox Head. It's a great way to see the heritage passed on to the next generation of shapers and surfers.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Rosie and Dane Henry taking out the Australian Open of Surfing yesterday. They'll probably be competing today. Rosie for, I'd say, Coffs Harbour. Dane Henry is from Kingscliff, so he'll be coming up in the third heat of the first round for Kingscliff Boardriders. See Juniper Harper. Because Nixie, of course, is in Brazil.
Yes.
At the moment. For the Challenger Series there, we see her, you know, have her debuts in the grand final most of the years. And Harley finding a little left.
Wow.
Whew, that was a nice turn.
I'd love to get that replay, but I'll tell you what, Harley is such an exciting surfer. You know, he won the state titles. He's going to represent at PHILLIP Island and also for Team Australia at the Worlds as well. So such a under-18 super surfer. Look at the back foot, nice and vertical. He's like the slinky man. He's Mr. Fantastic of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. I see him out D-Bar pretty, like, quite often. And, yeah, the stuff that he does, I just go, okay, I'll just sit and watch you all day. It's all good.
And the other thing is, you know, Father Walt, former pro surfer and from Ngowrie, and he's got his home club as well in this event, and you know, deciding they've moved to greener pastures, you know, for training, and you know, even his sister's playing netball for, I think, New South Wales. So sporty family.
Yeah,
the Walters family.
Absolutely.
Good old Walt.
Great way to be. Well, speaking of Byron Bay, Jess Grimwood is down there with none other than the Byron Bay team.
I am defending champs. I mean, there's a lot of difference coming into this season of the ABB, taking out the win last season for 2022. Must have been good to celebrate and come back this year to try and defend the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, like all the clubs, they try for 10 odd years. That's a very special, prestigious event to win. So we were pretty lucky. You know, it wasn't easy. Like, you know, it was like it comes down to the wire. And we just, you know, scraped through like each heat, you know, so it was pretty cool. It was a good way to win, but you know, and then you come into this one, we've probably got a target on our back because, you know, we're defending champions. So you got to be careful not to sort of allow that pressure, wear that on your shoulders. So we sort of stuck to a similar, the way we put our surfers, we sort of kept it the same, just so everyone feels comfortable. So, you know, we'll see how we go. Hopefully we'll get through this one and just try and build through the day. And yeah, waves look fun, pretty exciting. It's always nerve-wracking, you know, no matter how many times you do it, you're always nervous, which is great. I think it's good. It's good to be nervous. Keeps you sharp.
Well, we love seeing your special brand of magic coming into play, especially for the ABB events. We already saw Dakota. Here goes Harley, up and riding.
What's-that? Oh, unlucky.
There is some waves to choose from, isn't there, out there as well? Is there some free surfing and warm-up going on this morning, or some tactics going into this type of... I mean, you guys have surfed this break so many times throughout your lives and careers. Is there something special that you're going to bring today just to pick apart this little right and left-hander?
I don't know. I think it's basically... personally, I think I was saying to the guys, you kind of look at something that's going to offer you like a 5 and then hopefully turn it into a 6 or a 7. You know, I think because... You're lucky to do 3 turns. I think if you're getting 2 turns today and doing good turns, then you're going to get a score. But you know, it's tricky. It looks easy and it's close, you know. But it's always tricky, you know, when you're out there and you got the four guys hassling. It's pretty tough. But I think just trying to keep it simple. Look for something that's going to offer you 2 turns and go for it.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, guys. We'll let you get back to it and focus on this first heat. These are the defending champions, from 2022, and they've had a very good start here this morning, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Yeah, the defending champions are looking pretty healthy right now, 5.83 and a 4.03. And, you know, he was mentioning how there's no priority. You've got to battle it out in the water, and, you know, that can be pretty nerve-wracking. But it's actually one of my favourite things to watch about these events. I love seeing people kind of try and take the inside, get waves. Looks like we got a paddle here for Harry.
Yeah, Harry O'Brien from Le Bar, and no doubt Roberta and the family watching, and all Le Bar at home. Good morning, and there's your man. I reckon he's coming in on that one.
Yeah.
That was like at the pub shuffler, and that's just a bit of magic for Macaulay's. And I'll tell you what, also, Danny Wilswick didn't, you know, whether you know or not, all down the line, one of his famous movies. And guess what his famous line was from that?
Tell me.
Well, for all those buffs, it was Grommets Are the Future.
Not wrong there. Well, Juniper Harper making her way out for Lee-Bar Boardriders. Harry got a pretty nice-looking wave there.
Yeah, I feel it's a good builder, so I'm saying, you know, Woody's one, measuring it off Woody's one, I reckon it's going to be around that 4 range or high 3s. And here we go, Harley Walters, the junior for Byron Bay.
Oh.
They just get stronger. He said the same, keeping the same things as last year. We'll have added young Harley, and here we go. And he was the junior last year, and Harry stepping up to the Opens. And we have Woody and Keenan in the Opens, Keenan Crisp. And then Max McGilvery's the junior, and Juniper Harper out there, so quite the change for Le Bar.
That's a strong team for Le Bar Boardriders. I remember, I still think of Harry as a junior.
Yep.
I remember watching him in all the Grom comps, and when you said he was an Open, I just go, wow, that's...
Yeah, well, he's driving
that's
now.
crazy.
Him and Keenan and Juniper, they can be
Wow.
seen around. Driving, getting, you know, no longer, we're being made redundant, Tony O'Brien and myself.
You guys can stay at home. We'll see you later.
We can sleep in.
Yeah. Lucky you.
That's right, always drive safe. And I tell you what, welcome back. We are currently watching the ABB, Australian Boardriders Battle. Thank you, Hyundai. Thank you, Athiona Litan. And don't forget, Jim Beam. It's a bit early for that, but I'll tell you what, what's good. BC Protein Snacks. Get into your protein bars. And Oakley, get your lenses on, because that sun is bright right now at Macaulay's Beach.
Absolutely, those protein bars will come in handy today as well. Plenty of heats. If you don't make it through this heat, you will go into a re-qualification round and then move straight through to semi-finals. So this round, there's no it's a not elimination round.
Yes.
But, you know, you want to be making it through to that semi-final just to get a bit of a leg up.
Well, there it is. Well, how's that for the trainer versus the coach? Got a 4.33, and the junior, and he's now open. Harry O'Brien posting a 4.93. Harley Walters a 4.03. So Byron Bay out with a nose, and Le Bar second, and Saltwater Boardriders a 3.47. So close behind with 32 minutes. Good time usage as well, with 2 surfers of each of the clubs locking in their score.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great time management for all 3 of the clubs. Looks like a little bit of a lump coming through. We'll see Harley Walters having a paddle at this one for Byron Bay Boardriders. Solid backside surfer. Wow, that's a better looking wave there for Harley. Surely he's coming in on that one. Looks like he will.
He is so flexible, so precise, and I love the way he's just got that back foot on the kicker. And here we go, Juniper Harper. Nice little backhand for, that is the female surfer for Labar, and winds it down for the pro junior surfer and also under 18 surfer on the Australian calendar.
Wow, so Juniper, nice and quick there for Labar Boardriders. She's going to make her way in. We saw Harley take out the Phillip Island Junior Pro a couple of weeks back. And Harley, Jesse and I were talking to him after his win, and he's like, look, I'm stoked, but I've got to go. I've got an airplane to catch. I'm going home. So we were like, sweet, well done. We'll chat to you later. So, you know, he's a very humble surfer.
Yes.
He really just lets his surfing do the talking.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, even this morning, you know, we've seen some of his strength and conditioning trainers at Surfing Australia. Glenn Worko doing a great job behind the scenes. Walty's dad, coach, and also driver as well. But, you know, Harley and Dakota, they got their license now, so they're zipping off everywhere.
That they are. Well, a few scores to come through for Byron Bay and Labar Boardriders. Saltwater have their 3rd surfer. Their female surfer out there. We'll see what she can do here for Saltwater Boardriders. Up next is Coffs Harbour, Port Macquarie, Cabarita and Angourie, which is going to be another stacked heat.
Yeah, definitely. And Coffs Harbour, Lee Winkler, such a powerhouse with, you know, Rosie coming off a win yesterday. She'll be red hot. I reckon they should put her first to get that quick wave. And Port Macquarie, they made the final last year. And Cabarita Boardrider is always a powerhouse, as you know. And Gowrie, you know, anything can happen with that next heat.
Well, Saltwater getting an answer back. Nice 2 turns there for their female surfer. So she'll make her way in and they'll tag their 4th surfer. So everyone will have their 4th surfer out in the lineup with about just under 30 minutes to go, which, considering, is really great. It's awesome that, you know, it's not too far out as well out there. You can get waves pretty quickly, which is always a bonus, especially for these events, because time can get pretty hectic with 6 surfers actually.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing. You get through your waves, you get your position, you get your 2 turns in, or your 1 big air rev like to go to Walters this morning, and you want to be saving time, just releasing that pressure from your power surfer to get out there or your last surfer to get across the line. And we saw that in the last battle where, you know, beautiful Torquay took an amazing win. They really utilised their waves, and they just seemed to connect with the ocean so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this looks like Byron Bay Boardriders just kicking out of that one. We actually saw that last wave of Harley lock in a 4.87. Juniper Harper taking Liba up into first. 5.83 for her last wave.
What I love about this, it sits around, they judge the women versus the women as well. So it's not a different category, it's just a different way to look at it. But it's so evenly. And look at this junior, this is Max McGilvery. So again, Evans Head injecting the juniors. And he's from Evans Head and surfing for Liba. And he's an exciting junior surfer as well. Look at him look back at Coach Woody and the team Labar. They are all stacked on the beach, looking for scalps.
Yeah, well, Max, you got plenty of time, mate. Get back out there. He's such an incredible junior surfer. We've seen him through all of the junior events, just rising through, and he's got such a talent. I love watching him surf. That last wave of Saltwater, 4.4. So where we're sitting right now, Liba at first with 15.09. Byron Bay, 14.73, a close second, and Saltwater, 11.54. Needs to lock in a 5+ score to kind of get themselves in the mix for this one.
Well, don't forget your battle plan, and I'll tell you what, you can see that Liba have definitely just ironed out, and they've made it clear they're letting your surfing do the talking, taking the lead, a 4.33 from Coach Woody. Harry O'Brien, a 4.93, and Juniper Harper, a 5.83, also a great stylish surfer, but also competitive. Naz, you could see she was at school and she goes to Byron High, always great at swimming, cross country, and loves the surfing talent ID as well.
So, all-rounder, she's a triple threat.
It's like a Sally Fitzgibbons. Can play soccer, can play hockey, AFL.
Wow.
Chose surfing.
Best sport in the world.
All right, I agree. Here we go. It's the sport of kings.
Looks like a little lump, but no one. Maybe just a little bit wider from where everyone is. Looks like we're going to have a paddle for Byron Bay Boardriders. This is their female surfer. One nice jam there, and then she will get out for Byron Bay. So 26 minutes to go. A little bit quiet here right now. We saw a bunch of waves at the first half of this heat. 4 surfers are out there, so after this there's 2 more surfers to go. There's, you know, you've got 2 opens, a master, a junior, and then a female as well. This is Saltwater Boardriders, just a one turn there. Looks like that could be their master's surfer.
Yeah, I feel they're all on time. I feel they've got the quick start. They're going through their paces.
Yep.
I think they've watched the talkie, like I was saying. They don't want to lose those 5 all-important points if you don't finish in time and cross the line.
Yeah, watching that PHILLIP Island event, everyone, well not everyone, but most people, you know, saw themselves in a re-qualification round because they didn't get in time. So, you know, you want to make sure that you're not losing those 5 points, because if you don't get in before that hooter goes, you will lose 5 points. So, you know, that is actually can be the difference between first and third. That last wave for Byron Bay, 3.93. So Byron have gone back into the lead. Lebar down to second. Saltwater Boardriders in third. Got just under 25 minutes to go in this one.
Yeah, Masters are 35 and over, as we said, comprising of 3 opens, which includes a female surfer, and your under 18s, as we see. That is Max McGilvray from Evans Head in Lebar. And he's been travelling around. There's our open surfer due to an injury, and that is Keenan Crisp, the little chip. Good morning, son.
How are your nerves? Are you nervous to watch him out there, or...?
Oh, I'm okay.
You good?
You know, he's been training hard with Woody. His boards are good. He's riding Woody. He's training with Woody. And... well, down there yesterday, and you know, he made the quarterfinals up against people like Cooper Davies yesterday. So, just dipping his toe into pro juniors for next year, and you know, it's all about progression and having fun.
Exactly. So Keenan Crisp will be out there for Lebar Boardriders, who are currently sitting in second because Byron Bay just moved themselves back up into the lead. First and second go through to the semi-finals. Looks like we have a paddle for all 3 surfers. Max McGillivray from Lebar just holding his own there.
Yeah, against the open. I think that was that Denny Wills that, you know.
I think so.
Groms of the future. He said it, and he just really, it was nearly like a double, you know, interference.
Yeah.
And he just took it on.
I remember a couple of years ago, Joel Vaughan getting the inside of Nathan Hedge, and it was great to see. I mean, Nathan wow, that was a good wave there for Saltwater Boardriders.
Yeah.
Hedgie from North Narrabeen, you know, you don't normally see people getting his inside, so that was a big ups for Joel, and Hedgie wasn't that stoked, but he was also went up to Joel and he was like, good job, mate, you know, well done. So it's amazing to see the rivalries, but Max really holding his own on that one.
And again, there is a right and a left there, but it's been all day yesterday. Predominant rights were the payers. There was the odd left, as we see, and down to Jess on the beach talk.
So 22 and a half minutes to go. We'll come back to that. But that was a nice replay there for Saltwater Boardriders. So we have a few scores to lock in here. Max McGillivray just really looking to lock in a good score for Lebar Boardriders to see themselves back up into first place. Here he is having a look at this one.
Yeah, Groms love a shore end. Let's look at this high tide. Can he zip a couple of turns as he speed lines? Nice little floater, looking to seal this one. And well, he stomped that, and looks like they're going to come in, lock in previous other ways. You can get a few ways. That's what's great, as the adaptability of the format as well. It's a teams event, and there is your junior surfer for Labar. He's got a few waves, but I reckon that'll lock in his score for the first wave he got previous to that.
Absolutely. Well, none other than Keenan Chris making his way out into the lineup. He's got plenty of time out there, about 10 minutes, give or take, because they've got 2 surfers left to go. So scores for that last wave of max to filter on in.
Yeah, wait for that one. Look at that one of Saltwater Boardriders. A temporarily shift. They have gone into second, 407. So Labar Boardriders, they need a 635.
And looks like Jess Grimwood is down there with Labar Boardriders, who have a couple of surfers left in this one.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well at the moment, guys. Juniper, she posted a really nice score for her rotation, and you got the team back on time. How was it feeling out there? Nice little sets rolling in through for your rotation as well.
Yeah, it was good. It's pretty much the perfect setup. It takes like less than a minute to get out, and there's lefts and rights on the shore, so couldn't really be any better for today. Yeah.
And having somebody like Crispy sitting up there in the webcast booth in the ivory tower, does that help build the nerves or kind of inspire you guys and the Labar team to come and perform and be one of those top teams?
Yeah, definitely. Keenan just, is he out there right now?
He's out there.
Go, Keen Dog. Yeah, so yeah, it's good knowing Crispy's watching. Go Labar.
Well, this team have been really, really some of the best teams to watch throughout the last few seasons of qualifiers, and you never know, this year could be the year for you guys. It's 11th series, and here comes another little set rolling on through for Saltwater, so we better let them go, get focused, get their heads back in the game for this round 1 heat, and go little Crisps. He's out there now, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. That was the junior for Saltwater Boardriders. Lebar takes himself back up into the lead, 3.7 for that last wave of max.
Yeah, there's definitely a statement right there. They're ahead by 0.13, and that was the game plan coming to play. So, yeah, Keenan's out there for the opens, and then we'll see their power surf. It'll be interesting who they have. Will they send out Coach Woody? Will he take the lead, or will he pass it to one of his juniors?
Yeah, wow. That is a decision there for Lebar Boardriders. As we said earlier, Nixie is over in Brazil, as well as Mikey Madonna.
Adam Melling's
getting
out. Better in hospital. Hope the neck feels better, buddy.
Yep.
And then Stuart Kennedy. Shout out to him. So lots of reserves that are gold right there.
100%. Well, last wave of Saltwater Boardriders takes them into the lead, 4.03. So Saltwater go to first, Lebar down to second, Byron Bay in third. So both Lebar and Byron need to post some decent scores to kind of, you know, really set themselves apart. Saltwater only have 3s and 4s, whereas, you know, Lebar and Byron have that 5, just separating them a little bit.
Yeah. And right there we see former pro tour surfer Danny Wills, and you've got the junior surfer Keenan Crisp, and then you've got also the open surfer in Saltwater. So there is your depth and breadth of what Australian Boardriders Battle's all about. Rubbing shoulders where Lehani can rub shoulders with Steph Gilmore.
Absolutely. It's awesome to watch. I love it.
No, it is. Everyone's passionate and great to see, and well, Luke, the coffee guy's there at Macaulay, serving up everyone a beautiful mug of chocolate.
Every year, I reckon I go to... I'm normally actually down there at this event, but, you know, we're here in this beautiful little zone. And Luke, every year, remembers you by name. He's a great egg and does really good coffee. So, Byron Bay, Danny Wills getting a couple of turns here, trying to get themselves back up into that progressing or advancing position. He's found a nice little left that's just been linking through with this one. Will he make his way in? That flag just kind of blocking our view. Looks like he's going to make his way back out for Byron Bay Boardriders. So they know that he can produce a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. So this is still a close one. Saltwater Boardriders in the lead, but Danny Wills, former tour surfer, and again triathlete. He boxes, he does triathlons, runs, swims. That guy is an adrenaline machine, and he is leading the charge. A shout out to Neil Cameron as well, their president, and all the crew at Byron Boardriders.
Well, looks like Jess is down there with Malachi from Saltwater Boardriders. They're currently leading the charge in this heat.
Thank you, True. Yes, Malachi, you put your team back into first position. You guys have got to be the ones to watch. You've been chipping away, training and practicing, and getting ready for this qualifier. It must feel good to get yourself back in the lead.
Yeah, it feels good, especially with like the hard gravel conditions. It's fun when the sets come, but like when they're not there, it's pretty hard to get a gravel one.
I saw this morning, were you one of those free surfers really early on that had the big warm-up and was getting a few waves to themselves, or you just save it all up for the heat?
Yeah, me and Toby, who's out there now, we were free surfing early. We were the first ones out.
Well, it pays, doesn't it? Because you got yourself back in the lead. You seem to be able to pick the best wave coming on through, and there's some bigger little sets rolling on through too. What are you going to feel like if you're able to make it to the final here today at the regional qualifier?
That would be so sick if we made the final. Because I'm pretty sure you got an Aussies, do you?
Yeah,
that would be so sick.
Yeah, if you qualify, you'll be going on through to the grand final at Burleigh Heads. Have you surfed Burleigh before?
No, I haven't actually.
So it could be the first time for you, maybe at the grand final. Good luck. Well done, Malachi. Some great surfing from you this morning.
Thank you.
You want to shout out to everyone watching?
Oh, to my dad who's probably watching at work right now.
Hey, Dad, Malachi's ripping. Well done, mate. Congrats.
Thanks, Jess. Malachi just flying the flag there for Saltwater Boardriders, getting them into the lead for this heat.
And that is where dreams are made of.
Absolutely.
They get through to the national final. He gets to surf somewhere he's not even dreamed about it. Burleigh Heads at Queensland, and right now a bit of action and commotion in the ocean. And look at this one, nice little split. This will be an interesting, and there we go. As Danny Wills, he knows, split peak. You don't want to be the aggressor on that one, and he was first up. So a good exit there from Keenan Crispin White from Labar. Byron Bay potentially will take the lead with that wave, Jess.
Yeah, well, Danny Wills just kind of slowly making his way out. We saw him kind of question, do you want me to come in? What's the go? So looks like he's going to tag Dakota Walters, who's going to be the power surfer for Byron Bay. They've got 14 minutes, so
it's a stroll out.
Yeah, plenty of time. A key player that we saw for the grand final, but not here, is Solly Bailey.
Yes. And don't forget, Lehani Zorik used to surf for Byron Bay, so will they try to wrangle her back, or will Labar use her at the national final?
Wow, so Keenan fortunately comes unstuck, but solid first two connections there for Keenan for Labar. That last wave for Danny, 467, so Byron goes back into the lead. Labar only needs a small score to get back to second.
Yeah, definitely. So just a bit out of sync on that second turn. Got the first turn in there for the open surfer, Keenan. And I'll tell you what, that's when you just got to shake it off. And that's what's good about the format. You can get a couple of waves. Yep. All that time where the surfers have gone through their runs at the start matters right now.
There's been plenty of tag teams event that I've surfed where you can only catch two waves and that's it. But looks like, we've got a really cool episode series, but looks like there's actually some waves coming through. So we'll stick with this live action because looks like Keenan Chris from Lebar Boardriders is going to have a good look at this one, but that wave not really offering him too much. No harm, no foul there. There's no priority in these events, so whoever, I guess, has the inside is able to really dominate that lineup out there. So let's have a little look at the Dometic Outdoor Challenge, which that first episode with Owen Wright released yesterday.
What do you get when you take the top 4 board riders clubs in the country, drop them in the outdoors and give them a series of competitive challenges dreamed up by Australia's very own bronze medal winning surfing Olympic champion? You get the Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright.
This is a challenge like no other. We're just going to adapt to the environment and all the elements that throws at us.
Growing up surfing, you get pretty good at the outdoors, so I have faith in my team.
The froth levels are so high, there's no feeling better.
For us to come and compete as a bit of a team and do some challenges, it's going to be a fun couple of days.
And with $16,000 in cash and product on the line, you know these board riders clubs are going all out for the win. Part of Surfing Australia TV in October, November and December on Channel 9 and available to stream on MySurf TV.
Well, it's a 3-episode series, that Domestic Outdoor Challenge, with the top 4 surfers from the grand final last year. So we've got 1 episode dropping each month. The first one dropped yesterday, so if you haven't already, you can watch it on MySurf TV. It's also been aired on Channel 9 as well. But in this heat, we've got just about 11 minutes to go and a little bit quiet there for the action of surfing.
Yeah, definitely. We've got the lead. New heat lead is Byron Bay on the back of Danny Wills. Well, the captain of the ship. And there is Dakota Walters. And we'll see if Labar can get this wave. And they are on the ropes at the moment. 11 minutes. Looking for their open surfer to bring it back. Only a small score required, a 0.7. You know, he's already locked in 1 turn. So this is what Presidente... You know, Beezer will be thinking, they'll be discussing, and then Woody, looks like there he is. He is the man to bring it back for the powerhouse.
Yeah, you can hear the tension. Yeah, it's silent, but it's so loud at the same time. You know, everyone's stressing about time. But Dakota Walters, power surfer for Byron Bay, opening up with a couple of nice carves for codes. And just tags it for a finish for Byron Bay, so they're done with 10 minutes to go.
They're leading, they've finished their power surfer. They are on all about 2 waves left for Labar and 1 wave left for saltwater board riders. And they can, you know, 10 minutes, 5 minutes each. A nice and easy paddle out as well for Woody. So Dakota Walters doing that pretty much in 2.5 minutes.
We see Dakota on the sharp eyes there. That board looking really good under his feet. I mean, he's such an incredible surfer.
It's probably nearly better than
So,
there's a bigger wave. Yeah.
10 minutes to grab a coffee.
Mate, take your time getting to that 10. So Dakota in and out for Byron Bay Boardriders, 6.1 locked in for the power surfer. For Byron Bay, Danny Wills just stoked with surfing for Dakota.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done.
I'll see you on the golf course, mate.
Well, Dakota Walters loves a little bit of a rev up for Byron Bay Boardriders. So Keenan Crisp and Saltwater Boardriders left out there in this heat, 8.5 minutes to go. The waves have just been caught pretty short. Not too much is coming through, but Keenan having a solid look at this one. But that wave just kind of closing out a little bit there, so good leave for Labar Boardriders. This is when the nerves can start to lock in for Keenan out there.
Well, there it is, locked in, a good score, and I'll tell you what, it was better than his air and snap, and here we go, live action.
Yeah, Keenan up and riding on his backhand. One nice turn there for the open surfer and tags it for a solid second one. He is going to make his way in and tag the power surfer for the Bar Boardriders. I feel like we'll see them move up into second off the back of that wave. And it looks like while we're waiting on that score for Keenan, he is running very quickly on the beach there. Jess Grimwood is with Dakota Walters, who just locked in a 6.1 for Byron Bay.
He did just lock in a 6.1 for Byron Bay, and we're watching saltwater right now, Dakota.
He's got the best wave of the heat. Oh, he's kind of ripping. That was sick.
That's the competition right now for Dakota. That was a beautiful wave for saltwater. It was a really good wave. You finished your thing off with 10 minutes to go, Dakota. Look at this set running on through now. The magic man for Byron Bay.
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've ever finished with a bit of time on the clock. Normally we either finish after the hooter or right on it, but I don't know. It feels nice when you got a bit of extra time, besides when you see a set that's bigger than anything else that's broken all day.
Yeah, that was almost reaching the 4-foot mark here at Macaulay's this morning, but talking about coming into it this year, is it a different feeling for you guys this year after the magic round of 2022?
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, maybe a little bit more belief, or I don't know, it's just fun. I feel like everything sort of goes out the window when you're at one of these. It's just like fun hanging with all the boys and getting a few waves, and I don't know, the whole aspect of it is just so much fun to be able to surf with like all your mates that you hang out with at home every day. It's like a different thing. It feels like you're surfing for everyone else and not yourself, so it's really cool.
Well, we're very happy to have you here again, defending the crown from the champions last year, Byron Bay. Dakota got the job done. 10 minutes to go on the clock for those guys, and it's looking like a beautiful day of surfing. Thanks very much, True and Crispy.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Dakota, I feel like saying that really well, you know, a little bit more belief. Taking out the grand final last year. Coming into this event, you know, you do have a target on your back for the regional qualifiers. And you are somewhat expected to progress to be in that national or the grand final next year, which can sometimes be a downfall. But for Byron Bay, they've just really risen to that occasion.
Yeah, I feel they've managed their time, their wave selection, and also their turn selection. They've had a repertoire of airs, of vertical attack, and then even lefts and rights. So they're really identifying the change in Macaulay's from last year's destination. And again, it's going to be for the national final. You've got to adapt to that Burleigh point break as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's a whole lot of
logistics.
Changes.
Yes.
Yeah. You've got to really factor that in with time as well for the teams. That last wave of Keen and Crisp, a 3.4 for Lebar Boardriders. So they have their power surfer out there with 5 minutes to go, looking for a 6.82. That is James Wood, so that they can move through to the lead. Actually, they only need about a 3.5 or so to go up into second. So whoever gets third in this heat will see themselves in the re-qual heat coming up at around 10:30. So
Right.
Byron Bay have pretty much locked themselves a spot in the semi-finals at this stage.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes remaining. Yellow flag is up. Here is Coach Woody. He's out there on his Pat Malone. Byron Bay have locked in all their waves. They are taking the lead to the semi-final. Saltwater Boardriders temporarily there. One wave, one chance. He's got to complete his turns, and this is where the pressure comes. And he's got to finish across the line with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I feel like it's not a long walk. Or a long run, I should say, to get from the shore to that tent. Although, 4 minutes, he has to catch a wave. So, James Wood having a little look at this one. Will he take it? No, he doesn't. Only one wave for the power surfer as well.
Yeah, so looking at it, look at the gap. You're looking at a 3.42.
Wow.
So something like Keenan's wave, that last one, that was a 3.4. That is exactly what Lebar's got to do right now.
Well, we could hear the golden tonsils of Dimmy out there. Adam Hennessy. So he's, experiencing the action live on the beach commentary there. So James Wood for Lebar needs a score.
And we have 3 minutes on the clock. 3 minutes to get the job done. For very campaigner when it comes to testing.
Yeah, he should have gone on it, I reckon. Nah, it looked like a closeout.
From one of my passionate clubs.
2.5 minutes!
There is Presidente, listen. And this is definitely where you've got your lifeguard there, the pressure builds up, you're in the cooking pot, you've got to deliver a good menu and a good meal.
Yeah, I could not imagine the pressure of being a power surfer for these events, especially with such a small score required. Let's have a listen to how Lebar react to this one.
Well, 2 times World Junior Champion, qualifying series surfer, former president of Lee-Bar Boardriders, and shaper and surfer and super elite coach. In the jersey, needs a wave.
Ooh, wow. Well, we're coming down to 1 minute 45 seconds in the first heat here. Will a wave come through? You can see Harry O'Brien just getting loud on the beach there, trying to will a wave to come for Woody. No elimination rounds though. So they could see themselves a spot in the re-quals, but still a little bit of time, enough hopefully for a wave to come through and for him to get in the box in time. He needs a 3.42.
He is scooping. He's going to go. Here we go. Pulls the trigger. Woody needs something at this end section. Taps the board. What do you reckon there, True?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be the score, but he still needs to come in. He's, you know, probably worth running up the beach so that they don't lose that 5 points, but, you know, it doesn't look like they'll move on through. So, looks like re-qualification heat 2.17.
Yeah, not enough. And that is pressure. Team win, team loses.
Yeah.
Yeah, True.
Wow. Sometimes the re-qual heats can be a blessing in disguise, so Lee-Bar just has to regather.
He's got to cross the line or he's going to lose 5 points.
Yeah, you don't want that, so
Told him to run.
he's making his way up the beach. He kind of was chilling in the shore.
I
just
said
there,
even
so
just lock your phone and like turn it off and that kind of thing.
James Wood finishing for Lee-Bar Boardriders. They came in third. Looks like Saltwater Boardriders in second. Byron Bay taking out that heat. We've got heat 2. Coffs Harbour Boardriders in the red. Port Macquarie in the white. Cabarita will be in the yellow. And then Gary in the blue. Don't go anywhere. Heat 2 coming up right after this break.
All new Hyundai Kona, imagined to be bold.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the second state round of the Hyundai ABB state qualifiers. We are down there at Coffs Harbour this morning. This is the far north New South Wales qualifier. So this is round 1, heat 2, Coffs Harbour out there in the red, Port Macquarie in the white, Cabarita in the yellow, and Angari in the blue. So kind of a big deal. Lee-Bar got knocked in the first heat. They're usually pretty solid, I'd say, as a dominant team. So maybe an extra heat for them. They will, yeah, find their groove a little bit more. How was that first heat, Crispy?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, such a nail biter. You've got last year's champion. Right here, round 2, we're live and watching. Super wave here, and it looks like Port Macquarie opening up, and looks like Carl Enfield Coffs Harbour Boardriders, some of the defending champions over the 11 series. Cabarita Boardriders out there in yellow and in Gary, so I feel this is a great start for Port.
Yeah, this was Port's opening wave, so I love the determination of their first surfer, you know, kind of getting progressive right off the bat. And yeah, you can see that Port Macquarie out there and they want to win and they want to make a dent in this competition. So yeah, first 2 minutes and we've already seen someone take to the sky, so this could be a really exciting heat.
Yeah, I feel Byron Bay, they've got the benchmark, they're defending champions, and also they're national and regional champions. They are red hot at the moment.
Yeah, so I like how Angari sent their female surfer out there first. That's kind of an exciting tactical move for Angari. You know, it's not that often you see the female surfer get out there straight away, and yeah, she's looking to take it to the boys in this opening 10 minutes. So tell me, it's 8 minutes per surfer?
Yeah, we've got 50 minutes. You've got your 5 surfers and then your power surfer getting 1 wave. You divide that, it's 6 waves that are locked in. So basically, exactly, you're looking at 6 8 to 48, around 8 minutes with a bit of running time in between.
That was Seb Bungate, the opening surfer for Cabarita Boardriders. And it looking like we have the opening surfer for Coffs Harbour. Wow, that was really nice surfing. Strong moves. He's going to link this one all the way through. Wow, that was a great opening wave. Definitely send that surfer in and get a score. Oh, they're sending him back out.
Yeah, wow. Definitely more to come from the champ. And I'll tell you what, Coffs Harbour, they are looking for a scalp in this heat. 3.5 minutes gone. Seb Bungate, Cabarita, up and riding.
Yeah, this is Seb Bungate, so the opening wave for Cabarita, really nice progressive surfing, and Cabarita decided to send him in, so they're well ahead of the clock, I say, but this is the replay for the surfer in red. Really like that first turn, and he kind of links this wave all the way into the shore, so we can see that conditions look really playful this morning, and then finishes that one off really nicely, but Coffs Harbour saying that he can do better, so they're sending him back out the back.
Well, here we go, Port Macquarie, Carl Enfield out there. Him and his sister in the team. They run a Boardriders at Port Macquarie, and here we go. And Gary up and riding. Well, as he said, the female surfer, nice looking turn, but just got a bit bounced off that second turn. And I'll tell you what, if she stuck that second turn, you'd see Angari come in with only 5 minutes used in this 50-minute teams heat.
Yeah, I think all the teams looking pretty excited this morning to get out there and kind of just get the ball rolling early. I unfortunately didn't get to commentate the first heat, but looking like for me, Lebar was always one of the most dominant teams in this qualifying event, and especially in, you know, the grand final. But maybe they didn't get the ball rolling early enough.
Yeah, they got it early. It's just that the waves turned off at the end. Dakota Walters was all over it, and you had Byron Bay, snavel a few, you know, argy-bargy turns, and then Saltwater, the junior surfer, getting the wave, just eclipsing over Labar, and the power surfer, Woody, the captain out there, not left with enough time, and the waves went flat, had to select that one wave. And that's where you don't know what's going to happen at the back end. That's why you want to give your surfers the most opportunity and time out there.
Yeah, there's always that one extra variable, which is the ocean, and unfortunately not on Lebar's side, but they will get another chance. But we did see a few waves caught just then. I believe Kyan Falves was up and got 2 really nice backhand Rios on one of those lefts, and then we saw another wave for Port Macquarie, but we are going across down to Jess Grimwood, who's down there with the Coffs Harbour team.
I am. I'm right in the Coffs camp at the moment, and Sharpie's out there for the #1 surfer on the roster. Last season, it was looking like the season for Coffs Harbour. There was a moment at the grand final last year where we all thought you guys were going to take the win. Let's have a look at Sharpie's wave though right now.
Yeah, he's started well. It's his second scoring wave. Nice turn in the pocket, a bit unstuck, but I think they'll get him in. But the first one was good, but we thought having a wave straight off the bat he could better it. He's sort of Sharpie out here today, but yeah, it's one of the things, ups and downs, and you just got to ride it out. You know, someone's going to have a bit of a rough trot, but then hopefully you get more good trots than bad trots.
And you guys are one of the best community-based clubs. You're the Spirit Award a few years in a row, and you just have this vibe about you. What would it mean to bring home that title for Coffs and bring it back right here to the Coffs Coast, the #1 board riders club in Australia?
Oh, the big one? The big one? Oh, the big one would be massive. We won the tag team years ago when the format was different, and we would have actually had one in the bag. But anyway, we got second that year. But oh, it'd be amazing. You know, I think any team event that has a tag team in it, any viewer in Australia, see how exciting it is. But to actually be a part of it, and then you got on the back of that, you got the community that just loves it. You know, so that's the beauty of the Boardriders Battle. It's about the community, it's not about an individual, and you know, everyone buys into it, everyone feels a part of it, it connects the community, so yeah, it'd be amazing, but I'll tell you how it feels when we do it.
I can't wait to be there on the stand too when you guys get that big win, hoist the trophy. I mean, talking about individuals in your community though, Rosie Smart, second surfer on the roster for you, she also took out the Oz Open yesterday right here at Coffs as well.
Yeah, you know, that's for individuals that, you know, it was a great feeling when we came into camp in here this morning. She'd had a win, got a third, so just those little feel-good things that just contribute to, you know, feeling good and everyone here and motivated. So yeah, and she's going really well. You know, we're right behind. She's sitting fourth on the World Cup Series at the moment, so we're just trying to get her spot on the Challenger Series, yeah, and bigger things for her.
Beautiful, thank you very much. Good luck, Coffs. Can't wait to see how you take on this regional qualifier event.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that first wave for Coffs, it was a 6.83, so really healthy score for the opening wave of Coffs Harbour. Cabarita, their second server, a 5.5. So a 3.83 and a 5.5 has Cabba just down the road from where we are, out in the lead. Coffs Harbour on the strength of that one wave, a 6.83, but yeah, as Jess touched on, they've got Rosie Smart out there, and she's kind of been on fire lately. Just got third in the NIAS QS 5,000 and then won the Oz Open yesterday, so she's actually the reigning champ of the Oz Open series too. She won the final at Bondi last year, so yeah, Rosie kind of finding her groove at the moment, which is really great to see. She's such a talented surfer.
And talking equipment, I saw her board yesterday in live action, and I'll tell you what, she is on some magic boards and just surfing so strong. And it's great to see, and this is again what the Series 11 of the Australian Boardriders Battle. Thank you, Hyundai. That's what exposes our next generation, our junior surfers, our next showcasing female surfers as well.
Yeah, it's all very exciting, and yeah, I can't wait to see what all the competitors can do today. But looking at who we've got coming up next, we've got Kingscliff taking on Woolgoolga and Sawtell. So
yeah,
it's a pretty exciting heat. I think we might have some underground competitors coming through in that one, but this is Rosie on her opening wave for Coffs Harbour, but looking like she might get back out there. I feel like she didn't really ride out on that last turn, and this is the first surfer from Port Macquarie. We've seen him have like 1,000 waves already in this heat, but he's going to run up the beach, tag his next surfer, almost right on time.
He's on the McCoy, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like a really fun little board.
Yeah, so Enfield going for the flow and getting a good wave and completion with that one. And Cabarita, as you said, so started with Seb Bungate, the junior now open, and then moving on. Saw Guyan Falvey had a disappointing exit yesterday at the AOS, so he's got a point to prove, but here is the super coach from Port Macquarie, and again doing his family proud, the Enfields. Such a surfing family, mum, dad, brother, sister, all in this event as well.
Yeah, this is a replay of that last one of Rosie, so I'm not calling that a ride out, so I believe she'll get straight back out there. And Gowrie locking in a 3.1 for their first wave. I'm still waiting for that opening score of Port Macquarie, but as regards of opening waves go, we'll wait for that last one of Port, because I think that'll probably come in at the second highest, maybe even the highest opening score. But right now, Coffs Harbour and Port Macquarie looking pretty solid, but we are going to cross down to Kale Enfield down there with Jess Grimwood.
I do have Kale Enfield with me, and he's a little bit out of breath, but you managed to pick up a really beautiful little wave on that little McCoy nugget.
Yeah, I was looking out the back. I couldn't really see much, and then the boys on the beach were like, "Oh, get over," and picked it off, and yeah, just tried not to fall. Really, it was all right. Yeah.
We did a really good job of it, and just a really short run up into the Oakley Prism today. I mean, it's only probably about 10 metres, so does that give you a little bit more flexibility with your wave choice and how much time you can spend out there?
Yeah, definitely. It's I know, like Merriweather last year, it was a big run, so we were putting in the work at training and stuff. But yeah, short little run's good, just a little burst of energy. So yeah, no, it's a lot better than a whole K up the beach, but it's good fun.
What about Port Macquarie? This year was your first year at Kira Teams for the juniors. How's the club feeling? I mean, you've seemed to got this like revived energy for all your juniors and your development coming into tag team.
It's so cool. I've never seen it before, really. Like growing up, we didn't have heaps of juniors, but now it's like everywhere you go, they're there. So yeah, it's awesome. Like they did so well. A lot of those guys are younger as well. So there's many more years to come. Pretty proud of them, and yeah, they take a few waves now that they're old enough, but you know, respect where respect's due, and yeah, it's so cool to see the club going in that upwards trajectory.
Well, congratulations, mate. We'll let you get back into the club mode. This is Port Macquarie, Cale Enfield. He's done it for them. We're waiting for that score to lock in. Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And Cale, you know, he's looking pretty excited down there. Port Macquarie is kind of one of those underdog teams. They always seem to surprise you and sneak through and just make the day more exciting. We look like Cabarita, that's a junior surfer. They're going to send him back out there, but they're well ahead of time right now, so they aren't stressed. I think he'd have another at least 7 minutes until they have to get worried about time, but here's the replay. So nice first turn and gets straight back up there for a second. So I thought that was a really nice wave, so interesting call that Cabarita's sending him back out. Here's Rosie Smart. And that's the surfing that won her the event yesterday, so I think she'd be looking for a two-turner to really, you know, push that 683 that Coffs Harbour has, and make it a little bit more dominant.
Yeah, definitely a great start from Jake Sharp, and again, a junior surfer that's been on the qualifying series, even in 08-09, beat Owen Wright, our domestic ambassador, beat him in a pro junior at Coffs Harbour. And I tell you what, the talent pool, we heard from Lee Winkler from Coffs Harbour. He's the president, former tour surfer, and then you've got the next generation, as we've heard, Rosie Smart, around the world international surfer. And again, people like Andrew Lindsay, Lee Winkler, so many, they're paving the way. This is what board riders is all about, and the spirit of award with the community, doing a lot with Indigenous surfers in Coffs Harbour, and also NDIS, and they've got a great board riders that serves the community, and great cake from Tracy as well. A shout out to her, the lemon meringue and banoffee. Oh my gosh, Jess.
Lemon meringue and banoffee?
Yep, Coffs Harbour board riders.
Stop it.
Best food in the business.
I've actually been lucky enough to kind of be a part of one of Coffs Harbour's training sessions. I went on this road trip thing with Surfing New South Wales about 2 years ago, and one of our stops was at Coffs Harbour, and they said come in and join one of our like junior training things and come surf with our juniors. And honestly, I got so much out of it, and I just had the best time surfing with all the groms down there. They all rip. Here's Rosie. So there's that first turn. She's not going to find the second section, but unfortunately with tag teams you have to think about the time. She was looking like she was going to come in, and still is. So yeah, I think that's a really good call from Rosie. She's had a few really nice one-turners, and yeah, she's going to have to call it a day, make sure that all of her competitors have that time. So that's that team mentality. You know, sometimes you have to put the ego aside when you know you want 2 turns, you know you want a 6 and above, but when it comes down to team, if you've gone over your limit, you have to give the rest of your competitors, you know, their amount of time. And it's that it's kind of that team mentality that we don't really get as surfers too often. So yeah, a bit of a different mindset in this heat. You can see Rosie definitely wanted more, but she's going to send out her next competitor, which looks like Ethan Stocks. Haven't seen him in a jersey for a little while.
Lock, stock and barrel. This kid can do it all. So there's your open surfer for Coffs Harbour. Ethan Stocks, and again Jake Sharp, Lee Winkler. Will he surf for the over 35s? Yes, maybe. Rosie Smart and Will Martin made the finals yesterday as a 15-year-old, going against Challenger Series. Again, the talent pool, as Danny Will said, grommets are the future.
Yeah, they're definitely a really strong club. They've just got so much trajectory already. You know, we know that they're going to dominate for years to come. You know, we see some really solid clubs that maybe don't have as strong junior as, you know, like you say, like clubs like Coffs Harbour. So, yeah, I feel like we might see a bit of a mix-up of, you know, who's at the top of the leaderboard over the next few years. Here goes Maddie Parker for Coffs Harbour, and then this is Port Macquarie's second surfer. So really nice opening turn. They're trying to milk this one all the way through, get all the scores out of this wave as they can, get to finishing turn, and they're going to bring that one to shore. So like Jess said, a really short run today. So he literally finished that wave, jumped off his board, got straight back up the beach. It's a brave call, not grabbing your leg rope, running up the beach. If that was me, I probably would have stacked it by now. And they're going to send out their next surfer. So yeah, Port Macquarie is kind of one of the underdog teams, and they're really exciting to watch. Another team that we'd love to go and chat to, which is Cabarito, who's with Jess Grimwood.
I am in the Cabba camp with Muzz and Bobby and the rest of the Cabba team. They've been one of those teams that have been so involved with tag team events across the last few years. Muzz, what's it feel like to be here at Coffs for the New South Wales North qualifier?
Oh, it feels great to be here again this year. We were unlucky last year. We had a tough first heat, but we've regrouped, regathered. We've got a few young juniors coming up in the club this year who are down here with us. And yeah, conditions look really contestable, so we're in the water now and fingers are crossed.
Fingers are crossed for Maddie. I can see a really good looking set coming through as well. It's kind of getting better as we're going through these heats this morning, Muzz.
Yeah, I think the high tide might be a bit of a challenge there with a bit of inconsistency, but going into the afternoon, hopefully we're still here and the waves will be fun, I think.
Well, we'd love to see you guys still here. You've got other club member, of course, Zali Kelly, over in Brazil surfing in the Challenger Series. She's coming up in maybe about 12 hours, so just enough time for you guys to take a few wins, qualify for the grand final, and kick back on the couch this afternoon to watch Zali.
Yeah, I hope so, Jess. That'd be great. Yeah, unfortunately she can't surf for the club as much as we would like, but we're always behind her in the Challenger Series. So yeah, she's great to watch.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations for being here and good luck going in. Cabba, 1991 this club was established, so fresher, but they've got a lot of energy bringing into this qualifier, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. And Cabba, you know, Cabba's got a bit of a soft spot in my heart. It's where we moved to just over 2 years ago. So kind of where we live. Narrabeen is still home, though. We're still definitely Narrabeen girls. But
dual passports, of course.
Yes, yeah.
That's like myself, you know, 38 years at Cronulla. You can't use Shark Island and Voodoo, and then love being at Lennox and up and down the coast with the events and around the world.
Yes, yep, you know exactly how it's like. So that was a replay of Maddie Parker, unfortunately coming unstuck. I really liked this turn from the surfer from Angari. Kind of flared the fins out, pushed that tail, but didn't get over that front hip to ride out of that one. So I'm sure he'll get back out there.
I think that was Joel Emery, young under-18 surfer, junior surfer, and great little goofy footer. Again, with the likes of, you know, former club members. You've got Dakota Walters, Harley Walters, and them now moving to Byron Bay representing. That's where you get your pass on, you know, your dual board riders. I started Allura Boardriders, and
Did you?
I find myself, I had my own with Christian surfers, and then now at La Bar Boardriders.
Yeah, well...
I've got 3.
You've got 3, and this is Ethan Stock. So Ethan was a really strong junior, so he's around the same age as myself, and I feel like he won kind of every Grom comp there was to win, you know, the Oki state titles, the Osgrom, and he was always really impressive, but kind of found love with free surfing a little bit more. Would have been a really nice wave if he had ridden out of that second turn. So he is the power surfer, I believe, for Coffs Harbour, and it's for surfing like that that we realise he is. So he's going to get back out there, get another wave, but yeah, just under half an hour to go in this heat. So 20 minutes slipped by, and everyone looking pretty on track. Cabarito ahead of everyone when it comes to the amount of surfers they've had. So yeah, showing that they've been working on their time management skills.
Yeah, I feel, you know, like we said, 50-minute heats for the team. There's 6 waves to be locked in. So if we cut that in half, we're nearing the halfway mark of the 25-minute range. And Cabarito on song. But here we go for Port Macquarie. I think that was Imogen Enfield Kale's sister. I wonder if she's riding the McCoy.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but the board looks pretty fun that she's on. She got a really nice backhand turn before. That was a nice turn from Angari, but looking like maybe the tide's starting to swing the other way and go low, so those inside sections closing out a little faster than what we may have seen. Here's Ethan Stocks, there's the first turn, and rides out for the second, so he's looking in. Does he come in? Yes, he does. So Coffs Harbour are going to send out their fourth surfer.
Yeah, I feel you get those 2 turns in on a small, medium wave, if not a set. You want to be coming in, save time. Post a 4 or 5. Let's have a look. Ethan Stocks. Again, the open surfer. Junior become a man. And again, disciplined surfing. And on a small wave as well, you can see that change in the tide from high tide. The waves have dropped about a foot from yesterday. It was pushing 3 to 4 feet. And today you're looking around a chest to head high. Nice faces when they come. But that south, it's just lost a bit of, it had a bit of period yesterday. You see a set every 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes today. So we still see a bit of commotion in the ocean in this 50-minute heat.
Yeah, the waves are always fun down here. Like, I love having comps. I feel like I've had Grom comps here since I started competing when I was like 13.
Yes.
So this beach is so fun. It's always contestable for events, and that was another wave from Angari Boardriders. He's going to get back out there, but that last one for Ethan locked in at a 4. So that was enough to push Coffs Harbour into the lead. So now 14.33 after 3 surfers. Cabarita in second with 13 after 3 surfers. So pretty close between Coffs and Cabarita. And Port Macquarie and Angari still yet to lock in their 3rd surfer and then be on par with Cabarita and Coffs for their 4th surfer. So we still have one more wave to lock in for each to try and get a situation, I guess, to see what work has to be done to make it through this second heat of the opening round.
Well, here we go for surfer in white, Port Macquarie, just having a little scratch at that one. And as we heard from our president from Cabarita Boardriders, you're in Cabarita Boardriders with your sister?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
You're
No.
not in there? What about Kingscliff?
No, we're loyal to NARRABEEN. We won't join another Boardriders club. NARRABEEN's been our home for as long as we can remember. They say it takes a village to raise kids, and
Yes.
NARRABEEN's our village, so we'll stay loyal to them.
Yes,
And
that's fine.
we also were told we weren't allowed to join
You're not
the
allowed.
Boardriders clubs. Yeah, if you know NARRABEEN, they're quite patriotic, we'll say, when it comes to NARRABEEN. So yeah, we'd get in trouble.
Yeah. They still owe me for that flat tire I got back in 1993.
Oh goodness, yeah.
Thanks, Hedgie.
Thanks, Hedgie. Yeah, no, we got asked about Cabarita, but we still fly down to NARRABEEN a fair bit and compete for them down there. And unfortunately, we actually are going to miss the NARRABEEN qualifier. We'll be in Taiwan, but we'll be watching. Yes. From a distance and cheering on. I think these events are the most fun events to be a part of and to watch and commentate, and they all lead up to that big grand final that we're going to see at Burleigh Heads next year, which is going to be really exciting. Can't wait to see how the rocks come into play.
It is new location, and I think the event managers are still scratching their heads, talking to locals, talking to Tapper every morning at his surf report. Burleigh Boardriders, they're a force to be reckoned with. Liam O'Brien.
Oh yeah.
Just to name a few, and a few of the Groms, Toby Mossop.
Yep, Hinata Azawa, and then Charlie Haitley for the girl. All Mia Huppets. They've got a really strong team. That was Maddie Parker. Yeah. So nice backhand turn for Maddie. So she's going to be the 4th surfer to come in for Cabarita. They'll send out their 5th and then their power surfer back out there.
Righty, and Gary up and riding. They're currently in 4th position for their 3rd surf and really needing to finish that one. Leonie Coulton out there. Joel Emery is the power surfer. Lillian B. Young, Geordie Bricknell, and Alex Cooney out there as the master for Angari. Port Macquarie looking to get a wiggle on as well. But Cabarita holding second, and again go to that quick start from Seb Bungate. Quick little air rev. Really got the engines flowing for Cabarita Boardriders.
Yeah, and that was a really nice turn for Maddie. She kind of drove through that back foot. I really liked, the the flow and grace she kind of had, and then unfortunately just coming unstuck on that end turn, like I said, with that lower tide, looks like you have to project out over the lip to be able to ride out of those ones. Can't really come up and down with it as much, but there goes Gary's 4th surfer. Port Macquarie's still out there with their 3rd, and Coffs Harbour is out there with their 4th too. So once again, Cabarita kind of inching ahead of everyone when it comes to time management. So we'll see what that score comes in at for Maddie Parker, but they were looking for a 5 to move up into the lead over Coffs Harbour, regain that 1st place. But yeah, it's all been kind of evenly matched, I'd say, throughout this heat. No one's really run away with anything yet, other than that 6.83 we've seen from Coffs Harbour. Yeah.
And he went out the back for more. He knew there was more in there. And that is the class act, the tradie, former QS and Pro Junior winner, and part of the Coffs Harbour team, the hosting board riders. Be great to see our next heat. Don't forget, Sawtell, just down the road. They're over the hill from the airport there at Coffs Harbour. Woolgoolga, and they've got a great team, you know. 3-4 world champions in Woolgoolga district. You've got the longboarder Harley Ingleby and some great master surfers like the Schindler, and then Kingscliff Boardriders, you know. Who's going to fly with that one?
Kingscliff.
Mitty James.
Micah Margison,
to name a few.
They've got Dane Henry as well, who he just won at the Oz Open yesterday.
He was flying everywhere. He was doing bigger airs than Dakota Walters. That was him yesterday. And again, right there, there's a sculpture shot. There is your officials and your host barbecue. This Tracy, she's got some banoffee and, you know, left rank. So if you come down, sample the cakes before they sell out. I'll tell you what, Will Martin, the local junior, surfer sanity for Cabarita. They were actually last year, they became a surfing reserve. So congratulations to Cabarita.
They?
Cabarita.
I lived there. I didn't know.
Great celebration. Yes, you can't spearfish there anymore.
Wow, well that's amazing. You know, becoming a surfing reserve is really special, but you know what else is? That wave. That was one of the best waves that we've seen all heat. So that's
Will Martin. Made the finals yesterday. He is the under 18s, and that kid, he's like ADHD times 10.
That's so, well, I guess you could tell on that wave, you know, he was really impressive, and he got about 5,000 turns done. Here we go for Cabarita. Wow, really strong opening turn. That was their junior. Oh no, sorry, that was Tim Chalmers, their master.
Surfer sanity, Tim Chalmers. So Cabarita, he is one of the heroes, as Gary. They just need to finish their turns. They're just having a bit of bubble and trouble. I'll tell you what, Cabarita sewing up that 1st position, and Coffs Harbour holding fort, so something special from Port Macquarie. And then Gary otherwise face off in Almeek Lebar in the Re-qual.
You know what, Coffs Harbour have a really strong junior team like we touched on, and Will Martin, you know, he's showcasing that he's composed and he can go out there quickly, turn a wave, and an excellent score at that. But if they needed to, they had so many others to lean on. They had Creed Smart, which is Rosie's brother, and he's extremely impressive. But they've done well with their choice of their juniors, because that last wave from Will Martin, a 6.6. So they've sent their 5th surfer out there with a pretty healthy lead. So just managed to kind of put together 4 really exceptional turns. Found this gem of a wave. That 1st turn, he's just pushing that tail, gets a bit of more release on that last one. So 6.6 puts Coffs Harbour back into the lead, and yeah, that was Timmy Chalmers. I really liked that wave personally. I'd love to see him get 2. And then that is Angari. Unfortunately, that wave not what they were hoping for. And here we go with Port Macquarie. And you can tell by the shoulders he didn't like that one.
Yeah, body language has a lot to play, especially when you're in the flow zone, but when you're not, it just outplays, where you drag an arm or you get out of rhythm, and it just pays in dividends of that incomplete turn or not that score. That'll be rewarded from the judges for being in the zone and attacking. Well, tell you what, I hope you enjoyed that Dometic. Tell you what, Owen Wright has a great little ambassador for Dometic. That sounds good. Have you seen that commercial?
I haven't yet.
Yeah, well.
But I hear it's quite hilarious.
Yeah, well, we're going to go shortly and we'll see all those viewers online. Let's check it out. A bit of Owen Wright, the ambassador for Dometic. Check it out very shortly.
What do you get when you take the top 4 board riders clubs in the country, drop them in the outdoors and give them a series of competitive challenges dreamed up by Australia's very own bronze medal winning surfing Olympic champion? You get the Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright.
This is a challenge like no other. We're just going to adapt to the environment and all the elements that throws at us.
Growing up surfing, you get pretty good at the outdoors, so I have faith in my team.
The froth levels are so high, there's no feeling better.
For us to come and compete as a bit of a team and do some challenges, it's going to be a fun couple of days.
And with $16,000 in cash and product on the line, you know these board riders clubs are going all out for the win. Part of Surfing Australia TV in October, November and December on Channel 9 and available to stream on MySurf TV.
Well, welcome back to, well, the Northern Region ABB, and that was the Dometic Challenge starring Owen Wright. He is the ambassador. How does that look now, Jess?
That looks extremely fun. You know, saw a couple familiar faces in there as well. You know, Lennox Chell, Sheldon Simkus, Wilco was in there too. You know, Owen and Wilco have a pretty cool relationship, so that looked fun and exciting, and I think it would be pretty funny to watch actually with the dynamic of all of those surfers.
Yeah, it just pits Australia's 4 best board riders clubs against each other. Outdoor challenges and $16,000 worth of cash and Dometic outdoor products. And check that out, October to December on Channel 9 and MySurf TV. I'll tell you what, if you've missed the first episode, it's on MySurf TV, YouTube, playing right now.
Perfect. Well, in my break, I'll definitely have to catch up and watch it. It looks hilarious. It looks fun. I kind of want to be a part of it. I hope they do it next year for the 4 finalists that we'll see at the ABB. But you just got to make the national final and make sure you're in that top 4, and then you get to be a part of it. Be pretty cool to go hang out with Owen. But we are going to cross down to Jess Grimwood. She's down there with Angari and kind of going to fill us in with what's going on down the beach.
Okay, sit rep from down on the beach, guys. I am with Angari and we're doing a lot of time management here. There's a lot of breakdown going on for the club and what's happening right in the water for you right now.
Yeah, we're under a bit of pressure, to be fair. So we are just trying to manage that time. We don't want to lose that 5 at the end, but we want to try and bank a couple of the scores, which we haven't really done yet. So this is our first board riders battle, so I think we're going to take this first one as a bit of a learning experience and see what we can bank for the second round if we don't get through this one.
Well, not to be counted out as well, you guys are some of the most talented surfers across Australia, and you also got maybe an advantage of coming into the club rounds as being a bit of an incognito club. Is there like a heat within this heat? Is there one of those clubs that you have that big rivalry with at home that you'd love to beat regardless of the end result?
100%. There's 2 Angari boys that are surfing for Byron Bay and the Walters brothers, so we love them. They're in the box with us now, but we do want to beat them.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how this one plays out. We love that rivalry from the regionals. There's one in every state, and right now Angari want to take that win over Byron Bay, but they're the defending champs, so it's going to be a big ask, but Angari got a full stacked talent pool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks Jess Grimwood, and that was Brad Bricknell from Angari. Dual passport, also South Africa.
Yes.
I think he forgot that. Haha, give him some fighting words for Byron Bay.
That was
you gotta love
epic.
that.
I love it. We saw Cahill do it down at the Victoria qualifier.
Yes.
But I love the bit of rivalry and kind of back chat between the teams, and
Yeah.
I think it makes for a more exciting day, and it almost makes the competitors surf better. So yeah, hopefully we'll see Angari and Byron come up against each other in a heat, but they were pretty dominant in that first round, I believe.
Yeah, definitely. And right now you can see the Port Macquarie and Gowrie, but the Coffs Harbour and Cabarita, a bit of rivalry there, but Coffs Harbour getting the local knowledge and, well, just dominating form. That last wave is 6.43 and then a 6.6. So Will Martin and Cabarita Board Riders, they'll be sewing up the second. But there is Angari, so getting the touchdown on that one. So Brad Bricknell will be rubbing his hands together as Lily B. Young. Again, skater, surfer, super commentator, she's got it all. She'll be out there donning the rashie on for the ABB.
Yeah, she was the first surfer we saw out there for Angari. She banked a 3.1. So one of the highest scores we've seen for Angari. That last wave was a 3. You know, they said that they're working on time management. They're sending their 5th surfer out there. So 13 minutes to go. They're pretty much bang on, I'd say. You know, it's around about 7 or 8 minutes per surfer. So if we went around 7 minutes, they're pretty much right on time. I guess the 5th surfer's job now is to get out there, get a wave and come in as quickly as possible so they can send Joel Emery out there for their power surfer and hopefully bank a big score and maybe put themselves up into 3rd or even 2nd spot. But right now, Cabarita and Coffs kind of holding this one down, but Coffs Harbour are running away with it right now. They have a lead by almost 11.5 points over Cabarita. So that last wave for their 5th surfer, Lee Winkler, a 6.43.
Yeah, definitely. They're really commanding a great lead, Coffs Harbour Boardriders, the host Boardriders in this Northern Region qualifier. And I'll tell you what, 4 spots up for grabs out of 9 teams today. So we will see as that final starts at 2 o'clock. 4 excited clubs as they go to Burleigh Heads, Queensland, and lock in a spot and potentially take, you know, over $5,000 worth of crash prizes for their club as well home today.
Here we go for Cabarita. This is Timmy Chalmers, so really nice first turn, straight into a second. Everyone else was too deep and he's just lucked into this bomb. There it is for the 4th turn, so really great surfing, and that could challenge for the best wave of the heat, I'd say.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not an unconventional surfer. He just simply gets the best wave, does the best turns, nice and sharp, nice and vertical, loves the speed, and then his finish and completion rate is delight to watch. So Timmy Chalmers getting 2 waves and just dominating form for Cabarita Boardriders, doing it for the team.
Yeah, they just
Look at
sent
this.
Kyan out there as the power surfer, but this is Timmy Chalmers, so pushes so hard off that back foot. Then it gets kind of a foam climb, hits it there for a 3rd turn, and I really like that finishing turn, just gets the job done. That first turn and that last turn really signed that wave off for me. And one really strong fin flare for the Angari. That was their 5th surfer. That was Alex Cooney. So I believe they may have sent him in, but yeah, so with 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Coffs Harbour are just dominating right now. They've got 3 6s in their lineup, a 4 and a 3 as well. Cabarita, that last wave for Timmy Chalmers is 6.27, so they're inching closer to Coffs Harbour. Port Macquarie in 3rd and Angari in 4th, but conditions still look pretty playful. But we are going to cross down to Jess, and she's going to update us with the conditions down there.
Beautiful, yes.
Well, that was a bit different.
Sorry about that. That was a bit like my vinyl player when I've got the small vinyls on there and I've set it to the big ones, the old RPM. But apologies for that, all those watching and listening right now. 10.5 minutes. This is round 1, heat 2, Coffs Harbour in the teams event, the Australian Boardriders Battle. Thank you, Hyundai, and all our great sponsors of this event. Cabarita, also the locals up at the North Coast where you live, they are in 2nd on the back of Timmy Chalmers, class act, a 6.27. Good score for his team. And Port Macquarie, they need a 7.2 to get in, and Angari need a blistering couple of waves or face off also in the repechage, and that was Jake Sharp getting 1 wave. We'll get that replay shortly because he will lock in a score and Coffs Harbour will fly into the semi-finals.
Yeah, with just under 10 minutes to go, so time management, scores, and kind of just team flow, I'd like to say, was pretty excellent from Coffs Harbour. They were super impressive. You know, Jake not rushing to get back to the box. They've got plenty of time. But yeah, really impressive heat from Coffs Harbour. This is the power wave, so nice at first turn. This was the money turn there. Kind of just pushes a little bit harder, almost falls, but regains, and he says, I have to finish this wave for my team. And yeah, just signs that one off for Coffs Harbour, so they will right now see themselves into the semi-final.
It's like a little picturesque postcard for Destination New South Wales. You had the jetty in the background, the Solitude Islands. Such a beautiful place. Look at the landscape here. Beautiful sunny day, Super Sunday. Do you know right now in Coffs Harbour, they've got the Australian, you've got the touch football. You've got 1,000 people running around with footballs. You've got the triathlon, and you've got the Australian Boardriders Battle on now. So Coffs Harbour, my friend, is alive. The airport, no doubt, will be crazy this afternoon, Jess.
Yeah, there's a lot going on at Coffs Harbour, but we all know why. You know, you and I have spent a bunch of time down there at comps over the years, and it's just everything you need just on a nice silver platter down there at Coffs Harbour. And the waves are always fun. The scenery is beautiful. There's so much more to do than just surfing too, you know, in case there isn't waves. There's a jetty you can go jump off.
Yep.
Plenty of food. I love Sawtell. Sawtell has incredible food and kind of vintage shopping as well around there. So even the surrounding towns are extremely fun. And yeah, I love travelling to Coffs. And here we go. So this is the power wave for Cabarita. Nice at first turn. Unfortunately, this wave kind of dying out, but Kyan will be looking to finish this one off just to make sure that Cabarita solidify that second spot, and he does, so super reliable surfing. Here we go with Port Macquarie out the back. Second turn there for their fifth surfer, Mitchell Vander.
Yeah, Mitch, former QS surfer. Again, you know, going into the trades, but great to see him back for Port Macquarie. You know, some of the runners-up on the World Championship Tour, Mick Campbell from Port Macquarie, Mick Kane, so such a talent pool in this. So they're still not out of it. So there's Carl Enfield, he's the power surfer. He swapped the board as well. The McCoy's gone back in the car.
Yeah.
He is going to look to go vertical as that score will drop in. So we're going to throw to Jess for a beach report. Can I still swim in shorts down there, Jess?
Yes, you can, Crispy, and slow-mo or fast forward, either way, it's absolutely pumping still here this morning. It's dead on high tide. I think it's 1.55 metre high tide at 9:21 this morning. You can see the wet sand mark right next to the changeover box as well. So it's a nice and close run, which means maximum surfing from all the teams and less running for this regional qualifier. As we look at the conditions, though, you can see it has just kind of swung southeast a little more, maybe around 5 to 10 knot gusts. I think that's going to see more progressive manoeuvres come into play. You just saw Kale swap up the equipment, like you said, and maybe a little clue to perhaps some frontside air reverses or something a little bit more progressive with that onshore wind now. So keep a close eye on those teams, Port Macquarie, even Angari. They might be in the rapid charges, but they're looking so good going into this afternoon of competition here.
Yeah, thanks Jess for a great little online report, and again high tide, so we'll see, hopefully see some bigger, longer lefts and rights. But there is Angari again, their first time in the Australian Boardriders Battle, Northern region, and great to see them showcasing Brad Bricknell there. We've got Lillian B. Young, and we've got Cooney just coming in. So again, learning the ropes, and even if they don't, they can apply for a wild card on the way to head up to the Gold Coast, Brisbane, and up at Burleigh.
Yeah, it's a different format this year for the grand final too. You know, instead of having the skins and that single division that, you know, we usually see, it's going to be 2 days of just tag teams, just team surfing, and we haven't seen the event like that before. From my knowledge, there's no seeded rounds either, so you kind of just straight into it. 32 teams over 2 days down at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking budget, helicopter drops, budget, jet skis, or even a pontoon, just like you see on those. Have the pontoon and they jump from the pontoon. Or maybe just create a pontoon and nice, like the artificial reef up there. Create the pontoon reef.
And just run out. Jump off.
Or it could be classic Burleigh, 6 to 8 foot, paddle out the river.
Imagine.
Well, time will tell for the national final. And talk about She's Electric, Hyundai. We're stoked to be partners with the brands like Hyundai and creating opportunities for women to build a profile in the sport. You've talked about it, Jess, and through Hyundai She's Electric, the online surfing competition we haven't talked about, but they're aiming to unearth breakout talent, 14 and plus. So if you're listening and you're a female surfer, 14 and plus, don't forget, head to surfingaustralia.com, She's Electric, upload your best clip, and you could share in $35,000 worth of prizes, including a 5,000 cash and a VIP experience at the Hyundai ABB Grand Final with Laura Enova.
Yeah,
is there a better day than that?
I don't think so. You know, this is the second season of She's Electric, so it's back for round 2. It was pretty successful in that first season, and
yeah,
it was just fun and exciting, and I think really exciting to have an initiative that's just for female surfing.
Yes.
Grassroots female surfing at that, and saw Kira Buckpit take out the week worth of entries last week, and she did it for a backside air reverse. I was like, oh.
Yeah. Dropping buckets.
Yep.
And she was there yesterday in the final. Well done, Kira Buckpit from Ulladulla. But yeah, She's Electric. Hyundai are great supporters, and again, 14 up. Upload your surfing clips, and you never know, it might land you up at Queensland at the Burleigh Heads ABB Grand Final.
Yeah, it's a lot to look forward to, so definitely get amongst it and just try and be a part of it. I think She's Electric is just going to keep growing and growing as the years come. There's so much love and support that goes into it, so yeah, and a lot to win as well, and everyone loves winning, so I think you'd be silly not to be a part of it. But looking like we have Port Macquarie and Gary kind of having a bit of a chin wag out there.
Yeah, well, I feel that they've heard the commentator Dimmy talk the real sense. So Coffs Harbour are locked in. They're 31-4-6. They're going to fly through to the semi-final. Cabarita across the line, courtesy of Tim Chalmers and the super team. They are through, so combination score needed, meaning that it's impossible for them to get through the semi-final. A 10-9-4 out of a possible 10-point ride. So Angari and Port Macquarie, they're just surfing for practice now for the repechage.
Yeah, that was the power wave there for Port Macquarie. He actually cannot get another wave. He needs to make sure he comes in. Power surfers can only catch one wave, unlike we see with all the other surfers who can catch as many waves as they want in their time frame to make sure that they can get the highest score that they can possibly achieve. So 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. We've got their power surfer Joel Emery out there for Angari. He's having a little sniff at this one, but I believe there might be a few lines coming. We heard a little whistle there that could have been from Angari. So 1 minute 30, only one more wave to surf in this heat, and we can lock all those scores in, but we can safely say Coffs Harbour and Cabarita will be moving through this one into the semi-finals, and we'll see Port Macquarie and Angari in the repechage coming up against Liba, one of your clubs.
Yeah, they've got to fire up, and I'll tell you what, Port Macquarie and Gary, who will they face in the repechage? Well, they've got to bring their aces and kings, really, and their queens.
Here we go, 1 minute to go. This is the power wave from Angari. Wow,
yeah.
Really strong surfing from their power surfer. That's what they've been looking to do.
Yeah.
All heat, so hopefully that sets the tone for a new and improved Angari. And
that's Joel Emery, under 18s, and I'll tell you what, the Goofy Foot powerhouse, he's still in the junior series, and he's flying the flag for Angari, so it's showing that the juniors are the future here at the Australian Boardriders Battle, and getting it done in time as well. 30 seconds on the clock, so all teams finished. And that's Coffs Harbour will fly through to the semi-final. Cabarita on the back of Timmy Chalmers. Super good score. And we're going to go to a commercial break and be back with Heat 3. Round number 1, Kingscliff, Woolgoolga and Sawtell. We'll be back with more surfing action. See you soon.
Well, welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle here at New South Wales North at Macaulay's Beach. This is Series 11 of the ABB. We have Heat 3 about to make their way out into the lineup. That's Mitch James for Kingscliff Boardriders. We've also got Woolgoolga out there and Sawtell Boardriders. Sawtell in the yellow, Woolgoolga is in the white. Looks like the start of that heat, so we can see all three surfers making their way out into the lineup. And Jesse, I was talking to Crispy earlier, it's, you know, the waves seem to be getting a little bit better throughout the morning, and it's not too far of a paddle out as well, so you can kind of get in and get out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it seems pretty fun and not easy, I'd say, but it's better than, you know, those 1 kilometre or 500 metre runs that sometimes we see at waves like Cape Woolamai and, you know, Newcastle even for the ABB final. But yeah, so I think it means that you can probably be a little bit more lenient with your time, paddle out and paddle in, because it isn't that far unless you're going left miles down the beach. But yeah, we've got the first surfers out there for all three teams. So Mitch James, like you said, for Kingscliff. We have Sean Ward out there for Woolgoolga, and Dane Lewis out there for Sawtell. Sawtell is one of my favourite places in Australia. Definitely in my top 3 favourite places, I'd say.
Yeah, there's always fun waves at Sawtell, and you know, here at Macaulay's as well, there's plenty on offer. We saw the first few heats this morning, which were really fun. We saw Liba secure themselves a spot in the Re-qual round. So last year was actually the first year in 11 years that they haven't made the grand final. So they're looking to try and get that this year. Looks like we had a little paddle, but no one getting anything there. So a couple of, you know, a bit of a slow start for this one. That last heat looks like it was fun.
Yeah, it definitely was. We had plenty of action, I'd say. Coffs Harbour really showing that their local knowledge is pretty dominant and that they will continue to dominate, you know, in the semi-finals. They kind of just proved that they know this wave, and it gave them an edge in that last heat for sure. So I think they're definitely going to be hard to touch in this event. But then again, I didn't see Byron Bay or Saltwater, but we also know that Liba is super strong team. So Liba, right now it's Liba, Port Macquarie and Angari in that Re-qual heat. We will be sending one more team there in the next 47 minutes, but we did just catch up with Jess Grimwood. She said it's dead high tide, the winds just come up from the southeast a little bit, so we should be hoping for a little bit more progressive surfing.
Yeah, well, looks like that was a surfer there for Sawtell, Dane Lewis. So Dane, just a quick in and out there. Mitch James had a little look. Mitch, or Mitty, has had plenty of experience in the ABB series, as well as competing on the QS as well. We've seen him in the last couple of years, maybe not the last 2, but prior to that at the Cabarita QS as well. So Kingscliff have a rich culture of surfers, but Woolgoolga and Sawtell, you know, being from close to that region, knowing this wave, maybe a little bit of local knowledge in this ABB series.
Yeah, they're not too far from here, so I'm sure that they surf this wave pretty regularly. Here we go, first surfer for Mitch James. Just kind of stuck behind, so he'll get back out there for another one. So nothing too exciting as of right now. But yeah, let's have a look at the teams that we're going to see. So for Kingscliff, Mitch James is out there right now. Dane Henry, who is also the power surfer, and he won the Oz Open yesterday, will be their second surfer. Blake Necker will be their third. Ava Argyros, who is from a really talented family, she'll be out there for the women's division, and Samba Mann will be their masters. And Samba not living too far from Coffs Harbour anymore. He lives down in Port Macquarie, so about a 2-hour drive to get to Coffs. So he surfs beaches like this all the time. Waves at Port Macquarie are pretty similar to Coffs Harbour. And then for Woolgoolga, we've got Sean Ward will be out there. He's also their power surfer. Justin Turk will be their second. Luke Anderson will be their third. Bonnie Hills, their women. And Levi Woods, their junior. Here we go. This is Sean Ward, the opening surfer and power surfer for Woolgoolga. Really strong first turn. He's going to get back out there And then finally was Sawtell. So this is Dane Lewis out there right now. Re-qualification, who's extremely impressive. He's out there for their junior and their second surfer. Jai Jackson will be their third. Lily Leet is their women's surfer, and Caspian O'Donnell is their master.
Well, some pretty stacked teams for this heat. Kingscliff, Woolgoolga and Sawtell. No one's really had a start just yet. We saw that first heat of the day finishing a little bit early. Looks like Minnie James in and out there for Kingscliff. Really needing to be patient out there, waiting for a wave to come through. One of those sets, as you mentioned, Jess Grimwood said that the surf with this high tide seems to be getting a little bit better. Looks like there's a couple waves coming from out the back, but Dane Lewis for Sawtell Boardriders up and riding on this one. Nice first turn, straight in the pocket, and then unfortunately goes down for a finish for Dane. So maybe the nerves kind of starting to creep in there for Sawtell Boardriders. Still plenty of time though. Let's see. No priority. Mitch James swings under the surfer from Woolgoolga there. Mitty getting a two-turner to finish. So will he make his way in for Kingscliff Boardriders out the back? That is Sean Ward for Woolgoolga Boardriders on his backside. Racing down the line, one solid backhand connection there, and he'll kick out. So we'll see if those surfers make their way in or make their way back out. Looks like Sean is trying to decipher what his team are telling him, so he'll make his way back out the back.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a flurry of sets that we saw. I think if Dane Lewis had landed that second turn, he definitely would have made his way to the shore. That was really impressive surfing from him. Mitty James, he's all class. He's always all class. Unfortunately, that wave kind of shutting down on him a little bit, but like you said, no priority. So you can go back out there, paddle up the inside, make sure you get the next wave. Here's the replay of the last three. This is Dane Lewis. I really like this first turn. Kind of pushes really hard off that back foot. All he had to do was, I guess, lean over that front hip, and that was an opening score for Sawtell. Mitty James, first turn and second. He's so reliable when it comes to tag teams, but he knows that's not what he wants. He wants more than that. And then this is Sean Ward. Really love the aggressive approach he has in his surfing. That backhand turn was solid, but we all know that these guys all want more. So here we go. Dane Lewis again, really nice at first turn. Gonna get up there for a second. He rides out this time. Maybe just. We will leave that with the judges, and he's gonna come in right on time for Sawtell Boardriders and send their second surfer out there, which will be Re-qualification, their junior. And get excited because he may be little, but he is really impressive, and I'd love to see him and how he manages, all this tag team energy.
Yeah, I saw him at the Rip Curl Grom Search in Newcastle, and he's a bit of a character as well. He's a little bit cheeky. He doesn't mind, kind of making people laugh. So he's got a great energy about him. He's a great surfer, which, for Sawtell Boardriders, they'd be pretty happy to have him in their back pocket. Looks like Jess Grimwood is down there on the sand with Woolgoolga, who are waiting to lock in their first wave.
Thank you, Starling Sisters. Yes, Woolgoolga here, the newly crowned president for this season. Sam, congratulations as well. We're just having a chat offline quickly about the first club victory for you guys in the Mid-North Coast Board Battle for saltwater wine. You took the victory first year in presidency.
Yeah, the boys did a great job down there to Saltwater Port Comp, down at Bonny Hills, I believe. It was some pretty fun waves, and thanks to everyone that joined that club. The Boardriders Battle, it was great event, and yeah, Whoopi, the underdogs, took out a win, so we're all stoked on that as a club. It's good for the juniors to look up to that, and yeah, we love doing it, so bring them on, keep them coming. We're here today at the ABB, so we got Sean Ward out there surfing for Whoopi, and hopefully you can get a good win for us.
And you're saying a real core community club. What's it like coming into something like the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle? We're already into Series 11, but for you guys, kind of a fresh experience coming to this level of competition and bringing your full junior team as well?
Yeah, that's right. Like, we're pretty tight-knit up Whoopi area. You know, Coffs is pretty local for us. You know, I think we've done it last year. We went pretty good. Just wasn't enough to get through. Hopefully this year we'll give it a good nudge.
Well, we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much. We're so stoked to have you guys here and great to see what your juniors can do, Sam. We'll check on with you later and hopefully into those semi-finals later on this afternoon.
Let's hope. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jess. Well, all four finalists will see themselves a spot in the grand final. So at Burleigh Heads, Queensland. So all you have to do is make the final, but that is not an easy task, especially for these opening round heats. That first wave for Kingscliff Boardriders, a 3.8, so that leaves Mitch James. It seems like he's in and has tagged the second surfer there for the team in red, which is Dane Henry, who is the junior and power surfer. So Dane has a lot on his shoulders right now. First is Sawtell, 2.93 for Dane Lewis. So they will be setting out, as we said before, Rio Luther Bar, who's out there in the lineup, the junior surfer, and Woolgoolga. We just spoke to the president there, who seems, you know, pretty cool, calm and collected. Seems as though he's got a lot of faith in his club, in his surfers. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table for this heat. This is the last heat of the round. The next heat will be the re-qual heat. So whoever gets third moves into the re-quals.
Yeah, he was completely zen, and it's a hard place to be zen in. You know, it's quite a stressful environment. Everyone wants to win, and everyone wants to do it for their club. So the fact that he was so calm is really impressive to me, and it shows that, you know, the energy that he probably gives off to his team. I'm sure that Woolgoolga is probably a calm and confident team as well, and maybe the underdog team that we see today, maybe they're the team that makes it all the way to the final and kind of takes it to the big dogs. You know, Lebar is such a strong team for, you know, this North Coast region. So is Byron Bay. They're the reigning champions, as well as Coffs Harbour. Right now they have the highest combined total of the day so far. They got 31.46 in that opening round 1 heat 2. And Kingscliff have made it to the grand final the last 2 or 3 years as well. So, yeah, maybe Woolgoolga will be that team that kind of dominates and takes it to all these big guys who have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like with the confidence of that tag team event that they had throughout the area, you know, they could be riding off that win. First turn there for Sean Ward for Woolgoolga Boardriders, just ripping his way through this one. This wave just actually starts to bowl up a little bit on the inside as well, so getting a couple of bonus sections for Woolgoolga. He's making the call, he's running in, he liked the feeling of that wave, so we'll see what that locks in as for first score of Woolgoolga Boardriders. They'll be sending out Julian Turk, who is the second surfer, the second open surfer, I should say, for Woolgoolga Boardriders. Let's have a look at the replay, Jessie.
Here's the replay. So I really liked this wave. He picked off a really nice one. So that first turn kind of goes up into that section, pushes a bit harder on that one. And again, love his kind of old school style. He's got a really strong rail game, feet a little bit closer together, allowing him to push harder off his back foot. It's like a bit of an old school style. We don't see that, you know, feet close together, strong rail surfing as much anymore. But speaking of someone who does have really strong rail surfing, Jess Grimm was down there with Blake Necker to talk to us about, the Kingscliff Boardriders team.
Yeah, it's not me that has the strong rail surfing. It is most definitely this man next to me. They're called big call, but true. And also you've got Dane Henry out there.
He originally just came back for, the Australian Open yesterday. Yeah. And here he goes. No.
And you're up too. I mean, talk to us about what are you feeling? Are you just need to calm those nerves and try and block out the rest of the teams that are cheering for that last performance?
To be honest, I'm just trying to calm myself down. It's pumping. It's super fun out there. I love this type of surf. 2 foot. The wind's coming up a little bit, but you can't really complain about that. But I'm frothing with how the turnout of the waves are. But hopefully the rest of the day gets a bit better.
It's looking real good. Good luck. We'll let you go because you've probably only got about a minute till you're out there, and we hope to see some big rail smashes and work.
I'll try.
Good luck.
Let's go on the airs, but see how we go.
Next guy to Kingy.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Blake was last year in the regional qualifiers. He actually really stepped up to the occasion, and there was actually a point where I'm pretty sure the team wanted to put him as a power surfer because he actually was surfing that good for the regional qualifiers, but he was like, nah, that's too much pressure for me. I know kind of where my line is, and I know that I want to be here and stand up for the team, but there's no way I can be a power surfer. That's too much pressure. And, you know, he locked in some solid scores and really, you know, was an anchor for the Kingscliff Boardriders. But speaking of, Dane Henry, a couple of nice turns. He recently took out the Australian Open of Surfing yesterday, and with that kind of surfing that we just saw from Dane, we can see why that happened. And then straight out behind him, that was Justin for Woolgoolga Boardriders. And I also think that we saw Rio Luther get a really solid looking left of 5.5 for Sawtell Boardriders. So Dane tagging Blake Necker, who's going to make his way out into the lineup. Let's have a look at the replay for this one, Jessie.
My jaw was on the ground. That first turn was maybe the best turn I've seen all morning. Gets it for a phone climb. This oncoming section, Dane has no level under excellent surfing. That was a really nice turn from Woolgoolga, but Dane never doesn't give his best. And that is why he is honestly one of my favourite surfers. Every time he gets to his feet, he's always putting in 110% to make sure that he's not only delivering for himself, but he's delivering for his team as well. And I'm really impressed with that. I think Dane's got a really long future ahead of him, and saying a 3.8, but I have a feeling that score might be for a different wave, because in my eyes, that was a pretty excellent score.
Yeah, so that 3.8 is for the first surfer for Kingscliff for Mitch James, who started out. So waiting on that score for Dane Henry to lock in. They've sent out Blake Necker, who is the third surfer. And Justin Turk is out there for Woolgoolga Boardriders. And then for Sawtell, they have their third surfer out there, which is Jai Jackson, one of the open surfers. So waiting on scores. It's gone a little bit quiet here with the waves, but you can just feel the tension down on the beach. Even from here, you know, everyone's cheering. That it's even the silence speaks volumes.
There is Dane Henry, looking like we might get a little bit of insight into the Kingscliff team. There's just so much energy. Here we go. This is Woolgoolga. This is a better wave for their second surfer. That is Justin Turk. 3 really nice backhand turns. That first wave locked in at a 4.67, so that's going to add to their scoreline pretty substantially, I'd like to say. Still waiting for that score of Dane Henry. It was, yeah, really impressive. If the camera was on us, you would have seen me, and my face was in pure shock, which is why Drew kept talking, because I was speechless after that wave. Here we go. Here is Blake. Blake's a super progressive surfer. We definitely know he's got much more in the tank than that, but he's very consistent when it comes to airs and pushing his limits. So I'd love to see him, with this wind coming up, really kind of get a little bit more progressive. You know, we know the judges love that style of surfing. And we also know teammate Dane Henry is pretty consistent in that as well. So that last wave for Dane, a 6.9. So the best wave we've seen all morning. And yeah, rewarded really well. That was really solid surfing from Dane. A set wave, 2 really strong turns, beautiful flow. Here we go. This is Sawtell out the back true. This is Rio Luther Bar. Sorry, this, yeah, that is,
that is Jai Jackson. Yeah, so Rio locked in that 5.5, so Jai just thought he was making his way in, but he's gone up. They're sending me back out, so they want to see him on a set wave, getting some solid scores. Let's have a look at the replay, though. So a little bit of a smaller wave, but gets a solid second connection, maybe a little bit late, but they're still doing pretty well on time. But let's have another look at this 6.9 for Dane Henry. Solid first turn. That second turn was kind of just a connection, and then he lined it up for a great finish. Blake unfortunately comes unstuck on that one, so just trying to get rid of the jelly legs there. He's got, you know, Kingscliff are ahead with their time as well. They'll be sending out their next surfer, who is Ava Argyros, the female surfer. So Ava has a really solid backhand. She recently got to the finals of the Rip Curl Grom Search Qualifier. Pretty sure she will be seeing a spot in the Rip Curl Grom Search National Finals at the Urban Surf, coming up literally, I think, next week actually. So couple of scores to lock in. I mean, Sawtell Boardriders and Kingscliff both have their third surfers out there, but Woolgoolga a little bit further behind. They have their second surfer out there looking to post a score. So we'll see what... Okay, it looks like it's just locked in, so maybe their third surfer is out there already. So 4.57 for that last wave of Woolgoolga. So all teams have 2 scores locked in, 3 surfers out there. This is the surfer from Woolgoolga. That is Luke Anderson, the Masters surfer.
Whoa. Getting a little bit of drift on that last turn, so that was really nice. I think Woolgoolga looking really composed, showing that calm energy that their president was giving off without getting too hippie in here. Here's the replay of that last wave, so really nice backhand surfing. Got a little bit excited with that last turn, almost brought it all the way back around. Could he have just finished it off and brought it in for a score for Woolgoolga? Maybe, but they have a 4.67 and a 4.57, so they're probably looking to lock in something a little bit more substantial, almost coming down to the halfway part of this heat. You know, Kingscliff have a 3.8 and a 6.9, and yeah, I think that they might be on a bit of a roll, but we're not sure. Here we go. This is why they sent... Whoa. Wow, this is why they sent Jai Jackson back out there for that strong backhand surfing. That was a meaty section coming towards him and he just attacked it. So here's the replay true.
Yeah, I'd just like to say as well, this wave, you know, a little bit of a fumble there, but he recovered so nicely for that second turn, just really projecting towards the beach to ride out of that wave. So you can see why Sawtell sent him straight back out there. They'll be sending Lily Leet, who is the female surfer. She needs to make her way back out there, and they're looking for a score. So Sawtell Boardriders, they've got that 2.93 and a 5.5 for that last wave of Rio, but waiting on a score for Jai Jackson to lock in. So we'll see where that leaves them. So it's really close between first, second and third. Kingscliff have that 6.9 to kind of set themselves aside, although Blake really needs to get a good-looking score in a certain amount of time to kind of set Kingscliff aside for the lead. Although Woolgoolga and Sawtell, they've got some epic surfers, and it feels like Sawtell will have a good score to lock in.
Yeah, Sawtell will definitely have a good score to lock in. You know, Re-qualification got that 5.5, so they're actually not that far off. Jumping to the lead if they wanted to. That last wave, I actually think will probably put them into the lead. That's off the back of 3 surfers, and there it is. So Sawtell go from third to first off 3 surfers. We're still waiting for the 2 men out there in the water right now to catch their waves, and then we'll have a situation. But the aim of the game is to really have 3 solid scores from 3 surfers by 25 minutes. That's the halfway part of the heat. It gives the backhand surfers exactly their amount of time to go out there and do the exact same job that the first 3 surfers did. So, I mean, going a little bit over is okay, but the aim of the game is 25 minutes, done. That first part of your team, you know, that strong foundational part of your team, where the last 3 surfers are also maybe your quicker, reliable surfers, and they can go out there and get those mid to good range scores that can back up the excellent scores left with the surfers at the start. So here goes Blake Necker, the 3rd surfer for Kingscliff.
Yeah, Blake flying down the line. Nice first jam in the pocket there. And again for a second one, just unfortunately losing his footing there for Blake Necker. So he maybe needs to just slow it down. But speaking of some good scores, 5.5 for Re-qualification, 4.47 for that last wave of Jai Jackson. Jess Grimwood is down there with Sawtell, who are looking really confident right now.
I am, thank you. I am with Team Sawtell. They are feeling pretty confident. They're very calm. Rhea and Jai both posting some pretty decent, consistent scores for your team.
Yes, fun. I love tag team. It's heaps of fun.
And what about for Sawtell? You were just telling me you're the #1 club in this area. Could you be the #1 club in Australia?
I don't know about the #1 club in this area, but yeah, we've got a couple good surfers, and yeah, we're feeling pretty confident with how we're going.
What about out there right now for you is Lil? What's she got to do to bring it in the time for the team with the points?
I'll just get one good wave, like bank a score and then come in. Yeah.
Simple, isn't it? Very easy to do, but plenty of pressure on the shoulders.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, good luck. I'm sure all your family and friends are tuning in at home too. If they're not here on the beach, they're probably watching. Do you want to say a shout out to anyone at home?
Oh yeah, thanks Mum and Dad and everyone watching. You.
There you go, Team Sawtell. They're looking good in this round as well. They've got a surfer in the water at the moment and the waves are absolutely pumping, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jess. The waves look super fun.
Thanks,
and I tell you what, Sawtell board riders seem to be, you know, just enjoying the vibes down there today and just having fun with it.
I think the junior divisions in the ABB are maybe my favourites. The juniors and the masters, actually, because when you interview the masters when they come in, they seem a little bit puffed, but just kind of have that little bit more of the old school mentality, like I'm going to go out there, I'm going to absolutely like bank a score for my team and come in and that's my job done. Where the juniors are kind of frothing, you know. Jess said, how do you feel? Is it extra pressure? Rhea replies back, yeah, it's super fun. You know, they just froth on that little bit of an extra kick that they get and just want to keep getting back out there. And seeing that love for surfing so young is one of my favourite things. Here we go, that's Will Gould got just up and out of that one. But touching back on Blake Necker's last wave, you could see how excited he was on that wave. It was a really nice looking wave, and that second turn was really strong, unfortunately just burying the nose. But we saw how excited he was on the beach, and you can see that's really translated into his surfing. Here's the replay. First turn, really nice. Look, you can see how excited he is. Kind of double pumps that bottom turn, which I think put him onto his inside rail, coming back down. But he's just showcasing his talent, and if he can get onto another one of those waves, slow it down just a little bit like you said, I think that Blake Necker will definitely lock in a big score for Kingscliff. And then they'll send out Ava, who comes from a really talented family. Yep. You know, brother Lockie recently made the final at the Newcastle Grom Search as well, or semi-finals maybe. So, and I believe, no, he won the final at the PHILLIP Island Junior Pro.
Yes, he did. You know, the RG Ross family, they're very patriotic. They love the Boardriders Club. They love events. We see them around most of them. And, you know, I agree. As you said before, Jessie, less is more. In these events, you don't really need to oversurf the wave. If you can get pocket 5s and above, then you're sitting pretty for a final berth, pretty much. If you can get, if all of your surfers can get 5s and above, then you're looking like a pretty good team. So definitely less is more, especially in conditions like this as well. It's quite easy to oversurf these waves because it looks so fun and there's so many different options that you can kind of do with the sections out there. And, you know, I'm surprised that we haven't seen Blake really take to the sky yet, but it is still the first heat. He probably needs to just get the jelly legs off a little bit as well. There is a lot of pressure in these events. It is so different surfing in a team compared to surfing individually and for yourself. Like we heard Dakota Walters say a little bit earlier, you know, he's like, I love this event because I don't come here to surf for me. I come here to surf for my family, for my community, for my club. And that's exactly what this whole series is about. It's about putting the ego aside and surfing for your club and the club community and the spirit as well. It just really shows for, I guess, all of the teams in these events. So I'm looking forward to seeing who makes a final in this regional qualifier event and then can jag a spot at Burleigh Heads, Queensland for the grand final coming up March 9th and 10th next year.
Yeah, you definitely surf for more than just yourself in events like this. But like you said, pocket 4s and 5s will get you through. If we look at Byron and Coffs scorelines, who have already put themselves into the semi-finals, they won the first and second heat of the morning. So Byron had 3 4s, 1 5, 1 6, and 1 3, and that got them the win. So that's pretty consistent. I mean, if you average that out, that was probably averaged around like a 4.9 or just on a 5. So like you said, and then Coffs Harbour, they had a 6, 3 6s, 2 4s, and a 3. So that's really dominant surfing from Coffs Harbour. But yeah, I think there is definitely simplicity to it there. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Here we go. Blake Necker up and riding again for Kingscliff. Nice opening carve for Blake. He's going to try and get one more. Can't get another score. He's going to come in. But I think the wave prior will probably still be his best wave. That first turn was really impressive. Unfortunately, not making the second. But you can see why Kingscliff relies on him so much. He definitely didn't get the wave he wanted. But looking like we've got a bit of a set rolling through, and Woolgoolga deciding to swing on this one. Just one turn. That would be the 3rd or 4th wave for the 3rd surfer. That is Luke Anderson. So he's going to come in and tag Bonnie Hills, who is a really impressive young surfer. And we've spent a little bit of time with her up and down the East Coast. So I'm excited to see her in a team environment, see how she goes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's hard being a female surfer, especially if you're out there with a couple of other guys. You need to really hold your own, especially with no priority in these events. So the hassle turns, it's different hassling with other women out there compared to hassling with guys. They're a little bit more aggressive, so you have to bring that same sort of mentality. But it looks like we're going to have an all-female lineup out there. All 4 of the female surfers, all 3 female surfers for the teams will be out there. That last wave for Blake Necker, 3.03. So Kingscliff extending their lead. They're still in first. Sawtell in second. Woolgoolga third. And this looks like Lily Lee up and riding on this one on her forehand. Just trying to connect this one. Unfortunately, doesn't get a finish there for Lily. But she'll make her way back out there. There's still a fair bit of time.
Yeah, 18.5 minutes to go. There is still a bit of time. I think if you go off time-wise, you're looking for your full server to come in at around 16, 15, 14 minutes is kind of pushing it. But there's plenty of action out there, especially with all female surfers in the lineup, which leads us to touch into She's Electric, and we're going to have a little look at the She's Electric promo.
Will you be discovered next? You be discovered next? You be discovered next? Every great female surfer started somewhere. It's getting exposure, that's the hard part. Hyundai She's Electric is back for Season 2. Simply record your best wave and submit it for the chance to win weekly prizes and make Team Electric. Team Electric will get access to expert coaching and national exposure, with the top surfer winning $5,000 cash and a VIP experience with me at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Grand Final. Will you be discovered next?
That last wave looked pretty scary. Well, the She's Electric campaign is already started as well, so you can submit your surfing. So just head over to surfingaustralia.com/She's Electric if you're over 14 years old to upload your best surfing clip. There's $35,000 worth of prizes, including $5,000 cash and a VIP experience at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Grand Final with none other than Laura Enovar, who is so much fun. That was surfer for Woolgoolga Boardriders. Just a replay there. So it looks like their 5th surfer will head out 3.6 for that last wave of Woolgoolga. So Levi Woods, the junior surfer, making the way out for Woolgoolga. So we spoke to their newly crowned president a little bit earlier. He was very calm and just, you know, having a lot of faith in his team. So we'll see where they end up in the next 16 minutes or so. But they're pretty much right on time. There's still plenty of time remaining, 16 minutes in this heat. So Ava Argyros for Kingscliff Boardriders and Lily Leet for Sawtell are out there just waiting for a wave to come through to really unleash what we know that they can do.
Yeah, I feel like this heat has chopped and changed a lot. We've seen all three teams be in the lead. We've seen all three teams be in third and second. So no one running away with this right now. We did see that 6.9 of Dane Henry. He also is the power surfer for Kingscliff. So that is a little bit of a trick up the sleeve for Kingscliff right now at this point in the heat. Here we go. This is the junior for Woolgoolga. So picking off a nice little left. There's one turn. He doesn't like it. He hops out of there. And I believe that there was more sets behind, so we'll see if any of the girls, or the ladies I should say, pull the trigger and bank a score for their team. Maybe caught just a little bit inside for both of them. So 15 minutes on the clock. I would say that Woolgoolga is managing their time the best right now. You know, they have their fifth surfer out there. He only needs to bank one wave, go in, tag the next surfer. Looking like Ava had a bit of a sniff at that one and decides to not go. Good call from Ava. So yeah, things starting to heat up, just under 15 minutes to go, and it's really close between all three teams.
Yeah, it's really close, Jessie. You know, Ava and Lily have they're going to be tagging the fourth surfer. Sam and Man will be making the way out for Kingscliff Boardriders, and then Caspian O'Donnell for Sawtell will be heading out there. Ava Argyros on a nice looking right, nice first jam in the pocket for Ava. Again for a solid looking second one and a third, getting a couple of nice connections for Ava there for Kingscliff Boardriders. She likes it. She's going to make her way in. She knows that that was a good one. So Kingscliff would be really happy with that for their female surfer. Ava making her way up the beach. She'll be sending out Sam Man and then Lily Lee out behind her on the left, just getting a little bit caught behind there for Sawtell Boardriders. You can just see the frustration there. And we can see Samba heading out. I reckon he has the most froth out of everyone down there on the beach. He's always so excited. He is hyped up about all the surfing, all the waves. So, yeah, he's got a lot of energy. We love him.
Yeah, Samba's one of my favourite people in the industry, I'd say. You know, he's so much fun to be around. He's got really great insight when it comes to surfing competitive heats. You know, he was a competitive surfer himself for many years. But that last wave of Ava, a 6.77. So really kind of rocket shipping Kingscliff out in front. So there we go. All teams have had their fourth surfer, and the situations look like this. Kingscliff Boardriders are out in the lead, Woolgoolga in second and Sawtell in third, but the energy must be pretty high down there with Kingscliff Boardriders and Ava Argyros.
Yeah, can you hear me, guys? It is high. I'm with Ava. 6.77 for that last wave. Beautiful backhand attack and nice picking of the lineup and the conditions. What was going through your mind just before that wave, Ava?
Yeah, I was just trying to give as much time as I can to Dano and Samba, so I was trying not to take too long out there, and luckily a pretty good wave came, so stoked with that, yeah.
What about the advantage for Kingscliff? I mean, when we think about the grand final at Burleigh Heads, it's a right-hand point break. You guys grow up surfing that right-hand point break style break for your Boardriders club. Would that be an advantage going into the grand final?
Yeah, definitely. I surf my backhand heaps more than I do my forehand, so yeah, it should be good, yeah.
Well, beautiful surfing for you. 6.77 got you guys back into the lead. Well done, and go and soak up the rest of this heat. It's an important one for you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Cheers, Ava. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jess. I feel like, you know, tag teams, you really have to surf them a couple of years before you can really shine, and Ava just seems to be looking really confident this year and really surfing to her ability. That wave was such a great wave, the Kingscliff 6.77, so, you know, this year seems like Ava feels more comfortable in this pressure environment. So they have Sam Man out there for the Master Surfer. Looks like Woolgoolga having a look at this one. This is Levi Woods, the junior surfer. Nice first opening carve. Wow, that frustration was, yeah, pretty solid there from Levi. He's just wanting to know, you know, what's going on? What do I need to do? as we said before, you know, less is more. Let's have a look at the replay. Really nice first turn. It was just unfortunate that he didn't get another section. But this is what those events do. They bring out that frustration. They bring out that all those different energy, all those different feelings, and it's really hard to contain it. You know, you see people claiming waves, or you see people, you know, getting really frustrated like that more in these events than you would in events like the qualifying series, challenger series, and even the championship tour as well.
Yeah, that was definitely a lot of passion from Woolgoolga. He's going to get out there and try and get another score. Here we go. This is Sawtell. This is a nice looking section. Kind of drifts the fins, pushes that a little bit more, and yeah, just one nice turn from Sawtell. That was their master, Caspian O'Donnell. So looking in, does he come in? Does he go back out? There's just over 10 minutes. The team sends him back out there. Here we go. Samba Man looking at this left out the back. We'll cross back to him in a second. Here's a bit more of a close-up replay of this last one. So I like it. I like the turn. I thought it was super fun. Pretty impressive, but the team may be looking for more. And Samba Man will get a replay of that last wave. So he was just finishing off his wave as the master surfer for Kingscliff, and they're going to send out Dane Henry. Here's the replay, True.
Yeah, so Samba just gets that one. Wow, solid turn there for Samba Man, really ditching the fins. So Samba will make his way in. There we see Dane Henry, the power surfer for Kingscliff, making his way out. Dane, you know, you can kind of see him put a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but I feel like that's when he really shines. Here we go, Levi. We saw some passion from him earlier. Nice first turn. He gets around this section. So he needs to get a decent connection here, and he does for Woolgoolga Boardriders, so that's a little bit better. You can see him just rip off his leggy. Bit of a stumble there. The best of us have done it. I know that I definitely have, and looks like Levi is going to sprint up the beach. Those long legs just making it a little bit of an easier effort for Woolgoolga. They'll be sending out their next surfer into the lineup. So that is Sean Ward, the power surfer for Woolgoolga Boardriders. That last wave of Samba Man, a 1.67. So judges not deeming that wave complete. Kingscliff Boardriders still in the lead though. This is Levi, that last wave.
Yeah, that last wave locked in at a 4. I really liked that first turn, and he gets this one up vertical again for a last one. Yeah, it kind of put Woolgoolga right back into contention. There's just a quick up and out for Sawtell, so that's their master surfer. He's having a look again. He knows the clock is ticking, decides to opt out of that one. So Dane Henry out there as the power surfer for Kingscliff. And we are going to cross down to Jess Grimwood, who has Samba Man, and we were pretty impressed with that last wave.
Yes, the beach was impressed with that last wave too. That was a giant jam, but the judges weren't impressed with the completion, Samba.
Well, I'm going to compare it. Actually, I can't compare myself to Kelly, but the wave of pipe that he got, where he rides on the foam ball on his stomach, it felt good. Yeah. So I'm going to claim it for me. But no, it's cool. Like, you know, Dane and those guys are so good. I'm the kind of the timekeeper. And so give them time to get the scores. Yeah.
What about a lot on your plate, you know, in your personal life? When you come to an event like this, is it kind of added pressure? There's a lot going on, or do you feel that relief getting to go back to the roots of surfing and the team spirit?
I was up at a Sharpie this morning, and it's like a reunion every time you come here. It's so good, you know. This is like the history of surfing is here right now, and I've done these things for like 15 years, I reckon now. And so I feel like I'm used to it, but the nerves are always there, but it's always good being a part of it. I think it's my favourite event for sure.
Well, we give you the nods on the beach there for the club spirit, and especially that last big jam. Love to see it, Samba. We can't wait for the next round.
Yeah, I felt kind of like a new school a little bit, but it's probably old school. I don't know.
Beautiful. Thanks, Samba. Thank you, guys.
There you go.
Thanks, Jess. Well, Samba feeling pretty happy with that one, although the score's not really reflecting his emotions there. But Dane Henry flying down the line, puts it up there for a finish, and he gets it. So Dane gets a score for the team in Kingscliff. He is the power surfer. They finished with about 6.5 minutes to go. Dane still has to get into that Oakley battle box, though, but he's got plenty of time to do it. He can just cruise to make his way in.
Yeah, I know. It's not a long walk up the beach, but Dane, I don't know, looking like he maybe isn't happy with that last one, but I thought it was a pretty nice finishing push for Kingscliff. So there was that opening carve that we saw racing down the line. I honestly think he was thinking air.
Yeah.
He was thinking progressive, but then that team mentality probably kicked back in and he was like, you know what, I should just finish this wave. It's a tight heat. I'll just bank a score for Kingscliff and make sure we get through. But I'm sure if they had a bit more of an edge on the other teams, he probably would have been taken to the sky, definitely. But still, a 5.17 locking in for Dane. So I'd like to think that Kingscliff have made their way through to the semi-finals, but it's been such a tight heat all events. So here we go. This is Woolgoolga getting the inside of this one, deciding to go left. Nice first turn, puts it up again. This is a great looking wave for Woolgoolga. Gets a third. They're going to make their way in. So that was a really nice wave for their power surfer, Sean Ward. 5 minutes to go. Sawtell. It's Dane Lewis out there as their power surfer, and he's probably going to need a big score.
I'm not going to lie to you. When I saw him going left, I was going, oh no. Why is he doing that? Because we haven't really seen that many lefts this heat, but he chose that wave really well. It looked like it was going to, run off, but he surfed it to a T for Sean Ward for Woolgoolga. So that locked in 4.73 for Woolgoolga Boardriders. So Sawtell, they pretty much need an 8 to get to second. Otherwise, we'll see them in the Re-qual round, which is next, with Lebar Boardriders, Port Macquarie and Angowrie. So they have to surf, of course, back-to-back heats, which, one heat is exhausting within itself. So back-to-back is, it's definitely a challenge, and it's a big one that you have to just really try to maintain those energy levels. There's the BC protein bars down there, of course, so those things will be coming in handy for back-to-back heats and any heat in general.
I think as well with Sawtell, Dane Lewis is their opening surfer and their power surfer, so maybe to give him a little bit of a break, give him the energy he needs, they might need to change up their run or schedule of surfers, I guess, or they might go, nup, Dane, suck it up, get back out there. So 3.5 minutes to go. He needs one more wave to sign this heat off for Sawtell, and then he'll be straight back out there again.
Yeah, well, he's waiting for a wave here. I mean, it's definitely not out of reach. They need about an 8 to go to second, give or take. So, just about 3 minutes to go. Dane Lewis, power surfer for Sawtell Boardriders, waiting for something magic to come through. Kingscliff Boardriders solidifying their place in a semi-final here, but it is now between second Woolgoolga and Sawtell, who will move on through to the semi-finals and who will go to that dreaded Re-qual heat. It's already looking really stacked. Lebar, Port Macquarie and Angowrie. That's a stacked Re-qual heat. But this is, of course, a stacked regional qualifier as well for North New South Wales. Looks like there's a little bump coming here though, Jessie.
Yeah, I saw he was having a sip at this first one, but I said, I think there might be more just in the back of my mind. So here we go, power wave. This is Dane Lewis. Really nice turn. Got a little bit of inspo from Samba Man, I'd like to think. Just the one turn. It's not going to be the 8 that they need, but they are going to be able to cross the line with time under their belt. They're not going to lose the 5 points. And yeah, that man right there, Dane Lewis, will be able to get ready for the repechage round. Just one extra heat to surf, but they can definitely still make it to the final. They just need to stay composed and make sure that they keep their energy up.
Yeah, absolutely. We could see Lebar making their way through. So, looks like Kingscliff Boardriders and Woolgoolga potentially moving on through to the semi-finals. Sawtell into the Re-quals. Don't go anywhere. Lebar, Port Macquarie and Sawtell Boardriders for the Re-quals heat. Coming up next, we'll be right back after this break.
Some call me the next big thing. Then the same people said I'd never make it back. I've never paid too much attention to the noise. Control what you can control, block out the rest. The only expectations that matter are the ones that you set for yourself.
Hyundai Kona, imagined to be bold.
Every great female surfer started somewhere. It's getting exposure, that's the hard part. Hyundai She's Electric is back for Season 2. Simply record your best wave, then submit it for the chance to win weekly prizes and make Team Electric. Team Electric will get access to expert coaching and national exposure, with the top surfer winning $5,000 cash and a VIP experience with me at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Grand Final. Will you be discovered next?
All new Hyundai Kona, imagined to be bold.
Welcome back to the Australian Boardriders Battle. We have the Hyundai regional qualifiers here for the Northern New South Wales region. This is the Re-qual heat. Looks like we have Liba in the red, Port Macquarie in the white, Sawtell in the yellow, and Angari is out there in the blue. So we have started this Re-qual heat. First and second move through the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is the battleground, and well, no returns from this one. So Liba in red, thank you, True, and good morning all those viewers. ABB Northern Region ready to go. It's like the triple jump.
Yes.
Two teams are going to get through this, then take on the performers of the morning, make the final. You make Burleigh, Queensland at the National Grand Final.
It's insane, isn't it? A lot of pressure for these regional qualifier events. You know, everyone wants to get to that grand final, and I feel like there's a lot of, you know, scrapping a lot of great heats. We saw Kingscliff take out that last heat. Dane Henry put on a great display. Sam Mann actually had one really great wave, one solid turn, but they didn't deem it complete, but he was really stoked with it.
Yeah, well, the panel of judges have spoken, but I'll tell you what, that layback, that was a bit like his buddy Mick Campbell, you know, the goofy footer who was runner-up on the CT and Samba, doing battle on the QSs. And he's a powerhouse. Samba he literally opens a morning with a cup of coffee with 3 shots in it, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
He just froths all day long like a super coffee.
Yeah, he does. He's got so much energy. He's always got such a positive attitude. So that's a real feather in the cap for Kingscliff. But Labar, Port Macquarie, Sawtell and Angari have to battle it out in this Re-qual round. This is where the elimination starts.
Yep, this is Series 11. Liba have been to 10 of the grand finals. They're looking to make it and forget last year. Port Macquarie, well, they were the ones that took Liba out last year. They're looking to go again. They know where any weak points are. Sawtell, well, that's just down the road from Coffs Harbour, the host board riders. They've got some power punches. And then you've got Angari. They're just frothing to be here. They could just, you know, get in tune with the waves and the turns and complete it to the semi-final, True.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like Jess Grimwood is down there with Labar board riders who see themselves a spot in this Re-qual heat.
I am, thank you. And it is kind of hard to believe Labar in the repertoire round. They're trying to wiggle away from me because they're seriously set on making it through this regional qualifier, guys. What would happen if you were to make it through all the way to the grand final and you won the #1 club title in Australia? Would they put up a statue of you guys in the Labar region?
Probably not, but
that statue made on the end of Lennox Point.
Yeah, and he gets every wave that he wants.
That's the dream, isn't it? Being able to walk away at the end. But first you have to get through this repechage round, and here we go. Talk us through this one.
Big snap. Is he going to hit? Oh, yeah. Oh.
So that was Woody. He just fell on the final manoeuvre, but they've still got plenty of time. Good luck, guys. Surfers 4 and 5 on the roster. Any secret weapons going into this repechage?
Have fun and do turns.
It's as simple as that, guys. Hopefully we see these guys moving on through these regional qualifiers. They've been one of the top clubs across the 11 series. So good luck, Libar. Thank you.
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, that was something that Jessie and I were actually talking about earlier. Less is more.
Yep.
And if you're having fun out there and you're kind of just surfing the wave to, I guess, the wave's capacity, then, you know, you're doing well. Pocket fives are going to see you in a final here.
Yeah, I like that wave of Woody if we can get that replay about a couple of big turns, and I love that the junior Groms, that they're in the swear jar as well.
Yes.
At the end of that commentary from our Groms, Max McGilvray from Libar and Keenan. Look at that, first turn, bigger wave. I love those 2 turns, and just that last one, that's where sometimes you just got to go less is more. Just finish that second turn, get out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, still a great first wave, though, for James Wood, just bringing the fireworks. Quick in and out there for Sawtell. Looks like Port Macquarie maybe got a finish on that one. Whoa, hold the phone.
I just saw the nose point to the beach and a nice little, well, called cheese whiz, or we're going to call that one an air rev. We'll check it out, whether it's a credit card high. Well, the judges, they are right on the spot. And beautiful place here at Macaulay Beach, Coffs Harbour. Look at the foreground, you've got the shore of the Jetty Beach, you've got Parky Beach there. We've held many a contest there, big waves. Like we even towed in the young Groms in a junior series 2 years ago with Andrew Lindsay, and it was that big we had to tow them out legally with a couple of lifeguards just to get them out there. And they dominated for 14-16. Here we go for White. Looks like Kale. Is he off the GNS? Yes, he is. Nice little air rev. Kicks the tail. I'm calling that's around a 6-point ride there for Port Macquarie.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really nice wave there for Kale Enfield. He'd be feeling happy with that. Looks like they've already sent out their second surfer. I think it was Kelly Mills for the Open. So we'll see what that locks in as. I liked it.
Yeah, and I feel it got the job done, whether it's a 5 or a 6, and then you're looking at Woody, he'll be looking for another wave for Libar. He's got one under his belt. It locks in once he crosses the line. They can get a few waves. That's the good thing about the format, as we talked about. There's 6 potential waves locked in if they get them. But if one surfer decides to go out there, unless they're the power surfer, they can make those fall-offs and really decide, but they do chew time in doing that.
Yeah, they do, and that's the stressful moments, you know, that the time, that's the one thing that you just can't stop, and you really need to be onto it. You know, we've seen in the last couple of heats people who have been running out, just tagging their watch, going, okay, I've got 8 minutes. I actually set my watch for the whole 50 minutes so that I'm like, okay, well, so-and-so's taken X amount of time, which means I've only got this much amount of time. But that's the coach's job as well. They will come up to you and say, this is your job, this is what you need to do. And I tell you what, you should be on the judging panel there, Crispy, a 6.
Oh, yeah, Glenn Elliott's taught me a lot. Super judge, but I tell you what, it's known the criteria, and that was a corked air. Nice tail and nice landing. So that's what the judges reward, a good score, good start, and it puts Port Macquarie in a good spot to get the semi-final.
Absolutely, and a bit of risk as well to start this Re-qual Heat 1. I mean, it paid off for Kale. But looks like Jess Grimwood is down there with sister of Kale Enfield, Imogen, who is the female surfer for Port Macquarie.
She definitely is, and I want to hear this sibling breakdown. How did you unpack that last manoeuvre from Kale? Where did you to the judging scale?
I don't know. And then he actually kind of like got a little ramp of it. So that was really good to see. Happy for him, and hopefully our team can build off that nicely and get some positive energy going.
Definitely some positive energy, especially when we talk about juniors for Port Macquarie. You can see all the Grums just over here to the right trying to bombard you. But there's good club here, good
like we haven't really done this for many years, but we've got a really young club, so we're trying to get up and running, and all the Groms and juniors are really like supporting us, and it's super fun and it's good to give it a crack regardless of the result.
Absolutely, you're up next too, so we'll let you go and get prepared, but good luck, Port Macquarie. Thanks, Imogen.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Jess Grimwood. She is our site rep down on the beach there, doing a great job picking up all the, action down there. Imogen just replaying that wave of her brother, and that was nice of her. If that was my brother or if Jessie did that, I'd be like, awesome, so stoked for you, but why would you do that on your first wave? But, it paid off for Kale, that risk versus reward. Went in the favour of Port Macquarie Boardriders there.
Definitely being the first wave and just nailing it 100%. Like, practicing with athletes about aerials, they might make 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 3, or if you're Medina, you make 66%.
Yeah.
And it matters in that moment. So Otello, he might make 20%, but he makes it in the final, and that can be the difference in those magic moments. Right now, Port Macquarie, they are leading the charge in this team's Australian Boardriders Battle. 9 minutes has gone. One surfer is locked in, sending their second surfer out. Labar, they got a wave on the board, but Woody out there, Coach Woody, super coach, super shape, super dad as well. Do you know, in fact, he did his wedding on the chaplain, and he had a pirate wedding, so he is one of the best weddings ever.
Wow.
He married his beautiful wife Renee, and they got some beautiful kids. He's got the whole package.
Whole package. I love that.
That is your man in red. Sawtell Boardriders in yellow. And Gowrie, nothing yet for Bricknell and the crew. Can Joel Emery bring it back for Angari?
Stressful moments, especially for this Re-qual heat. Everyone wants a grand final berth at Burleigh Heads, Queensland, but you have to get through these rounds to see yourself there. Looks like Angari having a look at this left. A quick in and out there. And
look like Cooney, and then here we go for Port Macquarie and Howe.
Wow.
Looks like he's related to the man from Byron Bay with the flexibility of an Avenger.
Yeah, that was Kelly Mills, the open surfer for Port Macquarie, just picking up where Kale left off. Solid first turn, just tags it for a second one there, just kind of a bit of icing on the cake. Imogen Enfield, we heard from her earlier, she's making her way out. And seems like Angari may also have had a score. You can see Dakota Walters there just supporting Angari Boardriders Club as well, of course, originally from that area. But now surfing and representing Byron Bay, the reigning champions. Let's have a look at this replay though.
Yeah, nice replays. The Sawtell, nice little swoop, nice cutback, starts to get sharper, nice snap, and then a nice little foam rebound as he bounces in. So good score. And there's Rio Lithabar, one of the junior rising stars. This kid, goofy foot attack, stellar, A1.
Yeah, he locked in a 5.5 in that last heat that he had for Sawtell. And he's just looking really on point there. Looks like second surfer, Joel Emery for Angari Boardriders. Bit of redemption in this heat, I would say, for Joel. So a couple of scores to lock in. Labar, a little bit quiet here for James Wood. Hasn't really had a wave yet. He's taken about 12 minutes. So time is ticking for the team in red.
Go back to the first. He got the first wave. He's pulling the trigger, I reckon, on the next set, just to really isolate a couple of turns there. Look at this, just what the doctor ordered, but will this one scoop up, the left or the right? Let's see how it plays. So this is Lee Bars, James Wood, 2 times World Junior Champion, up and riding, super coach, first turn. Brings the second one, and how's the cave? Brings that one. He just buried that right.
Yeah, wow, he recovered.
Pirate.
Yeah, the
There's
pirate.
treasure down there.
The whole package. Well, James Wood makes his way in. Let's have a look at the replay. Really whippy first turn, and then puts it up there for a second. Buried the rail a little bit there, but, you know, stayed solid on his feet, and I think that Lebar would be liking that wave.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm going to say it'll come under Port Macquarie's wave, if not over. And then reflecting on his last one, I reckon he at least gets a 4.5. There's Harry O'Brien, HOB. Hello, Roberta, and the family watching. Lee Bar watching. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. This is Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, Northern Regions, 9 teams. We are down to crunching, down to 8 teams.
Yeah, very intense moments here for this re-qual round. A bunch of scores to lock in. All teams have their second surfers out there now. So, will they be able to lock in some scores? 4-4-3 for that last wave of Angari, 3-1-7 for first of Sawtell. Waiting on that first wave of James Wood for Lebar. Last of Port Macquarie, 4.3. First of Lebar, 5-1-3.
There it is right in the middle.
Yeah.
And again, judges recalling, they got that special moment to how intense, how critical was that one manoeuvre. They rewarded that a 6. So 2 turns, that second turn just got a bit caught, but still valid and sits as a 5-1-3. Good start, but time is gone.
Well, Rio Luther Bar just flying down the line on that one. 2 connections there for Rio. He's looking in, trying to decipher if he needs to make his way back out or come in. They say, mate, get back out there. You got time.
Yeah, and you know what? If Sawtell wanted to apply some pressure, I would say bring him in and send your next surfer out, because that was a good couple of turns. And I'll tell you what, that is good to have something like a 3 to a 5. That could be a moment that they might go, you know, recall that one later.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have a look at the replay though. So nice first turn for Rio. I feel like Sawtell have gone, nah, mate, we know that you can do more.
Yeah.
I'll get back to that comment though, because Gary up and riding on this one. A little bit of an inside left. Joel just getting a second connection, unable to ride out. But I was going to say, you know, it's interesting that Sawtell sent Rio back out. Sometimes that can be a real fire starter for a surfer. You know, I know for myself, if I get sent back out, I'm like, okay, I need to really surf better. But Harry O'Brien, wow, great first turn and a second one there, Crispy.
Yeah, good wave, 2 snaps and then carves around, looking for the coping on the inside. So Harry O'Brien, the emerging surfer from Lennox in the under 18s now, and the pro juniors, he'll be beckoning with the World Surf League 23-24. He has just lapped the field back because they were a bit on the ropes.
Yeah.
He's punching above again.
Yeah, he is. He really just anchored there for the Bar Boardriders. Juniper Harper makes her way out into the lineup, so she will have an opportunity to rise to the occasion. Wow.
Wow. This is what I love. You've got the competitive savvy, pro juniors, QS, and that is Imogen Infield, and also doing the super coach with dads at Port Macquarie. And then you've got Juniper Harper running out there, and Joel Emery, everyone mixed together and, you know, ironing out. Hopefully they mark that last turn, because he stomped her, but did he ride out completely? Because they crucified Samba Man before.
Yeah, they did. And so you've got to really make that ride out a moment. So he's got to make his way in. He liked it. So we'll see where the judges go with that. So that leaves Rio Luther Bar out the back by himself, although Imogen is going to make her way back out. Juniper Harper is paddling out as well.
Right, so there we have it. So again, I was going to say that before, we had that in our first rounds. When all the surfers come in, it does leave one surfer out there, and there is that advantage, but also that pressure. Do I take, should I stay, or should I go on this wave?
Absolutely. I feel like when there's other people out there, your wave selection is probably a little bit sharper, whereas if you're by yourself, it's like, is that a good one? Or
and there's a lot of seaweed out there as well.
Yeah.
I was there yesterday, and I'll tell you what, Wayne Morrison, Samba Man, and we are going down to live at the beach. Jess Grimwood, you are with the crew on the beach.
Thank you, Mr. Crisp. I am with Alex from Angari. Alex, you guys found yourself in the repechage, but you're managing the time really well, and you might have a chance. You're back on top, getting through this and way into the semi-finals.
Yeah, we kind of have a last-minute team put together here, so first round we kind of learnt some things, and we'll see how we go. We're doing much better this time around, so fingers crossed we get through this one.
I love the zen mood of the team as well. You guys coming into this. How good would it be to surf a grand final at Burleigh Heads? I mean, you guys are so proficient on your right-hand point breaks. Would you see that as an advantage going into that grand final if you were to make it?
Yeah, we would, and we'd have some of our stronger members too, so it'll suit us down to a tee.
Beautiful. Well, good luck. It's absolutely pumping here as we're going into this afternoon, guys, and the sets are just getting bigger and bigger. Lefts, rights, everything. Keep an eye on Angari as well. They're looking good in this repechage.
That they are, Jess, and I tell you what, 4.43 and then a 4.43 for that last wave of Joel Emery has them sitting in third, but it's really close between first and fourth here.
It's every book moment, every chapter. So
Absolutely.
Right now, so Harry O'Brien, he delivered wave of the heat of 6.67. Try and get the replay. That red, nice vertical turns, great combo, great finish, and here we go. This is Re-qualification Bar. He's gone out there. He got that wave before. There's the first backhand turn. The junior from Sawtell, Barney Miller, one of the legend world champions, one of his biggest fans at home as well, watching and listening. Him and Cater. Shout out to them. That is Rio. Look at him. A Grom loves a Shorey.
Yeah.
And that's banked too. That'll add about a 0.3, maybe a 0.4 to your score.
That's solid. All right, let's have a look at this last wave of Harry O'Brien. 6.67 for Lebar. Two really nice connections to start this wave off, and then just having fun towards the end for Harry, and then out behind Imogen Enfield as well. This is that replay for her last wave. Just the one turn, I think she even makes her way back out. And then Joel Emery, that 4.43.
We'll leave that one.
Yeah.
I feel, these kids, they can be disciplined and then they can just leave a little early.
Yeah.
So I feel that the judges, they gave me a 4.43, but so I feel they gave him that, so they just didn't probably reward it as big as it should have been. So points go begging. Lebar in the lead. Situation change. Port Macquarie, they've had a stellar start and a good last wave of 4.3. Here's Imogen Infield. Nice little float and well.
Oh,
And so would you come in, go back, that other wave she did, the snap, the one turn, would you come in and save time for the rest of your team?
Yeah, they are decisions where, looks like she's doing that. There are moments where you either listen to your team or you make the call yourself. I never make the call. I always just look in. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Because I don't want to have any part in this. Just let me go out there and surf and you tell me if I need to come in. But Imogen, she's going to come in. That first wave for Imogen is going to bank the score. Looks like
that sounds like Lebar.
Yeah.
I think that was Lebar. You could see the shirts, you could hear the cheers. We will get to that replay, and Juniper Harper, she's singing a song.
Yeah, I tell you what, the bar, they've always had very high club spirit.
Yes.
We can always hear them on the beach. Let's have a look at this wave though for Juniper.
Good selection, and there's the swoop. Nice sharp turn. Look at the hands lifting. It's like she's under a mango tree, grabbing the mangoes and putting out fires with big kick-tail flares like that. That is a great wave. So Lebar ticking off the 5s and 6s. Now that is going to be a key moment. Port Macquarie, Imogen Enfield. That was that one turn of 377. And there it is, quick scorer, Juniper Harper.
Yeah, 4.93 for Juniper, so Lebar would be really happy with that one.
Yep. 3 surfers down, Lebar, Port Macquarie, 30 minutes remaining. That's 10 minutes a surfer, if they get it done.
Yeah, so, wow. And Gary and Sawtell kind of need to get their third surfer on a good wave and make their way in to just see themselves in a good position here. Looks like we've got a fair bit of paddling going on. No takers on this wave though.
All right, we've got the junior heading out there, Max McGilvray, again for Lebar. Max is always flying around, whether it's Taj flying or over Hawaii with the team. And right now, that is blue up and down for Angari, so that will be a send back out. Re-qualification Bar from Sawtell, the micro goofy. Down to you on the beach there, Jess.
Yeah, he is the micro, but he's got some major manoeuvres out there. What were you thinking coming all the way in on that last wave? Did you just think there's more scoring potential on that inside?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to get as many turns as I could and try to bank a decent score for Sawtell, yeah.
Well, you did the job, and you also had a great result up here as well. You got second at the Woolies Grom Comp. Is pro surfing something that's just in your grasp and you can see it in your future?
Yeah, definitely. It'd be so good to become a pro. That's definitely my goal.
What about representing Sawtell and the colours, the yellow and black on the sand here today? What would it feel like taking the win for the team?
Yeah, it'd feel pretty good. That'd definitely be a goal.
Beautiful. Well, good luck, mate. The rest of your team is still in the water, so we'll keep a close eye on them, but you've got to make it through this repechage first. Good luck, Sawtell.
Thanks heaps.
Thank you, guys. That's Rio. Keep a good eye on him. He's a weapon.
He sure is, Jess, and he is full of energy as well, Rio Luther. He did pretty well at the Ripkel Grom Search qualifiers recently at Newcastle. So Rio just flying the flag for Sawtell.
I think he even maybe have taken out Skull Candy as well at Lennox Head.
Yes.
The biggest Grom comp in the world. That was Rio Luther. Nice little replay as well. Thank you to the broadcast team, Chris and all the crew, Sam on the beach, and all the team here at Surfing Australia. And again, MySurf TV, check out the replays.
Absolutely. Well, third surfers are out, or fourth surfers actually, out there for Labar and Port Macquarie third surfers. For Angari and Sawtell, time is ticking away for all four teams. Looks like Max McGillivray is out there for Labar Boardriders. He is a force to be reckoned with as a junior surfer. He's got such a strong talent. We just haven't really seen him be able to open up on anything here yet today.
Yeah, I reckon they'll be looking at wave quality and wave height, because that is what's been paying. You know, Dakota Walters from the get-go this morning just opened, you know, with some big manoeuvres and big waves, and the judges are rewarding big turns, big manoeuvres on the biggest waves as well. Key moments. And I'll tell you what, I was doing it. We're at the halfway mark now, 25 minutes. If every surfer of the 6 waves that are locked in gets a 4, that's 24 points. That's a pretty good average for getting through your heat and into the final.
Yeah, that is a really solid average. I think we actually saw that, you know, getting a second place or maybe even a first in the first 3 heats of the day.
Yeah, 27.34, and that was Kingscliff, and 31.46 of Coffs Harbour. So, you know, getting 5s, getting those 5s and 6s.
Yeah.
And knowing what that wave is worth as well. You're not going to get that on the shore.
No way. No way. Well, looks like Gary sending out their 4th surfer. That is Lockie Coulton for the team in blue. So scores to come through for that last wave of Liliana B. Young for Angari. Sawtell looking for their 3rd surfer to get a wave here.
Tell you what, to break in the sets and the waves. Let's hear it from Hyundai, the She's Electric Hyundai. Don't forget, under 14, true. What do you do? Film it, send it. What are we going to win?
Well, there's $35,000 worth of prizes. So including a $5,000 cash giveaway and also a VIP experience at the Hyundai ABB Grand Final in Burleigh Heads, Queensland with none other than Laura Enover.
Your mate, North NARRABEEN.
Bloody legend.
So she is a big wave ambassador.
She
and
sure
pro
is.
surfing as well.
Yep.
That's really what's next. I think she's going to, I don't know, do another movie.
Yeah.
Maybe get in the theatre.
Yeah. She's a character. We love her. So, and I'm sure that she has, you know, she's competed in these ABB events for such a long time as well. She has so much experience around here. She knows, I guess, you know, what to do and what is good surfing. I feel like when you surf these events, you kind of tailor it different to how you would surf in a QS. You know, you want to get completions, you want to get good scores, like you would in any event. But here, you're not just surfing for yourself, you're surfing for your club, your team, your community, or as, you know, Jessie said earlier, your village. And every single club has so much spirit and passion just because they want to make that grand final. And then once the grand final comes around, I feel like everything just levels up. The tensions are higher, the stakes are higher, everyone is so much more excited to be there, and then that's when you can see, you know, so much more passion. People claiming waves, people getting really frustrated, and it's hard to kind of tame that in those events because it is such a exciting moment.
Well, all the way from the first 3 at Cronulla and then Newcastle, literally the last 7 years. It's going to be exciting and challenging at the same time, being at Queensland Burleigh, but it's one to look forward to, the grand final. But right now we are in the Re-qual. Labar holding fort after 3 waves locked in, a 16.73. Port Macquarie from a great start. again from the Enfield family and the Port Macquarie team. Great heritage there at Port Macquarie as well. 1407 and Gary. They're just celebrating B here, and they're just in a really good flow state as well. And Gary Boardriders and Sawtell, again with Re-qualification Bar for the under-18s. Anything can happen.
Absolutely. Anything can happen, I feel like, throughout this whole season. We've got the Le Specialist in sun protection since 1977, Latan.
I was 2 then. That's when I started surfing. Got a picture
Wow.
of me too. And Litan has been going really good for a really long time.
That it has. So Latan just supporting all the surfers down there. It is a solid day, and here we go, Labar.
Oh, he's at one of those key moments. A nice little floating turn, then snaps. This is Max McGillivray. He's going to the gallows, or maybe to the big banana, but that is a long wave and great completion.
Yeah, that is for Max. He's trying to get a little bit more of a connection there, maybe to lengthen that run. Wow, he got that wave all the way down the beach. He's going to have to get his running legs on, and you can see surfer there for Sawtell.
Yep. So 21 minutes.
Yep.
Labar have brought it back from the ropes.
Yep.
Again, bit of time used by Woody, but the coach knows best.
He does.
And he's performed best, and Harry O'Brien's gone out there, Juniper's gone there, and Max has got this wave. Look at this replay of yellow. We'll go back to blue and yellow's wave later, but right there, when you don't complete your second turn, Joel Emery or Sawtell, compared to this, you got to get the wave, you got to take what's in your hand, and then he's just pulled the ears back and he's gone bananas at Coffs Harbour.
Yeah, that he has. Max just really showing us what he's got. Just stepping it up a level from that first heat for Max McGillivray, so Labar will be happy with that. 6.23.
Small wave, but he got it done. And that is what you do because, well, here's some sets now. So the ocean's starting to talk to us again, but 20 minutes as the 50-minute heat winds down and nothing on offer there. So again, we'll go back to that. Should have yellow and blue come in before. Yes, they should have, because they would have been in a better moment. So we'll see how that out plays. 20 minutes to go.
Wow, so time is ticking away for this re-qual heat. First and second will see themselves a spot in the semi-finals. Third and fourth will bow out of this event, and their chance at a grand final berth will have faded away, unfortunately, for this year. This is Series 11, so 11 years that this has been going on, this Australian Boardriders Battle, which is pretty insane.
Do you know what was funny about the first series? Allura Boardriders, my first Boardriders, they won the teams event.
Oh,
but
wow.
because it was the format of you surfed individually, your Masters, your Women, your Open, they didn't win because all the points were everything.
Oh.
So Allura thought they won.
Wow.
But Snapper, Parko, and who can beat Parko?
Yeah.
That was Mitch Parko.
Yep. Strong team.
Strong team.
Well,
back in the day?
Back in the day, yeah. Well, there's only, out of the whole 11 years that this has been running, there's only 2 clubs who have won the Australian Boardriders Battle twice. Snapper and North Narrabeen.
I was going to say that. Your club.
Yeah.
Powerhouses. And look at the waves, wave quality. And it all starts with the Boardriders as well.
Yep.
All those hubs. And the emerging hub, what's exciting, people like Ngari, they're starting to get, you know, support, and these events enable them to buy more, to develop their juniors, buy some more tents, or maybe a PA system, junior development, and that's what will grow the Boardriders, both in Australia and then the other worlds have got their eyes on us as well. They love that we lead in surfing as well.
Yeah, well, and as well, if you make it through to the finals, you walk away with a little bit of cash in your back pocket as well for this event. And then also a spot in the grand final, which is amazing. So the club's just really wanting to support, as you said, their junior development, which is, I guess, that's the next generation for all the clubs here. That's who you're going to see in these ABB events in the years to come.
Great initiatives as we see that is in red. Keen and Crisp looking for a bit of tussle. There's the goofy foot away down the line, and yellow on that set as well. I don't know, I reckon he might come in on that, or he might be sent out. He's got 18 minutes remaining. But yellow got a wave, and I reckon they're playing catch-up for Sawtell. I think that is James Hill.
Yeah, well, Sawtell need to really get themselves back into this heat. One solid turn there for the team in yellow. I think that maybe was Jai Jackson, but
yeah, I think
we'll
it was. So Labar getting a wave, just not getting that end coping section. So they've got time. Again, go back to it. You get through your surfers, you enable time for when you don't complete a turn or get the wave with the coping.
Absolutely. Well, that looks like a surfer for Port Macquarie there. That is their fourth surfer, Archie Branch. The junior, they'll send out their master, which is Michael Van Der Ver. So he'll be getting into the lineup.
Okay, here's one for you.
Yep, shoot.
16.5 minutes remaining. Lebar's in the lead, Port Macquarie second. With the progressions to the next heat, do you want to take on Byron, Saltwater or Woolgoolga? Or do you want to take on Kingscliff, Coffs Harbour or Cabarita? Heat 1 or 2?
Wow.
First thoughts?
First thoughts? They're both pretty evenly matched, you know. Probably semi-final 2 just to give yourself a bit of rest, to be honest.
You don't want to take on Byron Bay.
The
Right.
reigning champs.
There it is. Drew Starling. And again, focusing on getting through the requal first.
Yes.
And then resetting and taking on semi 1 or 2. You just got to take what's in your hand.
Yeah.
Got to do it again, Sally.
Exactly.
And make that final.
Yeah, you'll be against the ball anyway, so I feel like either heat doesn't matter. That looks like Blake Necker from Kingsley for free server down the beach there, just getting a couple of waves under his belt. I feel, I don't know. I feel like both semi-finals are stacked and you have to surf against them anyway, but for a little bit of a rest, semi-final 2 is probably the option, but looks like we could have a little bit of motion in the ocean out there. Keenan Crisp looks like he is having a paddle at this one, so flying down the line and gets a quick float there, just projecting through, comes off the bottom nicely for Keenan. Rips it around again. Will he get a little completion? Just finding another wave like Max McGillivray did. So Keenan, they're going to call him in. And they'll send out the power surfer for Labar Boardriders.
That's what he's going to go for an air. Right there, but he floated. That's okay. There was a surfer there as well. So negotiated that one well. Nice little carve. Again, I think they've done enough. Bring him in and give Woody not 2 minutes, let's give him 14 minutes.
Yeah, that is a real switch compared to that first heat. You know, Woody didn't have that much time out there from the first heat, so Labar have really come back a little bit stronger in this one. That is Lily Leet for Sawtell.
I feel they've lifted their intensity.
Yes.
Even in the paddle then you could see with Max and with Keenan, with Harry and Juniper. Woody, he paddles hard anyway, but the intensity was in the paddle to get those bigger waves.
Especially that first wave for Woody as well. A little bit more intent as well, especially with that first solid turn. You could just see that he was fired up. He really wanted to get a solid score on the board to start the heat. And I feel like, you know, for these teams events, your surfers run off the back of that first surfer. 3.8 for that last of Keenan Crisp, which just goes nicely in there for Labar. So they're extending their lead. This is the replay for that last wave of Port Macquarie.
Yeah, nice carve, and again Port Macquarie holding second. So Sawtell and Gowrie, they need to lift. And again, 13 minutes, they've got to not reflect on that shoulda, coulda, woulda. They've just got to take what's in hand and go big.
That they do. So Caspian making his way out for Sawtell Boardriders.
I was going to say, he's got to be the 35 and over, or is that a hairstyle? Like
Pretty,
Eminem.
Yeah, I think that could be the Masters surfer. We saw him in that last heat. He actually had some really good waves. So looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table.
Tim Chalmers, no slouch, over 35 surfer. And again, you look at even NSB, North Shelley Boardriders, their masters, even Adam Melling, who's out injured for Labar. Hopefully you're feeling well. So many masters like B. Durbidge, Parko, they go in the Masters, not the Opens, and they're still ripping and shredding, showing what World Tour surfing is like in Australian Boardriders Battle.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've got to have some solid teams, and you have to have a certain sort of mindset to surf in these teams events as well. Oakley just supporting these events, as we've got the Oakley Battle Box down there where everyone needs to be running in and out of, tagging their teammates. So that's a moment where, you know, you can really make or break, especially within the last few minutes of the heats as well.
Yeah, and Oakley and Bowie, shout out to them. They've always been a proud official eyewear sponsor of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. And again, the changeover area, it is the Oakley Battle Cage. We love that. It's at Coffs Harbour. And I'll tell you what, they throw fruit at you if you don't get into that cage. And the Oakley Prison, the Performer Award as well, that's up for grabs.
It is up for grabs throughout the whole series. So that was, I believe, Geordie Bricknell. Oh, sorry, no, that's actually the fourth surfer, Lockie Coulton for Angari. Nice first turn there, little fumble, but he recovered well for a finish for the fourth surfer for Angari Boardriders. So they're running a little bit behind on time, but that's okay. They'll be setting out another surfer here. So that looks like the Masters surfer, Alex Cooney for Angari. Solid run to get out there. They've got just under 11 minutes to go and 2 surfers to lock in, so it's, you know, it's going to be close for Angari.
Yeah, I feel Labar have done enough. They've just got to finish, and it's about training for the semi-final. Port Macquarie, they've got to play their cards right, because Angari just locked in a 3.7, and with their 5th surfer paddling out, they are very close to eclipsing Port Macquarie, and then they'll know what it felt like 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Port Macquarie needs to just do 0.38 better than Angari does, because Angari, that's all they need is 0.38. So really, really close heat, this one, between 2nd, 3rd and 4th as well. Labar have just set themselves aside.
Yeah, he's dropped anchor.
Yeah.
The pirate.
Which is what we're used to seeing from, you know, such a strong team as well, just really dominating from the start. So to see them in this re-qual round was a little bit surprising, but we said, you know, maybe this can be a good thing for Labar, you know, just to kind of get the feet in the wax, kind of feel it out a little bit more. So we'll see what the back 9 and a bit minutes of this heat has in store.
Well, the sand's been pretty bad at Atlantic, so yeah, probably be a few months before it's worth surfing there. That's what they're saying.
Yep.
Yep. No sand down there. So
nothing. Don't
up
even
to
bother.
Snapper. Yeah, go practice at Cabra or Snapper.
Yeah.
Plenty of ways up there. All right, here we go. Well, under 10 minutes remaining. Labar need one more wave, and they only get one more wave. Port Macquarie, they have their 5th surfer out there. Looks like he's on the inside. Might get this little chip in, and it's a paddle, but he doesn't lose it because his hands didn't leave the rail.
Well, that is the master surfer, Alex.
Whoa. Rock and roll.
Wow.
Rhythm and blues for the Angari surfer. He's going to head back out. 9 minutes.
Big call.
Joel Emery is the power surfer. He'll whip out there. It's about a 30-second run from the Oakley battle box. It's Sawtell. They need their master surfer to strike, and then their surfer. Let's look at the replay. This is the man Cooney, and nice little vertical hit, nice snap, and then goes for that nice little rock and roll. I'd say if he landed that rock and roll floater, come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looks like Port Macquarie there, just trying to finish this one off pretty much right on the shore. Puts it up there. Does he get a finish? He does, and you can see the team just cheering away for Port Macquarie Boardriders. So that was Michael van der Ver. So he'll make his way into the Oakley battle box with 8 minutes to go and tag the power surfer, Cale Enfield.
Yeah, former QS surfers. Look at this Hyundai replay, and just generates. It's a smaller wave, but he got it done, got around that section most of us wouldn't even make, and he manages to just get that last finish, kick it around, and bring that nose back to the beach, and, well, job done. Send out the power surfer.
Absolutely. He did what he needed to do, and he did it pretty well. So looks like Jess Grimwood is down there with the team from Angari. They're sitting in a really close third here, Jess.
Oh, they are very, very close to finding themselves in the semi-final, Geordie. What was the score poster for your last wave, putting you back into the mix?
A 3 or a 4. I don't know yet.
And what do you guys need now to make it through? Look, there's a wave coming.
We need like a 0.2. And now, here we go.
Lockie, is that a 0.2? Looks like more than a 0.2 to me.
Yeah, I reckon.
All right, stand by, guys, because this is going to be the most important score for Angari. They're in third. They're calling him in. And if he makes it back into the box, he'll avoid that 5-point penalty, and they may make it through to the semi-finals. Stand by for this last score, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jess. We also saw James Wood getting the power wave there for Labar Boardriders, so they are done and dusted with 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
But that last wave of Port Macquarie, 3.33. So Port Macquarie have extended their second. So Angari now need a 3.71. They're trying to call in that last surfer because they still need their power surfer to get out there.
Yeah, definitely. So it's the game of small numbers. Now, I love the way Woody just picked one. You know, it started to run off and he just decided to do that nice little extended floater. Stomps it. Might get around a 3 and he gets a 2.4. I was going to say 2.5 to 3. It's a 2.4, but what that does, it closes Lebar's calendar. They've booked a spot in the semi-final, so job done to get to the semi. One more step for them to get to the final. So 29.16, it's all about that second spot. So Port Macquarie just ahead on surfers and coming in a bit quicker than Angari and Sawtell.
Yeah, and you can see Angari there. They're just trying to get their surfer in. He wasn't happy with that last wave, you know. He really wanted to show what he can do and showcase his surfing here, and sometimes there are moments where you need to put the ego aside, or you simply just didn't hear that your team is calling you in. Looks like the fifth surfer, Caspian, wow, unfortunately coming unstuck for Sawtell. And at the back, Angari Boardriders, they're having a look at this one. One turn there and gets a second one in, so that's a better looking wave for Angari. He needs to come in now. There's 5 minutes to go. They're saying, come in, mate. We need to send Joel Emery back out with 5 minutes.
Okay, go back to Woody's wave, a 2.4. Back to Port Macquarie's wave, a 3.33. I feel that wave sits in that range.
Yeah.
Of around a 3. That puts Angari with it's whoever the power surfer is, Joel Emery versus surfer in white, Cale Enfield, on his new improved board as well. Air Rev.
Yeah.
6.0. Can he do it again?
Yeah, can he and will he? Because they're stressful moments.
Well, this is it. Whoever applies the pressure crosses the Oakley battle box. And Gowrie versus Port Macquarie. Lebar has sewn up their spot in the semi-final. We'll find out. Will they go in semi-1, Dolly Doctor, or will they go into semi-2?
Yeah.
Chris from broadcasting. What is the progression?
Wow, so that's crazy. I feel like I think all three teams that aren't finished will have this power surfer out there. We saw Caspian from Sawtell. You can hear, you know, the cheering from the teams. Looks like someone got something. So, wow.
Think what happens in the last 5 minutes as an athlete. You've been in plenty of QSs, pro juniors. You're out there with your rash shirt.
Yep.
You hear the commentary.
Yep.
The urgency in the voice. You see the colours, the yellow flag. Your watch is buzzing. Everything's happening. You've just got to contain it. Get away.
Yeah, so Angari just moved up into second place. Jess Grimwood, they would be really stoked with that. Well, we will get back to that. But prior to that, so Angari moved to second, 3.9 for that last wave.
Wow.
It is less than a point, 0.19 between Angari and Port Macquarie Boardriders for second and third. So Port Macquarie has to get a better power wave by 0.19 than Angari.
That is the difference. And wow, Angari have brought it back. So Joel Emery, and it's one wave. You can see the intensity. Cale Enfield versus Joel Emery. Look at this one. Joel Emery paddling, but pulls back.
Wow.
So time 2.5 minutes. Plus they got across the line. So get this. Say white get a small wave, come in, cross the line. Blue don't get a wave. And Port Macquarie are through.
Yeah, you have that dreaded 5-point loss. So you can see Port Macquarie, Cale Enfield just, hey mate, please tell me how much time I have. I need to figure this out.
Hasn't got to watch. That's the learn. If they lose, and again, don't just wave your hands. I'd be paddling and looking at that ocean. Well, welcome all those. A Hyundai Series 11 Australian Boardriders regional event. We've started the morning with 10 board riders, and we are going to be down to 8 literally in 1:40. Leading the charge, Labar, they're back.
They're back.
Intensity's back on, the coffee's hot.
Yep.
The cakes are good. They must have had a Coffs Harbour cake from Tracy, because I tell you what, they are serving banoffee, lemon meringue.
Oh, yum.
Caramel delights.
So in this moment, do you sacrifice a score, catch a wave like we see Cale Enfield? Wow. Okay, one turn for Cale. That will take them to second, which means
Let's
the
give
pressure.
it a 3. Let's give it a 3.
Yeah, so the pressure will be back on Angari with literally 1 minute to go.
So Joel Emery's got to do the turns, or a better turn, or same turn, and cross the line.
Yeah. And we're so used to seeing Port Macquarie in the grand final as well.
Yeah.
But will Angari be able to get a grand final berth? We'll find out in 45 seconds.
Here we go.
Wow.
Joel Emery, can he bring it? First ever for Angari. Nice little junior carve. Again, and a snap. Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
35 seconds. I feel Angari may get it.
Wow.
I feel the carve, bigger wave and snap. He needs to run like there's no tomorrow.
He does. 25 seconds. They need a 2.29.
And then they've thrown it to the judges. Here we go.
Wow. Okay, he's got to make it in the box.
Angari, forever. Brad Bricknell was correct.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, waiting for scores.
3.03. So, Angari go to second. Sawtell, they needed a big score, but they didn't ride out. So, looks like Angari will see themselves in the semi-finals with Labar Boardriders.
Go back to the tenaciousness of that 5th surfer. Went back out, missed the rock and roll snap. All those moments as a team.
Yep.
Lily B. Young and Gary, you are through to the semi-final.
Wow.
What a wrap. Labar take a win, and Gary just frothing. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. And Port Macquarie, they know what Labar felt like last year. Sorry, guys. And Sawtell Boardriders, great surfing, guys, but, well, 2 teams through. We're going to go shortly to a break, and we'll see you back with semi-final action here at the Australian Boardriders Battle regional event.
All new Hyundai Kona, imagined to be bold.
Well, welcome back. This is Super Sunday, and we are at semi-final action. We just got through. Taking it out was Labar, and first time Angari. My name's Crispy. Welcome back, Jess Starling. Wow.
happy to be here for this heat. This looks like a really hard heat. There we go. There are the 4 teams that make up semi-final heat number 1. So in the red, Byron Bay. That looks like Dakota Walters running out as their first surfer. Saltwater Boardriders, I haven't heard too much about them, but they looked pretty solid in that first heat. Woolgoolga Boardriders, kind of the underdog club. And Liba, straight back into it. They just won the repechage, and now they're back out there.
Yeah.
Again, back to back.
Definitely, I can see why Woody got the wave with 6 minutes to go. He wanted to come in and rest. They knew they took it, and they knew they wanted to do back-to-back with a great performance, bring in the intensity. And then in Gary, what a surprising, their first ever Brad Bricknell, Joel Emery. We got Cooney, we got Lillian B. Young, and they still want to send a fire back to Byron Bay because they've got Dakota Walters and Harley, former members.
Yeah, they said, you know, they want to come up against Byron Bay. They said in the interview with Jess, that's their rivals. We want to take it to them. So they're one heat closer. You know, if Byron can do their job and Angari can do theirs, they'll get to meet up in the final. And here we go. This is first wave for Byron. Dakota Walters, nice first turn. There's the second, looking to finish this one off, and that's a great opening wave for Byron.
Yeah, that was, he'll be only surfing back beach at Ngara now when he gets waves like that against his old club.
Yep, absolutely. Won't get the passport stamped back at Ngara.
Yeah, he's got to be invited back, but no, we're all surfers. And again, saltwater, I love the name Saltwater Boardriders.
Yeah,
Hello.
where's Saltwater Boardriders?
It's Saltwater Boardriders. They're just salty surfers.
Salty
and,
surfers.
Know, look at this replay. Thank you, Hyundai. This is Dakota Waters, one of the high-flying surfers. Remember that QS against Joel Vaughan?
Yes.
Won the heat, made the final, but snapped his ankle on one of the best heats of the year. Check that out on KO and on Surfing Australia. And it's great to see his repair and recovery. And we know Jeff Worko from... You've got Glenn Workman from Surfing Australia, one of the high-performance muscle doctors, we call them, the strength and conditioners. And he is bringing him back stronger than ever, and it's great to see him back.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like he's back to old form. You know, Dakota's always one of those guys, kind of similar to Dane Henry, obviously very different surfers, but they're the type of surfers that always give 110%.
Yeah.
Every time they get to their feet. So I think that's why I enjoy watching these guys so much. Here he is. This is Dakota Walters.
And there's no priority out there.
No, so that means he can go back out there, sit on the inside, and get another wave like this. So, look, this wave just keeps stretching down the line for him. So he finishes that one off. You'd think he's going to come in on that one.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 50 seconds. They were
I was gonna say,
impressive waves.
In 2 minutes, there's your new coaching regime. Go out there in 3 minutes with a run from the beach from coach and catch 2 waves. Like it's called the Dakota Walters model.
Yep.
Here it is. Look at the replay. Thank you, Hyundai, going sharp. And look at the flow. He just has energy. He surfs with intent, and he's just connected to that wave and board.
He just
I want to know what wax he uses.
Yeah, same. He's just so impressive. He looks like he's never going to fall. Here we go. First wave for Liba.
Yeah.
They're straight back out there. Nice at first turn. Really love the aggression. They know what it takes to win a heat. They just won one. They want to make sure they solidify their spot in the final. Just milking this one all the way through, hoping it does a little bit more. No end section on that one. He's looking in. Do I? Don't I?
Yeah,
Only
I would
4
come
minutes.
in. What about you? I save some time, send your guys in.
Well,
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think maybe go out for one more. I don't think
Yeah.
he got anything serious done on that wave. He's still not sure whether he's coming in or going out.
But then go back to last heat where he went back out to extend it, and they went back to that
Yeah.
wave. So I reckon he's going to do the run, and again, 4 minutes is chewed out. You've got Byron Bay with the energy. They got their first surfer in, and don't forget he's done back-to-back. He's already been out there surfing a wave, power wave. Back out there is Woody, and well, the legs, just like his girlfriend's dad, he's on the trot for the NRL. Maybe he's looking for a bit of footy.
Yeah, a bit of footy action down here too. Here we go,
Fresh
sending
legs.
out their second surfers. So we definitely have a bit of a heat on our hands. There was a bit of a battle up the beach. You can tell Woody a little bit tired. Back-to-back heats is always challenging, but when you're the power surfer and the first surfer, that's the hardest position you can be in, to have back-to-back heats. So he's pretty much like, job well done for the team on that first one. We are waiting for scores for 3 of the 4 teams. Saltwater still waiting to open up, but look, Byron Bay
Yeah.
straight back out there and on the inside for the lefts.
I feel they're going to go around the 7s for first to Byron.
I think
Really
so.
good combos, nice and sharp, nice wave. And again, that first one of Woolgoolga, not bad, but Labar's one was a bit bigger. So
Yes.
think about it, a bit bigger wave. There was some nice carvy turns, a bit of flow, and some nice snaps from 2 times world junior champ Woody, the Taipan Woods. He was letting some venom go at Coffs Harbour. So I feel that's going to go around the 5 mark. And there it is. Well, they're going for 3s.
Yeah.
I've just lost my
3,
judging
3,
spot.
3.
I want a break.
Yeah, I thought that might have been a little bit higher as well, but, you know, that's why we sit in the commentary box.
Well, I feel they've rewarded the wave, but just those cards. If we can get a replay last to blue versus yellow, but a 4-6-7 from Woolgoolga sits them in second. Byron Bay, a 6-5, you're in the lead. And I feel you've just, every compartment has just got to lift. The intensity of last heats, it's literally reset, do it again.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging, I think, when you finish like a wave and then have to reset, and even if it's not the score that you really want for the heat, even, you know, when it comes in a 3.33, it's up to the next surfer to reset. They're like, okay, that's the 3.33, I need a lift on that. And it's it's really hard to do. It's definitely a talent, and you look at guys like Hoggy comes to mind, you know, he can really lift in situations like that. So I think Lebar have a really consistent team where they can all lift on each other. So I'm not worried for Lebar right now, but they do have a really long road ahead of them.
All right, here we go. Look at this RG, but I love that when they... Oh, what? We've got Harry O'Brien going wide, and big close out there. You can see yellow. We might get to that wave. That is Woolgoolga holding second. And Byron Bay out there in red. And here we go. First wave, saltwater board riders up and riding. Junior surfer. Nice one crack vertical. I feel that's going to sit them in a good spot. Open with maybe a 3 or a 3.5. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. It was a nice turn on a media section, so I think the judges will definitely reward it. I think Woolgoolga, Lebar and Saltwater will all sit around the same mark. It's pretty close for second right now. Obviously, Dakota kind of putting Byron just that little bit ahead of everyone else with that 6.5, and I'm not sure who they have out there right now, but it's seems like a pretty strong team. They've been really consistent all day so far.
Alrighty, 42 minutes remaining. A nice time to talk about our Dometic Outdoor Challenge. That's with Owen Wright, and you heard about it, Jess, and you saw the clip. And it's hosted by Vaughan Blakey, our great friend at Surfing Australia. It pits 4 Australian best board riders against each other. Series outdoor challenges, not only in the ocean, but it's also going to be on land, and they receive the winning club, $16,000. Let's check out the action we've got packaged up for you.
What do you get when you take the top 4 board riders clubs in the country, drop them in the outdoors and give them a series of competitive challenges dreamed up by Australia's very own bronze medal winning surfing Olympic champion? You get the Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright.
This is a challenge like no other. We're just going to adapt to the environment and all the elements that throws at us. Growing up surfing, you get pretty good at the outdoors, so I have faith in my team.
The froth levels are so high, there's no feeling better.
For us to come and compete as a bit of a team and do some challenges, it's going to be a fun couple of days.
And with $16,000 in cash and product on the line, you know these board riders clubs are going all out for the win. Part of Surfing Australia TV in October, November and December on Channel 9 and available to stream on MySurf TV.
Well, there it is. Welcome back. That was the Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright. And I'll tell you what, check it out on Channel 9. It's also on MySurf TV or YouTube player right now. The series runs from October to December. Well, we are back to live action. 40 minutes remaining. Byron Bay still in the lead. Woolgoolga second, Lebar third. But Saltwater Board Riders, they posted, Jess, a 2.67 for that one turner for the Grom, and then straight out there, the open surfer, he's got 2 turns under his belt as well. Woolgoolga, Saltwater Board Riders coming back.
Saltwater Board Riders, I definitely thought maybe that 2.67 was going to go just that little bit higher. When I saw that score come in, I was not surprised, but
Yeah.
you know, we thought maybe about 3.5 range, put them a little bit more in the battle with Woolgoolga, Lebar and Saltwater. But, you know, you were saying before, yesterday we saw breaks in the swell. 5-10 minutes, it just goes flat. And unfortunately, these 4 surfers out there have pulled the short straw and they're sitting out there with no waves. And it feels like the world's on your shoulders and just the pressure's building. You want to get out there, get a wave quick, but when the ocean goes flat, there's nothing you can do, which makes team sports and team surfing, I guess, so much harder. But yeah, hopefully this is why I love no priority heats, because this is when we get to see who has the most mongrel and who has the most hassle in them. And look, white straight up the inside of blue.
And I like to say it's creating luck. It's not just luck. You've got to create that. Like you can see the intention of saltwater board riders. They're going under the surface. So if a surfer doesn't turn and they're further out, you can sneak a wave under them and unperturbed by the other surfer.
Yeah, I think no priority heats are definitely my favourite heats to surf. They're just that little bit more fun, you know. It's, you don't have to sit and wait for your turn. You can literally just paddle straight back up the inside and get a little bit aggressive. That looks like little Leilani.
I know, I was going to say, that is a grommet. She made the finals yesterday.
Oh,
knocked out
rips.
some challenger surfers. She's from Byron Bay, but she surfs for Lebar. She'll be no doubt in the team in a couple of years' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's the female for Lebar today?
Well, it's Juniper Harper, but with Leilani and, well, Nixie Ryan's got the spot, no doubt, for the grand final, if she's round, if she's not on tour for 2024.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, that is the depth and breadth of board riders. And another example, we saw Tell, Rio Luther the future. We saw with Port Macquarie, we saw the Enfield brother and sister combo. And then we see with Byron Bay, you've got the Dakota Walters and the Harley Walters and the emerging talent of all the female surfers.
Yeah, there's just so much depth in all of these clubs. Looking like white, having a little paddle. See, this is where the stress builds up. That looked like a nervous paddle to me, not maybe a straight thinking one, because that wave was never really going to eventuate. But this is where him putting himself on the inside comes into play.
Ooh.
He's getting on the inside. I believe Harry's nickname is Scrap.
Yep, Scrap sold him that one. And what it does, it puts him out of range for another wave. So Blue will go out the back, but I'll tell you what, this is where you've got to be Johnny on the spot. And Woolgoolga staying patient. They'll be looking to go one of these. There's been some really good right-handers. And here we go, surfer in red. Looking like he's going to pick, and it's Byron Bays. Look at this one. Great selection of wave, and looks like he's on a wider board, nice flowy board. He thinks he's at Clark's Beach or maybe at Watergoes.
Yeah, that's definitely not the type of surfboard we're used to seeing in these tag team events. Wow, that was a really nice turn. That's Harry O'Brien.
Oh, he's
riding
got to
out
come
for
in.
a second, so
You can't hear me, but you would come in.
you'd come in, absolutely. That was a great wave for Lebar, and that's definitely going to put them right back in the picture, because that was a great wave, but I think Byron's
Wave was better.
Byron's, but the surfing wasn't as good as Harry's, so
Yeah.
it might put them right back into the mix with Byron Bay, because the surfing kind of let Byron down, but the wave let Lebar down, but they stepped up. So that's Juniper Harper. So I think we're back to an even playing field with Lebar and Byron, but I have been wrong before. So
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you, because it is. You look at the judging criteria, critical moves on a critical wave, radical critical manoeuvres on deemed the biggest wave, and that was a really solid wave. 2 vertical turns versus a really good wave and just carvy, flowy turns. Speed, power, flow is still an ingredient, but it's not the main.
No, so I think that last wave of Harry will put Lebar back on par with Byron Bay, because I don't think that last wave of Byron Bay will come into contention with that 6.5. That
I'm going to
Dakota
go
has.
last of blue a 5, last of red a 2.5.
I'm going to go a 3.5 for red, and I'm thinking I would love to see the start of blue, but I'm thinking a 5 or a 5.5.
Yeah,
So
I like it. All right, waiting for scores. Don't forget saltwater board riders. They've got a wave. Judges have written it down. And what do we got?
Oh, we were almost
We were both right.
Yeah, 3.2 for the last of Byron and a 5.07 for the last of Lebar. So only 1.3 between the two. We're right. They're back on par. And right now it's a battle for first.
That's it. It's like it's a game of 4s and 5s, and then when you get to the final, it's a game of 6s and 8s.
Yes. Yeah, and who can lift, you know? Sink or swim, they say. And
Well, who can do, you know, that guy from Victoria one of the best Australian board riders regional, and he got a 9.4 and a 9.73. None other.
Xavier Huxtable.
Xavier Huxtable, Zachary.
I'm going, who? Xavier, yeah, that was incredible. Actually, Torquay were really dominant in the Victorian State round.
Cahill, flustered, but they delivered.
Yes, they did.
Wave pool wins.
And you know what? They played around with their team a lot, and it kind of paid off them, because by the time the final rolled around, they knew exactly who they wanted, because who had been the most consistent throughout the day, and they had Tully Wiley to back up Xavier. So,
well, you know what they did? They did what Beckham does. You know, in the new Netflix, the best Netflix ever. Beckham.
I literally
when they
finished
took
it last night.
Exactly, they took the kicks and they were confusing the opponents. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
Does Ronaldo take it? Does Beckham? They're laughing.
No, they
that
knew.
was Xavier Huxtable and Cahill Bell Warren. They do not trust them. Do not give them away.
No. I think it's a matter of time before they win a grand final, to be honest. But the last few years, it seems that they've maybe crumbled under pressure a little bit when it came to the big stage. But we've seen, you know, Lebar come close to winning. Have they?
Yeah, they've got to. I think their best was a final. 2 years ago. That's with the likes of Stewie. That's with the likes of Adam Melling, Woody, Nixie, and
Yeah, and you've got Jai.
Yeah, Jai Glindemann as well. He used to surf,
Yeah.
Used to surf in contests.
Yeah.
Used to post 10s, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Back in the Grom searches at D-Bar, posted 10, just didn't get a backup.
Just,
he thought he would do well in 60-minute heats just for one person. That's what they need to bring back.
Yeah, 60-minute heats.
On a reef break. Slabbing Voodoo or Reef or WA.
That was Harley Walters. Just a quick in and out for him. Bit of a dud wave, but that's okay. 33 minutes and they're already on their third surfer. So I was saying it true, it's about the 25-minute mark you want to have your first 3 solid scores done and in the bank, and then the last 25 minutes is when the more quicker, reliable surfers, I'd like to think, can come in and punch it out before the clock's done. You know, your start of your team is a bit more of the foundation to, I guess, the rest of the heat. But we are going to cross down to Jess Grimwood, who's down there with the Woolgoolga team.
I am with Sean Ward as well. He got the job done in that earlier round, taking a pretty nice little victory and finding themselves in this semi-final. Sean, how have the tactics changed coming into this round?
It just seems like the tide's starting to drop out a little bit now, so we're starting to move over towards the lefts, where the rights were predominantly better in the first round. But yeah, we're in the semis and we got a good score straight up, so we're just hoping that we can get some more sets coming through. The last heat was pulsing, so yeah.
And the president, Sam, he was very zen in his first interview for the Woolgoolga Club. He looked very calm, but I see a bit more excitement coming from him now, maybe a few nerves coming up for such a fresh young club.
Yeah, well, a couple of weeks back we went in the Saltwater Wine Boardriders Battle, and we ended up winning that one, so that's a pretty good little win for us. And yeah, we're just stoked to be in the semis here and just keep it going. So yeah, hopefully we can get the job done.
Beautiful. Well, we'll let you go and get prepared for your next rotation through the roster, but good luck, Woolgoolga.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. There's Woolgoolga. They're up and riding now too, so let's see how they fare in this semi-final.
Yeah, that was the second surfer from Woolgoolga bringing it in, but looking like we've finally got a few sets to roll through. So we'll see. Looking at red right now, because they're on the inside for the left, but it's just a matter of whether they'll get it or not. They won't. So white, Saltwater's trying to scratch into it, but conditions kind of getting a little bit tricky right now.
Yeah, it did this yesterday and it's dropped a foot, so no longer are there, 2 to 3 foot sets. We're looking at 1 to 2 with the dropping tide. We've got that southerly, big southerly, I hear, from Wayne Hudson down in Port Macquarie, saying the big southerly's on its way as well. So you got to get your waves, you got to get it done quick, because anything can change and you don't know what's going to happen on the back end. So you want to get your surfers through the lines and complete your turns. All right, here's a good one. Looks like Saltwater Boardriders picking up a nice backhand snap and then looking for this end coping and looking to hold that with his toes and toenails. That is when you got to wax your board.
Yes, with foo wax to make sure that you don't fall off.
How was that? Talking about, that was Woolgoolga giving us a great insight to their Board Riders Club, also known as Whoopie Board Riders as well.
Whoopie.
They've got a new little centre there, nice little training track.
Oh, do they?
Little sports centre on the back there, great little brewery, great pizzas, great music. Wow. But I'll tell you what, they've got a great surfing board riders as well. And I loved his board. He must have got that board repair and he got it back out there for the next team.
Yeah, there was a bit of a chunk definitely taken out of the nose there, but it must be a bit of a magic board because you're not going to let that one go. And here we go. This is Harley flying down the line. There's that first turn, and that's the money and the power that we're so used to from Harley. He won the Phillip Island Junior Pro, and it was so funny. True and I were doing the post-hit interview with him, and he basically told us to wrap it up about 20 seconds in.
Look how sharp, look how flowy. He's like he's floating on water, just floats around, sharp little turn, twangs that one, body movement, perfecto. That guy knows how to make a wave and make it matter.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to stay composed and calm under pressure. I don't even think I've ever seen Dakota or Harley look stressed. You know, they always seem calm. Yeah, they're definitely a good win for Byron Bay to have those two on their team, but I'm sure Angari are sitting there, and this could definitely be fueling their fire for semi-final number 2.
Well, they're silent but deadly. They're very quiet, they're silent on land, but then in the water, they let their surfing do the talking, and that's a humble pie, but such a great surfing attitude as well.
Yeah, that last wave for Harley, a 7. And then this is Juniper for Liba, so just one turn.
Ooh, what do you reckon? Surf for 3, one turn?
No, send
Go
it
back out for one more.
Yeah, I definitely think to stay in contention with Byron Bay, they need at least a 2-turner, at least another 5 from Juniper and then hope that the back end of their surfers can really lift on their scores again, because if not, Woolgoolga and Saltwater just keep creeping closer and closer, and that second place could become a distant dream. So yeah, if I was Liba and they've exactly done that, I'd send Juniper back out there. There's still 3 minutes till the halfway mark, so plenty of time.
And you know, a little tip too for the athletes, being on the jet skis at some of the QSs and that.
Yeah.
You'll see the jet ski moving and he's not waving his arms or telling you to get out. There's a set coming.
Yeah, right. Moving to the side or out, or
just moving.
Okay.
When he's laying there, there's nothing happening.
But when he's moving, there's sets coming.
Yeah,
good
28
to
minutes.
know.
But he can't talk to you.
No.
You can't tell them what number's good, or
yeah,
you can't even move your eyebrow. You are keeping the athlete's safety. Here we go, Juniper Harper. I don't know, 27 minutes. Choice is theirs, but one turn. And send your other surfer fresh legs out there.
I would send...
Ooh, look at this one. Saltwater, they are behind, but I'll tell you what, they are looking to come back.
That was the wave that Juniper was looking for. That was the wall that really allowed her to open up. That was a great turn from Byron Bay, but unfortunately just not riding out of that one, and yet another set behind. So almost Juniper pulling the trigger a little bit too soon. I think a really good call by Liba, sending her back out there. She got to the section a little bit late, so there wasn't really any, I guess, dynamic manoeuvres put into that wave to allow them to increase their scoreline. So, yeah, at least above a 5, I think you're looking for, but then again, the clock is the enemy. Here we go. This is that amazing replay from Saltwater Boardriders.
This is that X factor where look out for Saltwater Boardriders, and here they go. 3.9, they have taken the lead. Liba now need a 164. Now they've already got that wave, that one turner, so they're level pegged if she comes in now. Woolgoolga need a 224 to go into second. Byron Bay, well, the flagships, they're leading by 666, so they posted a 7. We'll try and get that Harley Walters replay of red. So seamless, so silky smooth, so precise. That nice drifting snap, and then that progression turn to that unleashed turn. That was a 7 point.
Yeah, and here we go. This got a paddle from 2 teams right now, but it is Woolgoolga unfortunately not making it onto that one. That would have been a pretty nice little left if anyone could have made it. So yeah, like you said, 1.64 separates Saltwater from Liba, but Liba, I think, really want to stamp their authority right now. But we are going to cross down to Gemma from Saltwater, who's with Jess Grimwood.
She is Gemma Holly from Saltwater. At the moment, they're apart from Lebar by under 2 points, you were just saying how fun it is this year in this regional tie for you. What are you feeling in that turnover in a good wave under pressure?
It feels so, like, considering we're a really small club, it feels nice to make through.
Yeah, you guys are full of smiles and the club spirit from the moment that you got here. Is it something that you practiced for coming into this round, or was it like you just kind of make sure you turn up today and let's see how we go?
We didn't even practice, it was just like a bit of fun, like a bit of a muck around, so yeah.
Watching out because they're quickly making this final. They're in this right now. We'll let them go and refocus, and we'll see how they go. Thank you very much, Gemma.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Jess, and thank you, Gemma. And that was Juniper. Unfortunately, that was the wave that she needed, but Lebar bringing her in because of the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, probably not getting the score that she definitely would be wanting to push Lebar out in front, but that was the wave. That was the score that was going to do it for Lebar. Here's the replay.
Yeah.
You can see the tears coming down your face, Crispy.
Oh. Well, got the wave, got right intention of the turn, and just the body was a bit straight on that, and you're tall, you fall.
Yes, exactly. And here we go out the back for Saltwater Boardriders. So I believe this is the Port Macquarie team. Saltwater Wine would be the main sponsor for these guys. He's going to get up and out. And then left out the back, this is Byron Bay Boardriders.
All by themselves, no pressure, and well, and that's where we're saying, you're out there by yourself, you think it's a good wave, and then you make a selection like that, but you've got time to go back. I feel that there's 23 minutes and 40 seconds. You've got the junior surfer and the open surfer of Keenan. You've got Max going out there now, and then you've got Woody. I feel they're in a good spot, Lebar. They're going to drop in the score. It'll be a 164 easy. I reckon around a 2-2 or a 2-5 for that one turner. Because they've already written it down. When they score, they write it down, but they just don't punch it in the computer. But Saltwater Wine are right there, and Woolgoolga, they get a good wave. They are in the mix to make the final and make the grand final, a Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle up at Queensland Burleigh.
Yeah, you make this heat and you
make money.
Yeah, you're in. You're into the grand final. There it is, a 2.5 for the last of Juniper Harper.
I'm back on the judging panel.
Yes, you are back on the judging panel. So, but then that last wave, Woolgoolga, which came from nowhere, a 3.63, so they're back into second, so really close between second, third and fourth right now. 0.53.
Situation change. Woolgoolga 3.63.
Yeah.
Who's taken second?
0.53 between Woolgoolga and Lebar, and 1.39 between Woolgoolga and Saltwater Boardriders. Byron Bay not in the clear yet. You know, they've really got to make sure they manage their time and their surf as well, because things could really fall apart in the back end, but they're a pretty consistent club. They know what it takes to win an ABB Grand Final, so I'm sure that they will stay calm and stay composed, because right now they're making it all the way to the final.
And we saw that with Saltwater Boardriders. They got one of the waves of the heat. They got the good scores, and you know, they put Saltwater Boardriders and the other Boardriders on notice. Time remaining 21 minutes 50 seconds. Byron Bay leading a charge to the final, looking to make the grand final, and Woolgoolga holding off second. Whoopee
Boardriders, the calm and collected Boardriders. They always just look so at ease, where I think every time that I've ever been in a Boardriders battle with NARRABEEN, there's so much emotion in the air.
Yes.
And
well, it's pretty chilled. Nice little lighthouse, nice beaches, pretty country. Blue Bottles isn't a magic, you know, sourdough organic place there. They got the bakery, they got the skate park. It's pretty chilled.
Yeah. I haven't been to Woolgoolga before.
I have a lot.
Have you?
And they've actually got the biggest Indian community pretty much in Australia there.
Really? I spent a bit of time in India just about a month ago.
Well, there you go. You can meet the six.
Perfect.
All right, so Hyundai, our great sponsor, again, proud to power the future of the grassroots surfing, the Australian Boardriders Battle. They're continuing to create progress and opportunity in this great sport, the sport of kings, which is surfing. A big shout out and big thank you to Hyundai, a long-standing ABB major sponsor.
Yeah, they've just been...
I've got a Tucson, by the way.
Do you?
Hyundai.
Oh,
amazing.
Stop it.
I bought it.
Yeah.
Asiona, our great supporters as well. Do you know with Asiona, and Isabella Nichols, one of our, gone through the Asiona program, they build roads, bridges, tunnels, rails, wind farms, and a whole lot more. They keep us safe and connected to one another. And live on screen, it's the Grom, Maxi from Evans Head.
Yeah, that was a really nice first turn. I think, wow, technically perfect surfing from the juniors from Lever. They're bringing him in.
Yep.
Crispy's calling him in. They're
Called
trying,
him through the TV.
Yep, called him through. They want to make sure they're on time. Here we go, out the back. This is Byron Bay's female surfer. One turn, all she had to do was bend her knees, and that was the score for Byron. Are they going to call her in or send her back out there? They're going to call her in. She's used a bit of time. Saltwater Board Riders not liking that one, but, they're out there with just Woolgoolga right now, so a bit more room to move out there while there's only 2 teams, but it is a very short run.
There he is, the bowl cut.
The bowl cut?
The salt and vinegar chip. The Keen Dogs. And look at this replay. Hey Hyundai, thank you. Max McGilvray in the Talent ID program with Surfing Australia. With his coaches, Pete Duncan. And one of his idols already on tour, Callum Robson. One of the neighbours at Evans Head.
Yeah, Callum's so great at giving back to the next generation. Here we go. We've got...
Talking. There's the captain, Danny Wills, former tour specialist. He's done so many heats against Slater, Mick Fanning, and so many pros on tour throughout the years. Great ambassador of the sport. Thank you, Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, bringing this live from Coffs Harbour.
Am I right in saying he's the longest standing Quicksilver team rider?
He would be.
Yeah.
And owns and sells a shop in Byron Bay as well. And can run and swim and cycle. Triathlon.
Does it all. He's got the trifecta.
He is a great man, great ambassador of the sport. And if you want to, don't believe just us, but go watch All Down the Line. One of the best Quicksilver movies. Ross Clark-Jones, TC from your area, Tom Carroll.
Tom Carroll.
Starring Danny Wills. Best bit of it is Angari.
Yeah, Angary's on my dream wave surf list. I've actually never surfed there, and it's just down the road. But I'm never home at the moment, so...
It's like Iluka, you just can't talk about it.
Yeah, I have heard that. I've heard there's
or Southwall.
So many...
Stop.
Oh, yeah.
Stop.
No talking.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Black Rock.
Black Rock.
All right, here we go. Jess Greenwood down on the beach. Give us a bit of a temperature check on the beach and in the water. Jess.
Temperature check is absolutely sizzling for surfing on Sunday today. Manon and I were just talking about the amount of pressure that comes with these regional qualifiers, man. You took the win in 2022, you were a part of the team, and you're right here again to make the quals for next grand final.
Yeah, so I just feel like these comps are so much more at stake, because general comp, if you lose, you've only got yourself to blame, whereas now you feel like you want to do it for your whole team, and you got everyone at home watching, so you really want to give it your best shot and help everyone out. And the pressure's very, very much still there though, but it's always fun, good to come down with the club and hang out. Beautiful weather and some good surf too, so not complaining.
It is pumping, and you guys have got a pretty good club contingency behind us here. You can see them up on the hill. Has everyone kind of made the trek down just to watch you guys qualify?
Yeah, so it's great having it at Coffs because it's only like a day trip for us. It was a bit different at Newey, where it was kind of like the only people we had there were the people that were surfing in the comp. So good to have a couple crew here, lift the spirits and have a good chat in between.
And what about the Dometic Outdoor Challenge? You were a part of that first episode.
So that was pretty fun. It was a different layout, but kind of took away the really hardcore competition for just surfing all day and mixed it in with all these other really sick activities, which I guess are a big part of surfing culture too. So was that Willsy?
Yeah, that was you guys.
Go Byron. But yeah, it was such a sick experience, and I guess you'll see what more to come in the episodes that haven't been released yet, but I say, you know what, it's good laugh and some good surfing with everything else with it.
Love that little teaser. Keep a good eye on this. And Willsey just posting another score for Byron, but he's decided to paddle back out. And this is the semi-finals right now. Thank you, guys. We'll check back in with Byron Bay shortly. Thanks, man.
Lots of action going on.
Oh, sizzling. She named it in one word. Sizzling on the beach.
Yes.
Sizzling Jess Grimwood. She is just bringing it home. And Byron Bay, how was that? Did I not say former tour veteran Danny Wills delivers?
He definitely did that second turn.
And then last blue.
Oh, we both were just shocked. And then that
Here we
last
go.
wave for Lebar. So here are the replays that
Danny
we're so
Wills.
excited about.
And that was like a sideways takeoff on a set. And look at this turn. Boom. That is onto a pro surfing from, I think, he's around the 40-50 mark. And then we had Surfer in white on the shore. And then we'll try to get that last one, a blue. That was live action. He'll whip back out there. But Danny Wills is coming in. And last a blue if we can get that, because did see the open surfer Keenan get a wave. Danny Wills will extend the lead, and then Saltwater on their heels.
These waves are just coming straight to Danny. He opts not to go that
The
one.
energy's here. Saltwater for the final. 14 minutes. 2 teams will get on through to post into the final, the money round, into the grand final. Hyundai, the Australian Boardriders grand final, for 4 of these teams today to make the final.
This is all getting very exciting. This is why I love team surfing so much. Here we go. Danny Wills not going that one again, but this is what I'm saying. The waves just keep going straight to him. We saw such a lull for so long, and then now we have these waves kind of just pulsing through. So this is what we've been waiting for. Here we go. White out the back. Wow. Great first turn from Saltwater's junior surfer. That second, unfortunately not making it, but he got some damage done on that first turn, and I really liked it.
Yeah, well, we've got surfer in blue. Is that Woody out there, or is that still Keenan? We're waiting for a score to come for white.
I think Keenan...
Byron in the lead, blue second. Saltwater wine, that last one. I love that snap. He really connected, and there's Lebar, 4.5, so that's his best wave of the day. Taking the lead temporarily. Lebar Boardriders, that last one of Keenan, they did have a few cheese.
Yeah, and then now they have their power surfer out there. So with 13 minutes to go, they have their power surfer out there, which is incredible. Look at this left out the back. No one on it because they have been surfing that inside bank, but maybe we'll see a bit of outside action for the last, 20 minutes or so. If you're Lebar, do you send your power surfer out the back to get on one of those bigger waves?
Yeah, definitely, and you can see that shift, that low tide shift. I said about it happened yesterday. Suddenly there was 2 to 3 foot waves, and then just when that pulse through with that southerly kicking in, that light easterly, it's punching through a couple of 3 foot and some bigger, some head high double overhead waves coming through.
These are the biggest sets we've seen all day. And yeah, 12 minutes 20 to go. You definitely ask the question, do we send our power surfer out there with 12 minutes to hopefully get one of them, or are they just not consistent enough? But looking like Lebar's power surfer pulling the trigger on this one. First turn into a second, this wave growing down the line. There's the third.
There it is.
That's a pretty good wave. It has to be enough to make sure that they're secure in either first or second place.
I feel they're crossing the line. 12 minutes remaining. Woolgoolga need 2 more scores after this score goes in, so they're applying pressure. But Byron Bay, they need a 1, 2, 3, a small score, and Danny Wills is out there. And I'll tell you what, that wave, what do you reckon it's worth, that carve on the set? I feel they're going to grab the lead back.
Yeah, I think so too.
And there it is. Lebar pulling the trigger, coach going, I'm just going to do 3. Told you, they're going to throw around the footy. There is Harry O'Brien, Max McGilvray, and Woody, Coach Woody, leading the show. He has surfed, dead set, the most heats he's done probably since winning his Pro Junior final. World Pro Junior.
He's definitely surfed a lot today. But, he's getting the job done for the team. I don't think he's let them down once this event so far. Crosses the line, over 10 minutes to go. So in 40 minutes, they got 6 surfers done.
Yep. Had 2 minutes on his first heat.
Yes.
To get a power wave.
Yep.
Then had 12 minutes. And then had 15 minutes. So they got the time thing.
Oh, that was Woolgoolga. That would have been very interesting for Liba and Byron if the junior surfer from Woolgoolga had landed that one. He is a passionate young surfer. We saw him in the last heat.
That's
actually
right.
smacked
Slapping
the water.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Passion is good.
Yeah. But then he got a really great wave afterwards, so that passion really fired him up. Danny is still out there looking for another wave for Byron, but I think it's safe to say he's got a good score coming in for that first wave.
I feel that
he's
Liba.
paddling in. Oh, no, he's
I feel that Liba when they locked his score. And let's look at the Hyundai, the replay. This is Woody, Coach Woody, power surfer, only gets one wave, adds the pressure 2, brings it round 3. I feel that's going to go maybe a 5-point ride or a 4-5-5.
4-5 or a 5, I'd say.
Woolgoolga need a pair of 2 5s, I'm going to say it. We said it at the start, it's a game of 4s and 5s. To make the final, you need a game of 5s and 6s.
Yes. There is the junior surfer from Saltwater Boardriders. He's making his way in. He knows that they've got another 2 surfers to get out there. No, I believe that is their power surfer going out. So getting really close, still waiting for that score of Liba.
Yeah, that's going to set the benchmark. And the score, when Danny Wills wants to come in, come on in.
Yes.
The TV's calling you in.
Yes. Because Dakota's got to get out there. So Danny Wills, that last wave, he's come in. It's a 5.17.
Yep. Nice.
So they've gone back to the lead. Liba back down into second. Still waiting for that last wave of Liba to lock in. There goes Dakota Walters. That's their power surfer. Saltwater Boardriders, that last wave of 4.3. So right now waiting for the last of Liba to come in to see what... And there it is, a 4.23, so they go back to the lead. But there's only 0.29 between Byron and Liba. So it's all very close, and it's almost nerve-wracking to be Liba on the shore right now because it's out of your hands. You can't surf any more waves.
Yep.
You just have to hope that...
Well, it needs a 5.41. So around the mid-5s, the salt water.
And then Woolgoolga has another 2 surfers.
And they're 8.58 behind the game.
So it's close.
It is. Deep breath, everyone at home, all those watching. We are here. It is about the final. Labar holding the first bar. You know, Byron Bay, this is what's funny. He needs a 0.3. I believe if he went switchfoot, which he does, just did a bottom turn, he gets it, and then just waits at the line till 5 seconds ago and, you know,
Crosses.
Get a bit cheeky.
Yeah. Have
just
a bit
like
of fun
Beckham
with
and
it.
Ronaldo.
Oh, yeah.
How good was that?
It was a great
Get on Netflix,
series.
check it out.
Great series.
Inspiring. And you can't believe everything in the media.
No.
Until
And
you hear from the person, Posh Spice,
Oh,
and David Beckham.
she was hilarious, Posh Spice. And I don't think we would have had David Beckham if we didn't have Posh Spice.
That's right.
And so, yeah, I think
Go do yourself a favour and have a rest, get out of the sun, watch the
Watch
4-part
the Beckham,
series. And
yeah.
don't watch them all through one.
no, spread
Just
them out.
digest them.
Yeah.
And as we said, a bit like the Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright. Check that out.
Yes.
We've already got our first episodes. Check it out, My Surf TV, playing on YouTube right now. The Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright, and hosted by Vonnie Blakey, and 4 of the best board rider clubs against each other. It's not just surfing fun, like a bit of jet ski towing, great waves, but activities and challenges on land. $16,000 worth of cash and Dometic outdoor products. So thank you, Dometic. And thank you, Owen Wright, for the great Dometic Outdoor Challenge.
Yeah, that's a 3-part series, and I'm excited for episode 2 and 3. But here we go, Dakota Walters power wave for Byron. He's got the 0.3 he needs already. There's the second turn, there's the third, and he just has
to do it.
Great wave selection, and then he executes on every single one. So that's going to be a great score for Byron Bay. I'm sorry to say, Crispy, that's definitely going to put them back into the lead.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I believe it's over a 0.3.
Yes. But Liba, I think, will be chewing their nails on the beach right now.
They will be, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to call Byron Bay's wave. I'm going to say it's going to hit the highest wave of the day. May go excellent.
Yep.
Big wave, 3 big turns.
Yep.
Seamless, syncopated rhythm.
I'm thinking
Beautiful.
7s. Yep.
I'm going to go 8.
Oh, okay.
First
I'm
8 of the
excited.
day. Let's see. Oh no, it's Head Judd Zippy. Coffs Harbour. 6 minutes remaining. Jess Grimwood, you are with my ultimate club, Liba. How are they feeling down there?
I am in the Lee Bar camp. We're rep from Coffs as well. They're coming up in the next semi-final. But young mate, he's been a bit.
I don't know, well, like my team's surfing so good. And
I think we'll cross back down to them maybe a little bit later. Yeah, just a bit of technical difficulties, unfortunately.
Yes.
But I believe Jess was down there with Lehani Zurich, who's such a talent, and she's so young and exciting. But here goes Woolgoolga. They've got another surfer after this guy to get out still. Looking for an 8.87. They can break it down into 2 waves.
Oh, the old Slater carving reverse.
So, from my memory, he's only got 1 carve that's going to be scored because he came off second. There's the passion we're talking about. Don't go back out, mate.
Or remember the Labar, the famous Mikey Madonna.
Yes.
Slapping the water, hitting the board.
Yeah, he's
Tyler Wright hitting the chains at Cronulla.
Yeah.
These are key moments.
Mikey's definitely passionate as well.
Travis Lynch tripping over.
Yes, my sister's
At
tripped over as
Newcastle.
well.
These are all magic moments right there.
Davo's tripped over too at Newcastle.
Yep.
The first year we won, Chris Davidson face planted in the
late.
sand.
Oh. These, and it's live on screen, a reminder to all board riders and the grommets, don't forget the swear jar.
Yep, the late great Chris Davo.
Well, he knows the job to do, and I believe he needs a 6.2, and that's what's needed from the power surfer. A 5.39, time on the board 4 minutes. We'll call the paddle out about 30 to 45 seconds.
And it's
One
they're
drop.
not easy scores. A 5.39, that's 2 turns.
Yeah.
A 6.2 is 2 turns. So it has to be the right wave selection.
Yeah.
There is a lot of pressure on the shoulders for both Saltwater and Woolgoolga. Lee Bar board riders right now freaking out, but this is looking like it's a
Gotta
good
be
wave.
a set. Yeah, let's see. And
Ooh.
doctor says no.
I don't know. I think that had a pretty good inside wall on it. Was that a mistake from Saltwater?
I must say, but those lefts haven't been really picking up much, like with the coping. So you're going to look at, you had a bigger... All right, Jessica Grimwood will try again. Dakota Walters, he's the superstar. Byron Bay.
Yeah, I'm down the Byron Bay Club again. I'm just hunting them down because they're playing it very cool, calm and collected, but that's another nice little heat for you guys moving into the final.
Yeah. Oh, shout out to the Walters brothers for holding it down once again. It pretty much didn't break in my heat, but it's... Well, I mean, in my slot, as soon as I came in, it pumped. And now it's looking like lower trestles out there. So good couple of heats left, I reckon. One more heat. It's pumping.
It is very good, and yeah, Dakota and Harley, they kind of held it down for the team, but I mean, it takes a whole team. You've brought the rest of the club along as well. There's plenty of guys and girls and club members here to soak up a potential regional victory for you guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My 3.1 definitely added to the team for sure. But yeah, everything all adds up and alleviates the stress off me. And hopefully these remaining surfers can't get it done. And we're on.
Well, beautiful. Good luck going through. Well done to Byron Bay, and we can't wait to see what they can bring if they can make it all the way to the final, guys.
Yeah, that was very fun conversations down there with Byron. 8.17.
Seven.
You called it, Crispy. This is why you're a judge.
Yep, and Jag, shout out to Byron Bay. He said, yep, 817, you called it. And I'll tell you what, Dakota surfed it. He did the turn. He selected the wave in competition in the rash shirt. All those factors, the pressure. And as you said, they're just cool, calm and collected.
And that last wave, Saltwater Wine, they've locked in all of their scores at 3.9, so they have not made it. This is Woolgoolga. They need a 6.2, so it comes down to one final wave. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. 6.2.
I'm breathing. Byron Bay are cruise chill. They're enjoying some of Tracy from Coffs Harbour's Banoffee, and they've won the lemon cake. They've actually won the stall.
Yep.
Lee Bar, have they done it? Remember, last year they got knocked out. Saltwater Boardriders, they're going to take third, but Woolgoolga, they have the final arrow. One wave They've just got to select it and then execute it and then run across the line. So it's not just stomping your last turn. You've got to take your leggy off and
get
start
across.
running.
So it's just coming down to time. There's 30 seconds to go. He's got to swing on a wave, I reckon, in the next 5-10 seconds. But the ocean has gone quiet. So
you can breathe now. Liba, all those
Liba,
at home,
yeah,
you are
if you're
through.
watching.
'Cause I tell you what, you got to surf the wave, then run. Well, they're going to lose 5 points. So Whoopi, they were looking for a can of it, but they are going to come fourth. Saltwater Boardriders so close. They did well, but Liba, they've got nothing to lose for the final.
They
They've got
did
some
it.
money. They've got the grand final.
Yep, they've
Congratulations.
made it.
Woody, go enjoy some rest.
Go and get a banoffee pie that Crispy just loves so much.
I like cake.
Well, that was semi-final heat 1 over. Congratulations, Byron Bay and Liba. Crispy is breathing next to me, so we'll be back for semi-final heat number 2. We're just going to go to a short break.
All new Hyundai Kona. Imagined to be bold.
Some call me the next big thing. Then the same people said I'd never make it back. I've never paid too much attention to the noise. Control what you can control, block out the rest. The only expectations that matter are the ones that you set for yourself.
All right, welcome back down here. This is the Australian Boardriders Battle regional event qualifier at Coffs Harbour. This is the Northern New South Wales regional qualifier. We are here for semi-final heat number 2. My name is Jessie Starling and I'm joined in the booth by my older sister, True Starling. Hey True.
Hello.
But we have a really exciting heat. There we go. That's the siren. So Kingscliff taking on Coffs Harbour Boardriders, Cabarita and Angourie, 4 of the most standout clubs that we've seen today. And yeah, we've got an exciting heat on our hands. Dane Henry out there in the red.
That's actually Mitty James.
Oh, sorry, Mitty James. Sorry. Seb Bungate is out there for Cabarita Boardriders. Angourie, we have Lillian Young. No, they've changed their team order, so we'll get back to you with the order for Angourie. And Coffs Harbour, from what we know, that is Jake Sharp. And yeah, 50 minutes, and then we'll have exactly who we know who's in the final is going to make the grand final. So Byron Bay and Liba getting first and second in the opening semi-finals, and they've just found themselves a one-way ticket to Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, it's going to be feeling pretty nice. Top 4 teams make their way to the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland in March next year. But I tell you what, this semi-final is pretty stacked. Kingscliff Boardriders, Coffs Harbour, the local Boardriders club, hosting it here at Macaulay's Beach. Cabarita Boardriders, and then Angourie. We saw Angourie get through that re-qual heat a little bit earlier today in the last 30 seconds, pretty much. He got through just in time and then got the score, knocking out Port Macquarie Boardriders. We're so used to seeing Port Macquarie in the grand final, so it'll be a shame not to see them there. Let's have a look at this wave from Dakota from that last heat though. Byron Bay securing themselves a spot in the finals here and then also a spot in the grand final. He's such a solid backhand surfer for Dakota, just really linking this one all the way through, Jessie.
Yeah, so this is the highest wave score that we've seen today. So that was an 8.17 and the power wave for Byron Bay. So really, really strong surfing from Dakota. It was a set left and he tagged it 3-4, so really strong times, and the judges rewarding it. And he came in with 8 minutes to go or something like that. So
wow.
we had a little interview and catch up with Byron Bay, and you know the team there, they were saying thank you to the Walters brothers for holding it down again. So, but it was definitely a team effort, and no matter what anyone thinks, you know, it's a hard thing to do, team surfing and club surfing. There's so much pressure and there's so much love and want to win for your club and for your community. So yeah, congratulations Byron and Levi getting the job done. They're in the final, but right now we're going to see which are the other two teams who are going to be meeting them for the final matchup. Kingscliff have had the highest heat total of the day so far in their opening round, but Coffs Harbour have been exceptional. They have that local advantage. They know this wave like the back of their hand. They probably train on this wave, so it's definitely an advantage to White. But Cabarita felt really in sync and really in unison this morning. And then here we go. This is Angari, and Gary want to take it to Byron. They've got a bone to pick with Harley and Dakota, the Walters brothers, and they want to make it to the final and yeah, take it to them. Have a little bit of club rivalry. That was the first wave for Angari, but they're going to get back out there, and looking like Seb Bungate trying to scratch into that one. It's not that often that we don't see him get into them. He's always on the good waves when we're down here at home. Here we go. This is first wave for Angari, True.
Yeah, really nice first opening slash for the team in blue, just kind of having a little bit of fun. I think it was a good call to head back out. We're still 4 minutes into this heat, so there's heaps of time. You know, I was thinking earlier, sometimes teams can really rush through their surfers, and yes, it's great that you're not losing those 5 points if you finish after the hooter, but sometimes it can also be a curse as well, because other teams might get better waves. You know, there's just so many different opportunities that can come through if you finish really early. And we spoke to Dakota a little bit earlier this morning once they won that first heat, and he was like, we're so used to finishing on the buzzer or after it that it's weird finishing before. It's always a bit of weight off your shoulders, but then, you know, for the rest of that time in that heat, you're watching what everyone's doing. Here we go, Coffs Harbour in and out there. But yeah, as I was saying, you're watching what everyone's doing, and you're hoping that they don't get good waves or the set of the day doesn't come through and things like that. So there's so many variables. BC Protein Snacks, of course, keeping all the athletes fueled down there today. It's a big day of surfing, 50-minute heats, some heats back-to-back. Minnie James up and riding for Kingscliff. That wave just goes a little bit fat.
Yeah, well, like you just said before, sometimes finishing early can be more stressful. You know, we saw Lebar in that last heat finish with 13 minutes to go.
Wow.
So plenty of time. But they left the door slightly open for Woolgoolga and Saltwater. Saltwater only needed a 5.2. Unfortunately, the wave didn't eventuate to what they were hoping for. Got a 3.9. Woolgoolga needing a 6.2 and the ocean went flat. So they left the door slightly ajar, which is when it gets really stressful, because you're in, but you know, you're finished, you've got your job done, everyone's got their scores, but it's not yours yet. So I think that's the...
Yeah, well, it's never over till the heater goes.
Yeah,
right?
And it was a little bit of luck, I think, went Lebar's way that the ocean went flat, because Woolgoolga were looking really composed and strong. But Lebar got the job done. They got their team across the line, and Woolgoolga didn't.
Yeah, and as well, you know, last year was the first year in 10 years or 11 years that they haven't been in the grand final. So I feel like it would be a nice little feather in the cap for Lebar to be making another grand final appearance at the new location of Burleigh Heads, Queensland, Australia's biggest grassroots surfing festival, so at Australia's favourite playground. So this year a little bit different. The format's a little bit different as well. No singles surfers in the first couple, no single surfers at all. 32 teams now instead of 24. Teams goes straight from the first day as well. So straight into teams, straight into that high intensity, high pressure. Yeah, no, it's intense for the team. And that was surfer for Coffs Harbour as well. First surfer there, so I believe we're waiting to get our little teams list there, but nice wave for the first wave of Coffs Harbour Boardriders. Nice first jam.
Wow.
And then just has to kick out. I mean, that was a good start. Probably a good decision to head back out there. The conditions have kind of gone a little bit slow. You can see Kingscliff Boardriders down there in the red just cheering on their first surfer, Mitch James.
We saw something similar like this happen actually in the final of Victorian Qualifier.
Oh yeah.
We saw all the first surfers go out there in the final, and the ocean went kind of flat for the first 10 minutes, so it was a really close race to the finish line. Torquay taking that one out. But we are only live streaming 4 of the 8 events, so this is the second one that we've live streamed. But we did see an event happen last weekend in South Australia, and we saw Seaford Boardriders Club take the win there. And Rodas Boardriders Club comes second. So there are 2 more teams that have qualified for the ABB. Mitty James just up and out on that one. So we've had 3 state rounds, three champions, Seaford Boardriders Clubs, Torquay, who were really impressive in the Victorian round, and Yallingup, who are already making it to the final. Here goes Seb Bungate looking to get Cabarita into qualification spot. Really nice surfing from Seb. Unfortunately, just buries the nose on that one. Here we go out the back. Mitty James from Kingscliff Boardriders. Always so silky smooth. Unfortunately, same deal. Can't ride out of that. But maybe a little bit of rivalry between Cabarita and Kingscliff. Just 10 minutes apart from each other. They compete against each other a lot in the Kira teams or the Usher Cup. So maybe a little bit of tension out there in the water, and Mitty and Seb just feeling it a little bit, but almost 10 minutes gone through and no scores really locked in.
Yeah, which, you know, sometimes you look at it and you'd be like, wow, 10 minutes is gone, and other teams have had their first surfers lock in or whatever, but everyone's in the same boat. Everyone has the same amount of time right now. No one's locked in a first score of substance just yet. So Mitch James for Kingscliff hasn't really been able to link one in. We saw Seb Bungate there for Cabarita, as you said, Jesse. I was like, oh cool, he's, you know, finished off the wave and he's going to come in. So I was really surprised to see him fall on that last turn. But as I said, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone is trying to get a wave for their team. There's 5 surfers plus a power surfer, so 6 surfers, 8 minutes per surfer. So it's really stressful, especially with time. And then when you hear everyone on the beach yelling, come in, or, you know, go back out, sometimes it can get really confusing as well. I'm sure we've seen lots of different techniques, flag techniques or whatever it is to tell people to come in. We see that a lot at the grand final. And I feel like Coffs Harbour as well, at those big grand final events, is one of the most consistent club spirit kind of energies, passion throughout that whole event. They always have such a big crowd with them. They're always so loud. So it's great to have them hosting this regional qualifier here at Coffs Harbour yet again.
Yeah, I feel like they continuously win like Club Spirit Award because, you know, they have people down there dressed up as bananas, and they've got that massive Coffs Harbour flag, and the Groms are just running it up and down. And Newcastle isn't close to Coffs Harbour. You know, if you're from WA and you're not familiar with the East Coast, it's about 5 hours, between 4 or 5 hours between Coffs Harbour and Newcastle. And every year we saw so many people down there in those red Coffs Harbour t-shirts. So it's definitely a supportive community, and they want to win, and I definitely think they have a win in them, and we'll definitely see them take it to the final in maybe next year's their year or the year after. We're not sure, because all the teams are so impressive, and there always is a little bit more I guess edge you have to have in your team to be able to win. But I think Coffs Harbour are consistently edging closer and closer to bringing home one of those grand final trophies.
Yeah, and a prestigious trophy that is as well. So 2 teams already solidified a spot in the final, Byron Bay and Labar. So Lennox Ballina, they have secured themselves a spot in the final for the regional qualifiers, but they've booked themselves a ticket to the grand final as well, which is the aim of the game, really. When you're in these regional qualifiers, you want to, of course, you want to win these ones, but you want to see yourself in that grand final event. This year it is at Burleigh Heads, Queensland. And looks like we've got a Gowrie once again, up and riding on the inside right there, out the back on the left. Looks like Seb Bungate for Cabarita. So we're going to stick with Seb on this one, just carving through. Trying to find a little connection here to just open up, and tags it for a finish. He needs to ride out of this one, which he will for Cabarita Boardriders, so he'll make his way in. And then Mitty James out the back for Kingscliff. Jessie.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow start, but we're seeing it really ramp up now. So 2 calves so far for Mitty James. That's the surfing that we're used to seeing from him. Really progressive, really exciting. We can hear Kingscliff in the background. So Angowrie, Cabarita and Kingscliff all getting a set each and maximising on everything the wave had to offer. We'll catch up again with Angowrie's, Cabarita and Kingscliff's, I'm sure. But we didn't catch the end of Angowrie's, so we'll have to wait and see where the scores come in at. But almost 15 minutes gone. That's almost 2 surfers' time, and only one of each of the board riders competitors have caught a wave. So it's definitely going to be a matter of time management. Here we go. Seb Bungate's replay true.
Yeah, nice opening carve for Seb. He just puts it up there over the foam, and then this is where it goes a little bit quiet, but he stays close to the pocket here, just really trying to connect through. And then we see him just tag it for a finish, letting the fins free at the end there as well. So a couple of scores to lock in. We'll also stick with the first wave for Angowrie as well. Nice first wave for their first surfer as he brings it around for a nice carve. And then goes up for a finish as well. And then this is the replay for that last wave of Mitch James for Kingscliff. A couple of nice carves. And this is where we really see him open up. One solid connection there for Mitty, and then he'll ride out. That's a massive step up from that first heat, getting a 3.8 for his first wave earlier this morning. So Mitty just really wanting to bring some fireworks in this one.
Yeah, sounding like we can hear maybe Samba Man in the background. Lots of energy coming through behind us. Just under 36 minutes to go. No scores locked in yet, so we don't have a situation. There it is, first wave for Kingscliff at 4.5. So that is great for Mitch James. We can hear the Kingscliff team behind us. Pretty excited about that one. Cabarita at 4.9. And waiting for Angowrie's score to lock in, and Coffs Harbour Boardriders still waiting for their score to lock in. So you could hear all the commotion behind us. There's lots going on. What was the score? What did he get? What did he do? So there's plenty of tension in the air and excitement, I guess. But yeah, pretty close scores for the opening rides. Still waiting for Coffs Harbour to lock in one. So needing a 4.5. I bet if they can get anything above, it'll really set themselves apart. But time's the enemy right now.
Yeah, that it is. You know, everyone's kind of had a really slow start to this one. Looks like we have Jess Grimwood down there with Kingy, who opened up with a 4.5.
I am, thank you ladies, with Mitty. Great exchange for that first one between you and Cabba. Were you thinking the scale was pretty spot on there with those scores?
Yeah, look, there wasn't really many waves for a while there. Apparently I went right on a left, so pretty standard coming from where we are. But it was fun. There's waves. There was heaps of waves at the end of that last heat. And then we just kind of, I don't know, waited around.
And what's the feeling like? I mean, you've been one of the role models in Kingscliff Boardriders for so long. You guys are only one way, really strong community club. What's it like coming to this regional event to qualify?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good to see all the Groms coming up, and we've got such a strong cohort from our even under 12s all the way through. So it's heaps of fun to surf for the club. It's almost more nerve-wracking than surfing anything else. So no, it's good.
Well, it's great to see you. You're such a good role model, a good boarderman yourself. Good luck for this semi. We hope to see you in the finals. Well, let's see how the rest of this thing plays out.
Sweet, sounds good. Thanks, Jess.
Thank you, guys. Cheers. Kingscliff.
Thank you so much, Jess. See, Mitty just, he's been such a strong surfer in these series, especially for the ABB for Kingscliff, so it's great to see him this year in the regional qualifier 4.5 for his first wave. They've got Dane Henry out there who took out the Australian Open of Surfing yesterday. It was best one wave and he got an 8.17, so he's got exceptional surfing. But in that break we saw Kyan Falvey for Cabarita get a pretty good looking left as well. So eyes on the lineup.
Yeah, I know. I was getting all excited during that interview. I actually trained with Kyan, so I was getting very excited. It was 3 really committed backhand turns, but it almost looked like it had a little bit more on offer down the line, but he decided to rein it in. You know, he scored a 6.1 for those 3 turns, so maybe could have lost some of those points if he had fallen on 1 extra turn. So really smart surfing. Here we go, Dane Henry, one of my favourite surfers, on a good looking wall down here at Coffs Harbour. 2 calves to start. This is where he goes to work. He's got that turn down pat. There it is again. Whoa. A little bit more on offer and almost on the rocks. And he's going to make his way in. So Kingscliff extremely happy with that one. They're sending out Blake Necker as their 3rd surfer. So they're trying to make up for lost time with their opening surfers. Here we go, Coffs Harbour. Pressure was building and you can see, unfortunately, comes off on that one. But if I was Coffs, I'd bring him in right now because we're almost down to the halfway mark and they haven't got a score on the board.
Wow, that is pretty crazy stuff for Coffs Harbour board riders. You can see, I believe, Jake Sharp making his way into the beach. Didn't really get the start that he was hoping for. We saw him with such electric surfing at you know, in that first round for Jake. He was looking really on point, really, you know, intent on representing his club to the best of his ability. So we'll see if he can bring that back in. But tell you what, Dane Henry, a 9.17 for Kingscliff board riders. That I was a huge fan of that wave, and clearly the judges were too. That's Rosie Smart making her way out for Coffs Harbour board riders. She also took out the Australian Open of Surfing yesterday. Dane Henry, a 9.17. You can see that smile.
Yep, I'd be smiling too.
Yeah, everyone's pressure's off. Blake can go out there and have the time of his life. And Samba and Ava can also go and just, you know, get some 4s and be stoked. So let's have a look at the replay. Nice first opening carve, brings it around again, and then, as you said, Jesse, this is where he really lights it up. Solid turn there, ditches the fins a little bit, and then backs it straight up again for a second one. He doesn't try and oversurf it. He doesn't try and do anything more. And that's what's rewarded that 9.17 with solid committed surfing. And for Kingscliff board riders, that is a huge leg up in this semi-final. But the other 3 surfers, Blake, Samba and Ava, do need to come to the party. They need to put in some good scores as well, because Cabba and Gary and Coffs Harbour have great surfers who, you know, are within striking distance of getting excellent scores. But let's have a look at this replay for Gary.
Yeah, so this happened while we were during Dane's replay. Really love the flow and the style that this guy brings. So, and Gary just showcasing their talent pool that they have in their team. Here goes Blake Necker. He's out of that one. Maybe looking like it was a good little inside wall, but he's going to opt out. Try and look for one that was more like Dane's. Here we go. Cabarita having a paddle out the back. Unfortunately, can't get into that one, but yeah, Dane's wave, it just looked like a 9 from the start. You know, as soon as we saw him take off, we knew he was going to get some damage done. He's so reliable and consistent. And yeah, 9.17 I think speaks volumes of the future that Dane Henry is going to have. And yeah, hopefully the success that we're going to see Kingscliff have too.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kingy have gone out to an early lead for 5, courtesy of Mitch James. 9.17 thanks to Dane Henry. If you were Blake Necker right now out there hearing that 9.17, how would you approach the rest of this?
Oh, pressure's off.
Yeah.
But it's also not, because you still have a job to do, but you don't have to think 8s anymore. You can think 4s or 5s, but you know, you definitely want to go out there and do the best surfing you can for the team. I mean, when I surf tag teams, that's all I think about. What is the best thing I can do for the team right now? And if we're running out of time and it means I have to get 2 quick waves, and that's what I do. But if usually you're the first surfer and I'm the 3rd or 4th, and yeah, I can kind of we kind of bounce off each other like that. Whatever job you do, I kind of finish it up, like tie the bow. So if I was Blake and you just got a 9, I'd be like, sweet, I'll just tie the bow with a 4 or 5.
Well, for the other 3 clubs, you know, they are still also in striking distance. Cabba has that 4.9 and a 6.1. That 6.1 for Kyan Falvey. Kyan getting a really solid left as well.
Yeah, that was great surfing from Kyan. Actually, I'd love to see a replay of that one because we haven't been able to break down that replay of Kyan's yet. And a 6.1, that is one of the highest scores we've seen today. The 917 was exceptional, but that 6.1 was really exciting to watch as well. But we'll come back to that because right now we're going to cross down to Coffs Harbour, the event locals who are down there with Jess Grimwood. Jess, how's it feeling down there?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, with Sharpie, we're just having a little chat about life and surfing. I mean, Coffs Harbour, you're such a community club. You've got your 2 sons down here and your partner. Is it added pressure going into this heat in the semi-final trying to make that qualification?
I don't know. I feel like I've been doing it enough of these comps to not feel the pressure too much, but maybe if we make the final, like down at Austin Burley now.
Yeah, Burley.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure there. But they're all a loving, supporting club, so not too much pressure, but I guess we always want to do well for them, but it's just trying to put pressure on ourselves. It's always a bit hard, but yeah.
What about the whistle? Tell us the code. What's going on with that?
That's to let you know there's a set coming. So hopefully Rosie is somewhere here on the inside. We're running back. I took up 18 minutes at a time, so yeah, it didn't really help us out at all.
Oh, well, good luck to Rosie. There is a set, so let's see what Coffs can do. They're the home team. They've hosted this regional qualifier for us, and we're lucky to have the most talented surfers, especially from around Coffs. Sharpie here, putting it down for the team. And good luck going into the rest of this semi.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Well, he gave that secret away very quickly.
I know. I was like, oh.
I was like, I was not expecting that. Normally you go, oh, that's, you know what?
You don't need to know.
You don't need to know that. That's for us.
Do you have Coffs Harbour Boardriders on your shirt? No.
Yeah.
I know, but you know what?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah. Tell you what, that probably wouldn't happen where we're from, but that's okay. Got a few paddle for that wave, but yeah, just shows the friendliness and the love of Coffs Harbour Boardriders, and good to know if we ever have a heat against Coffs Harbour.
Bring the whistle for the grand final, please and thank you. Well, we saw Blake Necker on one there, unfortunately off the back. It was a good-looking wave, though.
It was, yeah. I think maybe a score gone begging there for Blake and Kingscliff. However, this is the best thing about no priority heats. He's straight back on the inside. So if a wave exactly like that comes through again, he's going to be able to capitalise because he has the inside. There's Ava and brother Lockie. A really talented brother and sister duo from Kingscliff. Ava locking in a 6 in their opening round. She's a really talented goofy footer. And then we'll see Samba Man out there after that. And then Dane back out there as the power surfer. But down to halfway and no one's got 3 surfers done. So time management is key for the back end of this heat.
That it is. Time is slipping away for all 4 teams. So first and second will progress through to the final. You can hear Kingscliff there saying, you know, they're happy with where Blake's sitting. They're happy that he's, you know, where he is. He's a little bit out of screen right now. These 3 surfers right now, Rosie Smart, that's Liliana, is out there as well. So Rosie and Liliana have such a strong career throughout their, or Lillian, sorry, Lillian. I did know that, Lillian B. Young. You know, they've got such a strong career on the QS as well. So I feel like they're going to be able to rise to the occasion. Rosie took out the event yesterday, Australian Open of Surf. She's the local here at Coffs Harbour. She's got that knowledge. There's a whistle telling us when there's sets coming, which is awesome. Thank you, Coffs Harbour, for that. And you can see Anne Gary there just bit nervous, very quiet. Rosie up and riding on this one though.
Yeah, here's Rosie. She's a really powerful goofy footer. There's that first turn. There's the second. Really strong surfing. She's got the job done. That is Coffs Harbour's second surfer. So 1 wave and in because she knows they've got a bit of time that they have to make up. They're going to send out their 3rd surfer. But here's the replay of Rosie. So I really like this first turn. Pushes the tail, snaps that one in the pocket. Here's where it steepens up. And kind of just
gets a little bit more aggressive with it in that second section, and I reckon that'll be a good score for Coffs Harbour, putting them right back in the mix.
Yeah, and the women as well are scored on a different scale. So they're not scored on the same scale as the men. They're scored respective of, you know, a female scale. But here we go. Okay, Blake stays through with this one, gets an end section, and nails it for Blake Necker for Kingscliff Boardriders. That's what we're used to seeing. That's what we saw from him last year for the team. Out behind them. Oh, that was unfortunate for Cabarita, just slipping off there. So Kingscliff will be really happy with that wave for Blake. I'm wondering if he got anything done at the start there. Rosie locks in a 6.0, so that takes Coffs into third. They only need a small score to get to second. So first, second, third and fourth are really close right now. Kingscliff have set themselves aside with that 9.17 from Dane, waiting on that last score for Blake as well to lock in.
Yeah, it was actually really interesting because Cabarita went left and Blake ended up going left at the start and then swung back right. Cabarita falls and Blake gets to maximise the end of that section, because if he had kept going and Cabarita was still on that wave, would have been interference on red. So I think a little bit of good luck and good fortune definitely came into Kingscliff's way yesterday. Here we go for Cabarita, up and riding on a little right-hander, stuck behind on that first section, gets a big section there. That's a nice turn for Cabba. He's looking for the cue. Do I come in? I would say yes. They don't have a lot of time right now. 5.17 for that last Blake. But we are going to cross down to Jess Grimwood, who's down there with Team Cabba.
I am, thank you, and I'm with Bobby. She's in the trenches here. How's Cabba going, guys?
It's going great. I think we're coming second, but we're pretty stoked to at least make it to the finals, which is pretty good.
And you've been around tag teams a lot too. We saw you at a couple of the festivals earlier on in the year. What's the vibe for the team? Like, what's the prep in the morning coming into a tag team event?
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Well, I'm a little bit too young to go on this one, but everyone's just loving it, getting out in the fresh water, so it's really cool.
It is very good, and you had a really, really good exchange to start off, so good luck going into the end of this semi-final. Hopefully we can see you in the finals later on.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cheers, Bobby.
Go Gabba.
Epic. Thanks, Jess. We saw Maddie Parker making her way out for Cabarita Boardriders. Jess just, you know, down on the sand there. She's flying the flag for the commentary team. She's giving us all the insight. She's giving us all the goss, you know, from all of the teams. That last wave of Angari, 3.1. So Angari have their fourth surfer heading out there. Ava Argyros making her way out for Kingscliff Boardriders. So everyone seems to be slowly getting back on track with time, but I feel like this is going to be really close. That last wave for Cabarita, 3.13, takes them back into second place. Will Cabba get... I guess we'll find out in 19 minutes 45 seconds, but will they be out? Is this their first grand final berth?
I believe it is. If they can make it through these next 19 minutes 30 seconds in second place, this will be the first time that we see them at the grand final.
Wow.
Which would be extremely exciting, but I think maybe same story for Angari. But Coffs Harbour has been one of the most dominant clubs, so I definitely wouldn't ride them off yet, and they know this wave like the back of their hand. So 19 minutes, everyone's on their fourth surfer except for Coffs. They're on their third, so they have to get a bit of a wriggle on in these last under 20 minutes. Kingscliff, they're looking pretty good right now. They're out in the lead by 4 points, so whatever they do on this next wave, Cabarita has to do 4 points better. And then Angari, there's only 2 points between Angari and Cabarita, so whatever Cabba does, Angari has to do it 2 points better than that to make sure that they're in second place. So really close between second and third right now, and I think once Coffs gets their third wave in, we definitely will have more of a situation on our hands. But yeah, this is when passion comes into it, and who's got the most mongrel and who's willing to do what to make sure that their team's on the right wave and getting through this heat.
Yeah. How are we seeing the brother-sister combo for Coffs Harbour, Rosie and Creed?
No. So it's not Creed. It is Will Martin, who actually made the final in the Oz Open down here yesterday. So I think a really great call from them. That was Ethan Stocks getting the job done for Coffs. So we'll wait for that score to lock in and we'll have an actual situation on our hands. But yeah, Ethan, we haven't seen him in the Rashie for a really long time. A really, really great junior surfer. Decided to get a trade, I believe. And yeah, now he's back in the Rashie and still surfing as good as he was back then. Maybe he should be back in the Rashie a bit more.
When you said that, I was like, I have not heard that, that name for a long time. Well, Coffs Harbour has a strong foundation of surfers. You can see Will Martin just sprinting down the beach. Wow, that was really fast. I struggle to just walk like that. So wow.
Ethan, his last wave of 4.07, so putting them right back into the mix, only 0.73, separating Cabba from Coffs, so definitely very tense moments between all four clubs right now. Even though KingsClip has that 9, I don't think they're completely safe yet. You know, the back end of their team has to do well. Here we go, and Gary, this is their junior surfer. This is Geordie Bricknell. Really nice first turn, finishes that one off. If I was them, I'd bring him in and maximise on the last just under 17 minutes, I guess, and they're going to do just that. So all teams thinking tactics as well as talent right now.
Yeah, well, time is ticking away, and sometimes in moments like that, you do have to think about tactics, as you said, Jessie. So, and Gary bringing Geordie into the beach. He'll be sending out their next surfer, which will be the 5th surfer. We can see on screen there Ava Argyros in the red for Kingscliff. That was Maddie Parker. Wearing the yellow for Cabarita. So that is Alex making his way out into the lineup for Angari. 3.7 for that last wave of Angari. That takes them up into 2nd place. Cabarita down into 3rd, looking for a 1.57, and Coffs need a 2.3. Okay, this is a really, really close semi-final, even for first. And Gary only need a 3.13 for first. So Ava needs to bring in that same surfing like she did in that first round, and that 6.77 to kind of put Kingscliff a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, so they only need a 3.14 based on 4 surfers, but Kingscliff only have 3 surfers. So once Ava gets her next wave, that requirement is definitely going to increase. And then right now, Angari will have to do 3.14 points better than what Ava does on this next wave. So it just all depends on time management, and I think every team has the talent to make the final, and honestly this could have been a final in itself as well. But yeah, it all comes down to which team can keep a level head and play tactics in this last 15 minutes, because right now, other than Angari, Kingscliff, Cabarita and Coffs all have 3 more waves to surf in 15 minutes.
Wow. I feel like, you know, this whole the Australian Boardriders Battle series has been 11 years running this year, and I feel like, especially for the last 2 that we've seen at such close distance as well, like watching things so closely, I get really nervous for all the teams. Racing. Oh, that was unfortunate for Angari. Yeah, you get so invested, especially with the surfers that you know or the teams that you know. Will Martin up here for Coffs Harbour. Will is such a strong junior surfer, puts it up there for a finish, timed it well for Coffs. And might even get a little bonus left here, so just showing that bit of local knowledge. He lives up just near D-Bar Hill now, so they've moved up to the Gold Coast a couple of, maybe I'd say months ago. I was speaking to him down in Newcastle the other week. But yeah, you get so invested in the surfers and in the clubs, and the nerves just don't go away at all, especially for these events. That's Lee Winkler making his way out for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. We'll see what that score locks in as for that last wave of Will Martin.
I'm surprised we had no takers on, well, only one of those set waves, because I believe there was about 4 or 5. I think Ava was wide, so she was definitely looking for the lefts down there, but maybe didn't eventuate. But there was definitely a set left after that last one we saw of Will, but no takers, so maybe didn't eventuate quite as well as what it was looking like. It was looking like it was going to be a pretty good left from what we could see, but then again, we're not out there. It's not our decision to make, but all I can think is clock's ticking and one turn would have got the job done. But Coffs Harbour, they've come crawling back. They're into second, and right now there's only 0.7 separating Coffs from Kingscliff.
Wow.
But Kingscliff aren't matched on surfers right now.
Well, now it just really comes down to time, because Kingscliff and Cabarita have their 4th surfers out there. They still need to get through their 5th, and then the power surfer. So we've said it for the last 2 events, and I'll say it again. You have to put the ego aside right now. You just got to get a wave, surf it to a 4, surf it to a 5, whatever. Come in and give the power surfer as much time as you can, especially, you know, there's still one more surfer to go. That lowers their time a lot. But being a woman surfer as well and scored on that female scale, it does, I guess, maybe allow for a little bit extra time for a female if you have that strong talent.
Yeah, you can definitely capitalize on that scoring.
Yeah.
But it's just, I mean, especially with today, and we see the lower period swell, it's not as consistent when it comes to sets. There's the Cabarita team, that's boyfriend Eli of Maddie Parker, pointing her down the beach.
Coach Eli.
Coach Eli. She definitely is looking to get a wave sooner rather than later. Got to get both of those surfers out there. So that's Timmy Sharmas and Kyan. So both really, really talented surfers from Kingscliff. But Ava looking like she's got the right idea. She's paddled inside, hoping to scratch onto this little one. She's kicking and having a look. So opting to go left, which I'm so glad she did. We don't get to see her forehand too much. Really nice opening carve from Ava. If I was her, I'd bring it in and get Samba and Dane out there to make sure that they finish their team and they don't have that 5-point deduction.
Yeah, I feel like these semi-finals are where the stakes are really high because you want to make it to the final. The finals is kind of like, oh, cool, you know, it's all good. So I think it was smart for Kingscliff to bring Ava in, to send out Samba, who is the 5th surfer. Hopefully we can see another turn like what he did in that first heat.
Yeah, that was sick.
And, you know, just make that ride out a little bit more dominant. Looks like there was a paddle, but no takers there for either Coffs Harbour or Angourie. Really, really, really close between all 4 teams here with 10.5 minutes to go. Wow, time is just flying. We can see Samba Man making his way out into the lineup. He's going to have to be really quick here to give Dane a fair bit of time.
Yeah, I think all these teams could probably adopt the Ava Argyros approach. She moved inside, found herself an inside one, but here we go, Maddie Parker. First carve, decides to opt out of that one. There was definitely another two turns left on that one, but she decides, no, it's not for me, so she's kicking to get back out there, but 10 minutes, 2 surfers. She's not leaving a lot of time for the rest of her team, so maybe, like we spoke about, one of those times where you put your ego aside, you just finish that wave, whether it's a 3, a 2, or a 4, you come in and you give your team the rest of the time because they are still so in this to be able to get through this heat. And I think maybe it was one of those times where you had to flick to team mentality over heat mentality.
Absolutely. That last wave of Ava, a 1.5, so Kingscliff inch a little bit further ahead in this semi-final. Out the back, Lee Winkler for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. Just gaining some speed down the line here on his backhand. Trying to wait for this one just to stand up a little bit more, just willing it to offer him a steep section. And it looks like it will. He gets a finish there for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. They're sitting in second. They only need a small score to go to first. So I feel like we're going to see a little bit of a shake-up in the lead here.
Yeah, I think that would be Coffs Harbour taking them to first. But we have a paddle here from Samba Man. So that is what we call quick team surfing. So gonna carve that one back. He'd love to bank at least a 2 or a 3 right now. This one's gonna steepen up. There we go. That's the surfing we're used to from Samba. And gets another one. Unfortunately comes unstuck. He's gonna come in, give Dane the time to be able to get back out there and hopefully get another 9, really, which Dane is more than capable of. Still waiting for a wave from Maddie Parker and Gowrie on their 5th surfer.
Coffs Harbour sending out their power surfer, and so will Kingscliff very shortly. So there we go, last wave of Lee Winkler, 5.47 puts Coffs Harbour into the lead. Waiting for that last one of Sam Berman. He needed a 3.9 to put Kingscliff back into the lead, but both of these guys have sent their power surfers out. Maddie Parker moved to the inside. She's on this small inside wave, but we'll catch back up with Maddie Parker because we're going to cross down to Jess Grimwood with Lee Winkler, who just locked in a 5.47.
He did, yeah, put them back into the lead. It was looking a little bit shaky for a few minutes, Winks, but you got the job done. Beautiful choice of wave as well.
Yeah, I put ourselves in a position now to, I think the ball's in our court. We play, fit off. It's so hard when you like that. Happy doing it in time, so.
Thanks, Jess. We just lost her a little bit there. So that was a replay of Lee Winkler, 5.47 to take Coffs Harbour into the lead. So Cabarita Boardriders sending out their 5th surfer as well as Angari. We've got 7 minutes to go. So Kingscliff Boardriders sitting in second. That last wave for Samba at 2.9. So they are sending Dane Henry out, power surfer for Kingy. And then I believe Jake Sharp, power surfer for Coffs Harbour.
Yes. Yep, Jake Sharp is. They've just sent out Timmy Chalmers for Cabarita. 6.5 minutes. He'd be looking to do what Samba did, turn a wave round in about 2 minutes so that Kyan can get out there, get a set, come in and still give Cabarita a chance. I don't think anyone's really run away with it yet because I guess it is so close between all 4 teams. Here we go. Timmy Chalmers on the inside doing what he knows he has to do for Cabba. Just a 1 turn there, and we've got Angari out the back. This guy really needs to make sure he comes in on this one because they've got to send out another surfer. So that was a great turn for Angari. You need to come in, pal.
Yeah, mate, come in.
You need to come in.
Even I'm telling you to come in. Oh my gosh. Come in. Yep. Okay. Wow. I was about to drive down there. Well, you know what? We actually saw him do that. Yeah, time to come in, mate. We saw him do that in the last heat, and it actually paid off for Angari. He went out, got a better wave, and put Angari in a better position to qualify. So this could be trouble for Kingscliff and Coffs Harbour. It's really like 1 point separating Kingy and Coffs. At this stage, Angari and Cabarita are well within striking distance. So Joel Emery making his way out for Angari. Boardriders, yep, so that is Joel. So he needs to get a pretty decent score. That last wave, 3.07, so he needs a 4.47 at this stage. But Kingscliff, Dane Henry, who's out there, needs to pretty much have a blowout for Angari to, have a shot. Otherwise, they need to get a pretty excellent score to move on through.
Yeah, I think if Coffs and Kingscliff blow it right now, then Angari and Cabba definitely have a chance. But here we go, power wave for Coffs Harbour. Really nice first turn, straight into it for a second, gets a third. That was very impressive surfing from Coffs Harbour. So that was Jake Sharp. That board looks super whippy under his feet.
Get the whistle out.
Yeah,
as loud as you can. Yeah. That was great. Really smart surfing for Jake Sharp for Coffs Harbour. Nice first turn, straight up into the lip and then up and over this one as well. Solid finish there for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. They'd be pretty happy with that, especially considering they had a really slow start. So finishing with 4 minutes to go is great. So now the pressure is on Kingscliff Boardriders. We see them on screen. Well, we just saw them on screen there. They're all just waiting for Dane Henry to do what he does. Waiting on that score for last of Coffs Harbour, 6.43. So Coffs, they're into the finals at this stage.
Yes, at this stage Coffs are into the final.
Anything can happen though.
Dane opting to sit a little bit further out to the right of the screen. 3.5 minutes. If they don't make it in, they get a 5-point deduction.
Yeah.
But so do Angari and Cabarita. So 3.5 minutes. We've seen about 5 to 7 minutes in between each set.
If I was Dane, I may be making my way in because I'm not sure if there's going to be another set rolling in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty stressful moments right now for Dane Henry and the Kingscliff team. He either needs to like make a call, you know, at 2 minutes I'm going to try and come in and get a little inside double up, or is he going to stick to staying out the back for a set? Is there something coming for Dane? We'll have to wait and see. The other teams need 4s and 5s to move up into second, but Dane has to pretty much fall off and get a 1 for that to be, for them to have a chance at moving through. But, you know, that 5-point deduction it's looming here with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think if I was Dane and the Kingscliff team, go out there, get a 4 or a 5, because if I get a 4, it means Angary's going to need an 8.47 and Cabaret's going to need 9.21. If I get a 4, I bank it, I don't lose the 5 points. I'm in, Kingscliff is through to the final. I feel like, to break it down the simplest way possible, that's what I would do if I was Kingscliff. But I also know that Dane Henry is one of the most competitive people I've ever met, so I know that he'd be wanting to better that 6.43 that we just saw Coffs Harbour lock in.
Yeah, he strives for excellence.
Don't think the sets are consistent enough right now that he's going to get that opportunity. And he could get the same wave that Coffs Harbour got and do better on a mid-sized wave like that. But if you're just looking at the ocean, I'd just be chewing my fingernails right now.
This is heavy though, because you're so invested.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I'm so invested in all three. Like, there's so many different situations that could play out right now. You know, you want all three teams to get through, Kingscliff, Angari and Cabarita. It's within reach, but 1 minute 20 seconds to go. If I am any of the power surfers right now, it's a quick wave. It's time to come in, because you've got to run, you have to get in. You can see the KBC flag there just going, hey mate, please come in.
1 minute.
You know, you don't, if you make the final, you're into the grand final at Burleigh, so you can't blow this shot right now. Looks like there's a wave coming through for Dane Henry, the power surfer for Kingscliff. He's up. So he needs to try and just bring this thing to shore so that he has less of a run. He's going to go left, so he's going to be further away from the beach, but he did well to ride out of that one. So we have 40 seconds to go. You can see Lockie Argyros just sprinting down the beach, trying to grab that board off Dane. There's 30 seconds.
Run, Dane.
Wow. So 30 seconds. Is Dane going to make it in time into the box and have any of the other surfers caught waves? Mate, don't worry about them. Run as fast as you can to that box. Did any of the other teams catch waves, though, in that moment? And will Kingscliff see themselves a spot? There's 10 seconds. He needs to make it in the box in time, which he does. And doesn't look like either Angari or Cabarita will make it in, because we're going to count this one out. So, unofficially, it looks like Coffs Harbour and Kingscliff Boardriders solidifying them spots in a final for the regional qualifiers. And as you said earlier, Jesse, booking themselves a one-way ticket to the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland. So big congratulations to Coffs and Kingscliff. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back with the final here. Byron Bay, Lebar, Coffs Harbour and Kingscliff. We'll come back right after this break.
All new Hyundai Kona. Imagined to be bold.
welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, North New South Wales. Regional qualifiers, this is Series 11 for the ABB. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Michael Crisp. I tell you what, it's been a great day of surfing, and we've got another 50 minutes of nervousness here because Levi's in the final.
Yeah, so, well, surfing's a winner always, but
Yes.
I tell you what, this is exciting. These 4 teams have made the national final, grand final, in March at Queensland, and I'll tell you what, that's exciting. But again, they've reset. This is the final. They're all going out there to win. 2,500, great seating. And then I'll tell you what, this is for bragging rights of the 11 series regional winner.
Yep, absolutely. Whoever takes this one out will have a good-looking seating as well coming into the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland. Byron Bay, Coffs Harbour and Kingscliff taking on Lebar as well in this grand final. All 4 teams have been putting on a show today.
Well, think of their team, how it's stacked. You've got Byron Bay, you've got, you know, the next generation, you've got Dakota Walters, the brothers, you've got the history of Danny Wills, and then you've got Lebar, where you've got the emerging juniors, but, you know, 2 times world junior champion Woody. You've got the young guns, like you've got Harry O'Brien, you've got Max, you've got Juniper, you've got Keenan, and then you've got Coffs Harbour. They went from, you know, the doghouse to the penthouse in that last heat.
Did they what?
And they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Will, you've got, you know, Lee Winkler, former Tour veteran, and Jake Sharp, former pro junior. He used to beat Owen Wright, who's the Dometic king. And then Kingscliff Boardriders, that is the future. Dane Henry. So all our boardriders from our major surf spots, the grassroots. And let's check this wave of Dakota Walters just for a view. The Mr. from Ingary, now for Byron Bay. This is how he floats on the ocean. And look at him dance, True.
Yeah, I tell you what, Dakota is such an exceptional surfer, just really teeing off on this one. I believe this was in the 8-point range for
8-1-7. Excellent surfing. And again, that's going to be the ones in the final that secure that wave, those vertical turns with speed, power and flair.
Yeah.
That's what's going to get them ahead. And now let's look at Kingscliff. Dane Henry, you know, had a great campaign doing airs and taking an AOS yesterday. He is the future of surfing as well. Dane Henry from Kingscliff. Nice carve. Nice selected right. There's been rights and lefts for the last 2 days. But look at his pinpoint accuracy. Knowing when to drift and when to hold back. But again, they're looking for sharpness, power, kick of the tail. That whitewash demonstrating power.
Yeah.
And that is points.
Yeah, that 9.17 for Dane Henry was a solid looking score. We can see
Walt's come out of the bushes.
Byron Bay there. They've got their serious face on right now, you know, as we spoke to them earlier. You know, they said they feel like they've got a target on their back, bit of expectation, being the reigning champions.
Yeah.
They've got themselves a spot into the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland, but that's not enough. You know, you don't come in here just to get 4th. You come in here to win the regional qualifiers as well.
Yeah, I feel there's 2 goals in these competitions with board riders like Byron Bay. Make the final, then win the final.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
no prize for seconds. If you ain't first, you're last.
Regardless of that, though, all 4 teams will walk away with a little bit of money in their back pocket as well from these regional qualifiers. So that is a bit of a bonus there for the teams. Maybe they can splurge on, you know, a penthouse up near Burleigh or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. Or
Fly their teams up or anything.
Yep, get 4th and you're hitting West Burleigh. But I'll tell you what, thank you Hyundai, our great sponsors. As the owner, they've been an amazing sponsor of the past few years. And Oakley from the get-go, the Oakley Battle Cage and the Oakley Prism Performer Award. Shout out to Bo and all the crew at Oakley. And Latan, they've come on board, so they're Le Fun for Le Summer. Get some Latan on. And Jim Beam, huge thanks for Jim Beam. And I'll tell you what, world's #1 bourbon and a partner of Hyundai, ABB and BC Bars. Check them out, the Protein Bars, BC Bars, amazing. Our great sponsors that make this event happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these events aren't here without the sponsors as well. Let's also have a little chat about the She's Electric, the Hyundai opportunity, I guess, for women to build a profile in the sport of surfing. So through Hyundai's She's Electric online surf competition, the aim is to really unearth breakout talent. So if you're 14 and over, what you can do is get your surfing out there. Head over to surfingaustralia.com/she'selectric and upload your best surfing clip. And then there's $35,000 worth of prizes,
So good.
$5,000 in cash, and then the thing that everyone wants is the VIP experience at the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland with Laura Eniver.
Yep, that's a great thing, and that's for you online watching and listening. Enter in 14 and over, all the women. Let's check out some clips right now. She's electric.
Every great female surfer started somewhere. It's getting exposure that's the hard part. Hyundai She's Electric is back for Season 2. Simply record your best wave and submit it for the chance to win weekly prizes and make Team Electric. Team Electric will get access to expert coaching and national exposure, with the top surfer winning $5,000 cash and a VIP experience with me at the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle Grand Final. Will you be discovered next?
All new Hyundai Kona. Imagined to be bold.
Well, welcome back. This is the final. This is Coffs Harbour. And Hyundai, the Australian Boardriders Battle Regional Final. We are down to 4 teams. My name's Crispy. True Starling, thanks for joining us.
Oh, Crispy, it's an absolute pleasure. I love these events. We're into the final. 4 teams. All 4 teams are qualified for the grand final. Byron Bay, Liba, Coffs Harbour, Kingscliff. We started. It's on who is going to take out this regional qualifier.
Well, I love this. You've got Super Coach on the left, Super Coach on the right. You've got the Super Shooter and the fastest guy in Coffs Harbour in yellow. The banana yellow, is that an omen for Coffs Harbour? And I'll tell you what, let's do a shout out for Tracy. The banoffee, the lemon brownies, the food. Thank you, Coffs Harbour Boardriders. Always serving up great food, great surfing and great waves for a final.
Absolutely. It seems like for this final, it's actually just started to get a little bit better, a little bit more, I guess, consistent as well. We saw Jake Sharp actually in that last semi-final.
He's fast.
Yeah, but he had a really slow start. And then as soon as he went out for the power surfer, it was like he just clicked into gear.
Yeah, and that's why it's the team. You think of Will, he come off a final yesterday, the 15-year-old in Coffs Harbour. Lee Winkler, the stalwart, former CT, the president of Coffs Harbour, and he just steadies the ship through the storm. They go from 4th to the 1st and into the final. So they've got nothing to lose. They'll be looking for a win. Again, thank you to Jim Beam, one of our crowd-pleasing since 1795. I thought that was saying 1975, but that's a long time. That's way before Prohibition as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, and there was beautiful waves here back then too, but Dakota Walters from Byron Bay, he's been a standout. Mitty James, he's always a standout, and he's got Dane Henry in his side. You got Dakota, he's got his brother, so he's pretty steady. And then you got Coffs Harbour, they've got a solid pack. And then let's not forget, we've got Liba, my board riders, but it's all about surfing and it's about whatever happens in the water.
Yep.
Game on.
Absolutely. Anyone can win at this stage. We almost saw, and Gowrie get a grand final berth.
Joel Emery, I said, look out for him. They've got the youngster. He's under 18, great junior champion. He's got some great ratings, and you can check it out on Surfing Australia, the ratings, the official ratings, national, and then also check out Surfing Australia's High Performance Centre. Check it out online as well. Great supporters, and the webcast crew, Chris and all the team in broadcast doing an amazing job. Don't forget MySurf TV and YouTube and KO. Check them out for replays and live scores as well.
Well, Jake Sharp, as you said, fast and quick, and I guess, whoa, I just am so sorry about that.
He couldn't hear.
Commentator's curse.
How fast was that board? Maybe it was too fast, but here we go. Dakota Walters, always in red and always on the best way. Big speed carve again, going back to the whitewash, demonstrating, staying in the power pocket. He's waiting to strike and doesn't like it. He's got time. He's right on tune. 3 minutes in, boom.
Yeah.
Already on the good wave.
All right, let's have a look. Out the back.
Woody, he's going for the prone.
Ooh. No, thank you. Doesn't want that one, he says.
Fun fact, lying down, Shark Island Challenge going to be on next year, 2024. Hasn't been on for 3 years.
Wow.
Stay tuned for that one. That's for the bodyboarders, that commercial break.
Hype him up. Well.
Yeah, so Byron Bay, no scores yet. You could say, well, if you come in, that one of Byron Bay, we'll try and get that replay of red. Dakota Walters, no score up yet, but what do you think? A couple of calves, 3-5-4?
Yeah.
Big wave?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Good looking wave.
Yeah, really nice first opening carve. He draws through that first turn so nicely. It was just unfortunate that the section didn't really offer too much more. There was like pretty much right in front of the rocks there.
I was going to say, the only reason he exited, because that goes dry.
Yeah.
Which means broken board, sore ankle again.
Yeah. And that's not what anyone wants for Dakota Walters.
I think he would have got the buzzer from Glenn, his S&C trainer. Get off the way.
Yeah. Worko.
Worko. Working it. Looking, the Irriganjis for the Olympic squad. Molly Picklum, junior surfer, now on tour.
Yep.
How exciting is that? Tyler Wright, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson.
It's pretty solid. Pretty solid.
And guess where it is? It's solid Teopu, French Polynesia.
Yep. Sure is.
Go Aussies.
Go the Aussies.
Bring the sting. But I'll tell you what, she's electric. We've heard some great competitions brought to you in Hyundai 11 Series ABB. Domestic Outdoor Challenge, that's with Owen Wright. We've seen some footage. That's exciting. Let's have a look online for all those at home. Winning club receives $16,000 and it's from October to December. Channel 9, MySurf TV and YouTube. Let's check it out.
What do you get when you take the top 4 board riders clubs in the country, drop them in the outdoors and give them a series of competitive challenges dreamed up by Australia's very own bronze medal winning surfing Olympic champion? You get the Domestic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright.
This is a challenge like no other. We're just going to adapt to the environment and all the elements that throws at us. Growing up surfing, you get pretty good at the outdoors, so I have faith in my team.
The froth levels are so high, there's no feeling better. For us to come and compete as a bit of a team and do some challenges, it's going to be a fun couple of days.
And with $16,000 in cash and product on the line, you know these board riders clubs are going all out for the win. Part of Surfing Australia TV in October, November and December on Channel 9 and available to stream on MySurf TV.
Well, welcome back. And there is Dakota Walters, Byron Bay, and, well, bringing the sting while we're listening to Dometic and Owen Wright and Matt Wilkinson. Dakota was on the shred, true starling.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wasn't he just doing that? Dakota just showing up and blowing up for Byron Bay Boardriders. This is Mitch James for Kingscliff, opting to go left here.
Yeah, very similar to home at Kingscliff. You get a few lefts there, but majority rights. But again, another qualifying series surfer, elite coach at HPC and with Kingscliff Boardriders, and now donning the teacher's card. Education.
Yeah. Yep, just had a baby as well. So he's a dad. He's here supporting Kingscliff. So Mitch James was like, do you want me to go back out? Do I need to come in? And they've gone, yep, we're happy with that. So Mitty making his way in. We saw him earlier in that last heat. The guy said that he went right on a left. So I think he's trying to just go, I can go left. It's all good. So Mitch James, nice wave to start.
And I like the way the bit of change in equipment. You had yesterday was definitely the PUs with the bigger waves and the boards. But look at this replay. Dakota Walters taking Byron Bay to the lead, no doubt. Bigger wave and just staying carvy and just sliding around with his roundhouse cutbacks, just waiting for it to stand up. Real dribbly wave, but a good start. And it might sit around, the 4-5 range, but I love the way he finished it. That last moment. There it is. Kingscliff, a 373 for Mitty James. Not bad, but Byron Bay, first scout, 5-0.
Yeah, 5-0 for Festa Byron. Setting out their second surfer, Dane Henry making his way out for Kingscliff. He had a pretty good first wave in that last heat, 917. We saw it earlier. That Dometic Outdoor Challenge, though, with Owen Wright looks so fun, but I was actually watching it now. I was like, I would be terrible at that.
At the games or the towings?
Yeah, at the games.
Jet ski, get some
yeah.
waves, but yeah, the games.
Water stuff, that's fine, but yeah, tell you what, the
Running
camping
up,
and the outdoor stuff, no thanks.
Yeah, I think you'd be building stuff with sticks, you'd be running up hills.
Yeah.
All sorts of things.
It'd be an adventure, I tell you that. They made it look really fun, so I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, check it out. October to December, Channel 9, and don't forget the replays on MySurf TV if you missed the first episode, and it's on YouTube right now, so check it out. Dometic Outdoor Challenge with Owen Wright, hosted by Vaughan Blakey. Right, here we go. Looks like the Coffs local floating up, and looks like his sharp eyes speedy, but just not connecting to the waves. And we've got Woody, Coach Woody. He's had to have a little power nap this afternoon after his tempo today, and taken Lebar to the final and to the grand final. All these 4 teams and a cash injection, prize money. They're all going for broke. $2,500, a share of $5,000 in this heat alone. Thank you, Hyundai, for the ABB here.
Oh dear. Okay. That's going to be interesting to see what happens there. This is Byron.
Yeah, no priority.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
What? Oh dear.
Now there's a first right there. We bring it all here at the Australian Boardriders Battle. That's how you jump out. And Byron Bay thinking, this is how you jump in. It's like he was going right. He thought he was at the pass.
Yeah.
And there's only sand when you get out. But here we go for Woody picking up the microphone he just dropped.
Wow.
And this is a good wave. So this would be interesting because it's a multiple peak. Going back to that possible interference, you just got a tear, go on the tear.
Yeah.
Because possibly one of the schools would be cut in half. Won't be eliminated, so the interference rule, we'll get back to you shortly. All those watching online, that's what happens.
What do you think will happen with that?
I think there may be an interference, and it could be white on red. There was a left as well, so he did exit. So it's not a double interference, or it could be. It's really what the judges deem.
Yeah.
Because he did give way. Let's have a look at it. There's always fireworks here at the ABB. And it was a bit of a splash, so he didn't disrupt any line apart from he got a bit of whitewash on the ankles.
That's okay. Gave him a section there.
Yeah.
And then here, just gets out just in time.
And this is the left, so this is where he wanted to go, and he got the next one. So this is James Woody Taipan, 2 times World Junior Champ, former Lebar president, super coach at Lebar to, Mikey, Madonna, Nixie, even Connor shaping some boards for Connor O'Reilly.
Wow.
CT surfer. Shaping a great stack of boards. Singles, 20s, thrusters, even some quads.
Next level. You should be his social media manager.
Not at all. Here we go. Byron Bay. Can go left, even at Tallows.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice looking backhand here for surfer for Byron. just doesn't quite get a finish, and then out the back behind him, Jake Sharp from Coffs Harbour getting a better looking wave here for the team in yellow. This wave starts to wall up on the inside. This one's just still going. Wow, he's had so many turns, a little bit of a leg burner as he goes for a finish for Jake Sharp for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. So we'll have a couple of scores to lock in.
Yeah, I think back to the first one, the carve and fall, and that was his best wave. So here's a Hyundai replay. This is Jake Sharp, former Pro Junior winner and winner of Opens in Coffs Harbour multiple times, and he's super fast. And Jakey waiting for this wave, just staying with it. As that starts to get steeper, that's when he starts to get sharper, pardon the pun. But I'll tell you what, he is such a complete surfer and disciplined surfer. Even smacking that last one, staying with it, that's a good score. I'm feeling that's going to go in the 5 range, maybe 6s.
Yeah, that's a good start for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. Rosie Smart, winner of the Australian Open of Surfing yesterday. Makes her way out for Coffs Harbour. We saw her get a 6 in that last heat as well. So Rosie just showing up for the team in yellow here. She's a strong, goofy-footed surfer. Her backhand is pretty easy to watch, actually. It's really pretty. But here we have Dane Henry having a look out the back for Kingscliff Boardriders.
Yeah, definitely Mr. Speedy. This guy's dream is to do a backflip in a heat, and he does it in his free surfs. This guy is a powerhouse in the air and under the lip. Look how smooth he is, and one of the best junior surfers under 18 in the Australian team, New South Wales, right on screen in blue.
And then out behind that is a surfer from Byron Bay. Once again, just coming off the back there.
Yeah, very stylish. I feel the board is a flowy board, maybe for if it's 1 foot, but yeah, he's just doing his thing. Byron Bay, they're cruising through the final.
Yeah, they sure are. Reigning champs for 2022 out the back. Looks like a couple of lines for Liba coming through.
Yeah, I think they've switched the format up with the name, so they can do that. They submit it. Is that Harry O'Brien out there?
I think so.
I think it is. HOB,
you would know better than me.
The scrap. Guess why we're calling the scrap? He will scrap on every good barrel and wave. But Dane Henry, look at this one. Just waiting for scores for Kingscliff, Liba and Coffs Harbour. With Dane Henry aligning with the waves here, just like yesterday. Took it to the skies, but look at that layback. That's one for Sam the Man, how to roll out of one clean as Dane.
Yes. Yeah, Dane's probably like, that's how you do it. Thank you. So really, you know, anchoring for Kingscliff Boardriders. Byron Bay looking to lock in their second score. 35 minutes to go. First of Liba, a 6.
Well, there we go.
Got scores to come through for first of Coffs Harbour Boardriders. So, will that score for Liba be changed?
Chopped.
Yeah. Last of Kingscliff for 4.4.
You know what? There's no time limit of when to put interference in. But I feel they may. But let's go down to Jess Woods. You're with, you know, the guy that shapes my boards now, James Woods from Liba. How do you feel? 6.0.
Yeah, 6.0, Woody. We're still waiting for the official call, though, on the interference. I mean, every other wave before that wave was a perfect left rolling all the way through the point. But there's still hope for you. They're taking a while, so there's hope.
It's an interference. White on red. You can't do that in comps, so especially team comps. What's it hard or? Sick.
Well, you still got a 3. That's a point. It's not a 0. It's 3 points.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. I didn't think he was going to go right. I thought it was all looking left. That's kind of what up. Jake got a left, so I thought it was going to be a left, but it backed off and he got to go right.
Unfortunately for Liba, but positive note, 3 points in the bank. Take that one. The rest of the team still feel like they can carry them home.
Okay, well, we lost Jess a little bit there, but that's okay. So, interference, white on red.
Yeah, it was either going to go double, but he did. Yeah, they deemed it because he went right and he stuck with it. Yeah, it would have been interesting if James kept going. It could have been a double interference.
Yeah.
And then he, would
Yeah.
have probably avoided getting the rock scratches and maybe an ankle scratch.
Yeah, that could have ended very differently for Byron and Lebar. But you know what? Like, at the end of the day, they're in the grand final, so they can redeem themselves there as well for Lebar. You missed out. Well, Lebar missed out last year, so they're back in it this year. Burleigh Heads making a statement. So our screen says that that wave is actually cut fully. So I wonder if that's correct.
And it could be the rule book saying interference if you will do an interference. So either way, Lebar's either sitting on 3 points or 0 points. They've got to go big. Coffs Harbour out there, 677, and that was that killer combo wave. We'll try and get that again of Yellow Jack Sharp doing it for the Banana Coast. And I'll tell you what, Coffs Harbour Boardriders, the host Boardriders, always showing up here in the final. Kingscliff Boardriders, so Dane Henry, a 4-4, that's locked in for the Super Grom. And Mitty James teaching it, doing a 373 for the education department, teaching the Groms. And Byron Bay, 5-0, Dakota Walters, and that wave, the right-handed to the rocks, 383.
383 for Byron. That's, Dakota opened up with that 5. So I believe Harley Walters is out there now, I think, for the team in red. A little bit of a paddle there for Harry, but really slow start here. We've almost taken about 20 minutes, and most surfers have their second or third surfers out there. Third for Byron and Kingscliff, second for Coffs and Lebar.
Nor'easter, and the forecast is for the easterly to come in, but that low tide really just drawing the power out of these waves. Still the odd set could pulse through, so a bit of positiveness for this final. And Coffs Harbour Macaulay's Beach is the location for this final right now. Well done to all our great sponsors. Again, thank you Hyundai, and thank you Asiona. And right now, Byron Bay on another wave, Harley Walters.
Yeah, Harley up and riding on this one. Opts to go left, draws that first carve out, snaps it in the pocket there for Harley. Just trying to connect with this one, hoping that it's going to wall up on the inside. It looks like it will do just that. Gets a solid finish for Harley. He looks in and he's like, can I come in now? Is that okay? And first go at it for Harley Walters is looking pretty good. Almost saw a little bit of a redo there.
Yeah, it was like a replay. Harley versus Coffs Harbour's female surfer, and I'll tell you what, Harley just, his intention to go left was from the get-go, and I love his back foot power. He's just all down the line and definitely surfing with intent. I love his completion. And then right there, just standing tall, knows he'd done his job for the team and sends out the Byron Bay female surfer. Great to see Byron Bay in the lead, stand by for score. Last of red, Harley Walters, a drop in there, True.
Yeah, I really like that wave from Harley. He surfed it to a tee there. So Byron Bay just increasing their lead slightly, waiting on that score. So looks like, so that wave for Lebar, a 3.
Yeah.
So it was half. That last wave of Harley Walters, 6.83. So Harley has just been on fire throughout this whole event so far.
Beating his brother.
Yeah, I was just about to say, beating his brother. So Byron Bay would be pretty happy with the team lineup that they have right now.
Right, 15.66, looking for the gold here in this final to get a great seeding. A share of $5,000 for this regional event. Again, we're currently sitting at event number 4. We go to Clifton Beach, Tassie, October 22nd next week, and then the week after the Sunshine Coast for event 6, and then North Narrabeen in your backyard, your old backyard, at November 11 for the New South Wales Central, and then we finish event 8, deciding all our finalists for the grand final at KIAMA. Check it out, Australian Boardriders Battle. It continues the march towards your grand final, Queensland, Burleigh.
Super exciting. That I am very excited to watch the New South Wales Central one. Should be good. I'll be somewhere in Asia, I think Taiwan, while that event's on. So it'll be good to stay up somewhere and watch it.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed the hometown crew make it through to the grand final, but you just never know. That region is so strong, like this one here at New South Wales North as well. You know, this final within itself could almost qualify as an actual ABB grand final.
Yeah, definitely.
Final heat.
You got former winners, former finalists. Great
Yeah.
surfers, and that's what the Australian Boardriders Battle is about, supporting the grassroots Boardriders Club. I think over 200 Boardriders clubs.
Wow.
At least in Australia.
That
Check it out.
is crazy.
You want to start up a club? Call Surfing Australia or your state, whether in New South Wales or Surfing Queensland or Surfing Vic. Every state over WA, Tassie and South Australia included. Check them out, surfingaustralia.com. Don't forget Hyundai, the ABB, the grand final. The battles begin the 9th and 10th of March. Held at Burleigh Heads for the first time in Queensland. That's going to be exciting. And these 4 clubs will be going there next year.
Super exciting. We've already had a number of clubs be locked in as well. Seaford Boardriders, Torquay Boardriders, Yallingup Boardriders, Peninsula, Roders, Trigg Point and Phillip Island Boardriders as well. We'll be seeing those clubs at the grand final at Burleigh Heads, Queensland, which is super exciting. So we'll have 4 more. These 4, Byron Bay, Kingscliff, Coffs and Lebar added to that list. So Blake Necker up and riding here for Kingscliff Boardriders. He gets out of that one. The wave doesn't really offer too much. Everyone's pretty much in the same boat right now. It's been really slow for waves in this heat.
Yeah, we talked about the low tide and the dropping swell, and also it just hits a hole. You just got to connect with the energy, and well, it's like they're magnetised. Byron Bay, them and waves, they're in another good wave. The heat leaders, 15.66. And again, looking to the depth and breadth of their female surfers, their junior surfers in 3 opens. I reckon they'll come in on that one.
Yeah, I think so too. So looks like Byron Bay using a whistle there. Harry O'Brien out the back for Lebar, connecting this one through and puts it up there for a finish. We actually saw in that last heat, Coffs Harbour had an actual whistle. They were doing, I think it was like 3 whistles or something like that to let the surfers know in the heat that there's a set coming.
Okay, that happens at Pipeline. Happens all over the traps on great locations. And what's good, when you don't have the whistle and you know the whistle story, you can hear it and you move.
Well,
Ocean bound.
Jake Sharp so kindly let us in on that little detail, so we were excited to hear that that's what that meant for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. And it looks like Juniper Harper making her way out for Lebar. Harry O'Brien has a score to lock in that first wave, a 3 for James Wood. Rosie Smart also got a wave during that moment as well. She's running up the beat for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. And the female for Byron Bay is heading out, tagging Danny Wills.
Yeah, Danny Wills, former tour veteran. As we said, the sponsored surfer for Quicksilver, one of the longest running, like with Tom Carroll, 2 times world champ. Young Grom holds one of the favourite lines. Grommets are the future. And that's a bit like Australian Boardriders Battle. They get to surf with Lee Winkler, with people like Woody, with people like Danny Wills, a junior surfer like Leigh Harney, or you know, the future Joel or Rio Lutherbar from Sawtell, and they get to surf in the same heat and go wave versus wave with these former tour veterans and gain experience.
Yeah. Speaking of Groms, can we just talk about the fact that Rosie Smart just dropped a 9.5?
Okay.
So hopefully we can get a replay of that wave for Rosie, because a 9.5 will be the best score of the day. Let's have a look at the replay here. One solid connection there for Rosie. Puts it up for a finish, so I'm sure she would have done some solid surfing out the back for that one, because unfortunately we just missed the first couple of turns on that wave. But geez Louise, Rosie Smart just coming to the table for Coffs Harbour.
get the roving Jess Grimwood down there, and we'll get Rosie to talk about it, because
Yeah.
there was no doubt some firepower, some vertical turns that we know is, you know, her to a T, vertical turns on a good wave. So Rosie Smart getting Coffs Harbour within reach after 2 surfers. Time the enemy, 22.5. Here we go for Blake Necker, Kingscliff.
Yeah, Blake up and riding on his backhand on the left here, just tags it in the lip and puts it straight up and over there for Blake, getting a little bit more vertical. So Blake for Kingscliff Boardriders will make his way in. They'll send out Ava Argyros, their female surfer. At this stage, Byron Bay is in the lead, but some scores to lock in here. A little bit going on that last wave of Harry O'Brien, a 4.2. Scores for Blake Necker to lock in.
You know, we're seeing a change in the old swell, the Norrie swell, and the swell starting to come around to the east. That left-hand point that we know so well at low tide, starting to reel and deliver some lefts. And that's what's been paying this last 30 minutes. There is the young junior from Kingscliff Boardriders, Ava Argyros.
Yeah, Ava making her way out. We saw her put some great scores on the board, especially in that first heat, 6.77. Solid surfing for Ava. She favours her backhand, of course, coming from Kingscliff. But we saw her go left in that last heat as well, and she's got a solid forehand on her too. So time is the enemy, as you said, though, Crispy. 21.5 minutes to go. It's going to be a really close final.
And again, Byron Bay in the lead in this final. Thank you, Hyundai. Thank you also, Asiana, Oakley, great supporters of this event, Series 11. Again, don't forget the specialty awards. They're going to be the Jim Beam Club Spirit Award, but live action, this is Coffs Harbour.
Oh.
Can they do it again? They're coming from 4th to 2nd. They're now looking to go into the lead from 2nd. That is the young, was that Ethan Stocks?
Yeah. All right, Jess Grimwood is down there with Coffs Harbour Boardriders. We just saw Ethan Stocks finish a wave off, but Procy Smart as well, locking in a 9.5. Jess, Coffs would be feeling pretty happy right now.
Yeah, Coffs camp are cheering. The Grums are onto the situation here, though. What happened in Rosie's? She got a good score?
Yeah, she got heaps of good scores, yeah.
And then it put her back into the lead?
Yeah.
And then what do you see going on for the end of this heat? I mean, this is the final. If you guys win, you're on home turf. What about the celebration?
I reckon we'll win it.
Yeah. Celebration. Here goes Willie.
Oh, here goes Will.
There goes your next guy, Willie. Willie Martin, he made the finals at the Oz Open yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, good luck. I hope that we get to celebrate with you after a home turf win today and moving up to Burleigh Heads for the grand final later on.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Thank you, guys. Congrats, Coffs.
Thanks, Jess. Coffs Harbour looking pretty happy right now. Last wave of Ethan Stocks, 3.83. So that takes Coffs Harbour into the lead. Will Martin goes out there with a little bit of pressure off.
Yeah, I feel that they're starting to get through the line. They're starting to get their waves. They're thinking about those 3s and 4s, and if you get a 5, it just takes the pressure off just to get through the time, and also knowing that you've got to lock in 6 waves. They've really come down to, you know, half of that. We're under halfway, 20 minutes remaining. And still Lee Bar have got their 3rd surfer out there, so they need to lock in 4 more waves. And that's literally 4 minutes each.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry, 5 minutes, 4 5s to 20.
Yeah. It's not a lot of time, though.
Run time as well.
It's stressful. It's not a lot of time. You know, and in these events, you feel pressure like no other. You know, you're not surfing for yourself. You're surfing for your team. You're surfing for your community. Everyone is watching. And if you make a mistake, the whole town knows about it. So it's not like you can just walk away with it pretty easily as well. So, you know, there's moments like this where you want to rise to the occasion, you want to do your club and your community proud, which is why I think we see such excellent surfing in these events.
We do. The showcase of our emerging juniors, our emerging female surfers, and then really the reward of the current surfers qualifying series like Dane Henry, Blake Necker, Micah Margerson, and then the former tour veterans and qualifying series challenger surfers we see like Nixie Ryan, and then also, as we said, we've got Rosie Smart taking a great win yesterday. Here we go for yellow, Coffs Harbour. This is Will Martin making a final, one of the, and again moving to the sunny parts like yourself to train more and surf great waves like Snapper and up the places of Cabarita.
Yeah, absolutely. You relocate for surf, that's what we all do.
Surf and gym.
Wow, Will Martin just finishing that one off nicely. Will relocated up to around the D-Bar area for the Coffs local, but you know, still staying loyal to his roots of Coffs Harbour Boardriders. So let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, nice looking wave. He knows his place. And again, just getting over that fat section. You can see him just rail to rail turning, generating speed. And then a great selection of turns, nice carvy turns as it reforms on this inside. Again, that's when he's disciplined to start to get the flow, get the vertical turn, and then do it for his team. I reckon he'll sit round to 3-3-5, but here we go, Juniper Harper.
Yeah, Juniper from Lee-Bar Boardriders, solid backside surfing here for Juniper. That one just really offering her a couple of nice turns. Unfortunately, she comes off the back of that one. Looks like Ava also got a wave there for Kingscliff Boardriders. Juniper's like, what do you want me to do? So she's going to make her way in. She had a little bit of a moment there. Yeah, and that can, those little hesitations, those little moments can cost a lot of time. Let's have a look at this replay for Ava though. Nice first carve to start and then wraps it around again for another one. Ava just trying to connect this one through to the inside and puts it up there for a finish. So nice surfing for Ava, and then the replay of Juniper Harper, Crispy.
Yeah, bigger wave. I like what Ava was doing, and then when Juniper was starting to get more vertical, you're like, yeah, there's the points. But right at the end, where just to finish that turn, just leans a bit back and that wave pushes her off. But I feel White will get back in the game, but also with Kingscliff, it was a good seated ride to get that average score to be within distance.
Yeah, I agree. Well, that last score for Kingscliff, 4.23 for Ava Argyros. So Ava just bringing it home for Kingscliff. They'll be sending out Sam and Man, so everyone is on their fourth surfers. Looks like Max McGillivray making his way out there for Labar Boardriders. Samba as well out there for Kingscliff. 15.5 minutes to go. So although at the start people were running a little bit low on time, they kind of seem to have, you know, regained that a little bit to the back half of this heat.
Yeah, I feel Byron Bay, they're on their fifth surfer. They've got 15 minutes to split in half, about 7 minutes. We talked about 7-8 minutes per surfer, whereas Kingscliff and Lee-Bar, they need to lock in their fourth wave.
Well, yes, yeah.
And especially just behind it is Labar, suffering an interference, but regathering, picking up the mic, and they've just got to explode if they want to see first or second. It's all about, you know, going for it, and you could be rewarded with $2,500 for a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you to our great sponsors, Jim Beam. Thank you, BC Bars, Protein Bars. And again, She's Electric, Hyundai, don't forget. Enter 14 and over for the, download that. Any female surfer, some footage, and you could share in the prizes. $35,000 worth of prizes, and even a VIP experience at the ABB Grand Final with Laura Enova.
Well, that is Lee-Bar Boardriders.
Yeah.
Just a couple of coins in the swear jar there for Lee-Bar. But you know, that's all part of it. It's the passion that we see in these events. We can see just a little bit further down from them, Kingscliff Boardriders as well. Sam the Man is out there. And we heard that whistle just then from Coffs Harbour, just notifying their surfers of what's going on, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if they're throwing a few curlies in there, saying it's 3 boots when there's a fake set.
I know.
The head games from Coffs Harbour Boardriders.
The only reason why I think that they're telling the truth is there was actually a set that was coming through when they did it, so I was like, oh, okay. But yet, the inside information was given away quite easily, so it was awesome. I was like, cool.
Well, there we have time remaining, 13.5 minutes. In the lead is the host Boardriders, Coffs Harbour Boardriders. This is the final, 24-6-7. It all started from Jake Sharp. Great combo. And then Rosie Smart coming off a win. And she's just keeping it electric with that. Byron Bay in second. Dakota Walters, Harley Walters, and the crew at Byron Bay all serving up some great waves. And then Kingscliff holding third. Dane Henry, Mitty James, Ava Argios, Blake Necker, just to name a few of talented surfers. And then Libar Boardriders, Woody, currently in fourth. Can they bring it back?
Yeah, I mean, it could be within striking distance if the rest of the surfers get some decent scores for Libar. 12.5 minutes to go, and it's been really quiet for waves in this final. All 4 teams go to the grand final at Burleigh Heads March 9th and 10th, so the pressure there is off. Yeah. Now is who is going to take out this regional qualifier event. Just about 12 minutes to go.
Do you feel that Libar's written off last year? They've replied, they've served back to Port Macquarie.
Yeah, for sure.
Saltwater Boardriders, commiserations. And Gary, great fight.
They will.
Some great moments of this Australian Boardriders Battle, regional, that they'll be remembering next year.
Oh, yeah. They were in, and Gary especially was really within striking distance. All right, here we go. Danny Mills for Byron Bay just gets out of that one. 11.5 minutes to go, so time is ticking away. We still have 2 surfers for Coffs, Byron, and Kingscliff to lock scores in, and 3 for Libar.
11.5 minutes. That was Danny Wills, former tour veteran and such a fast surfer. Still doing triathlons, keeping healthy, keeping the mind sparking, and again doing well. There is Kingscliff, nervously in third, needing something big. There is your power surfer Dane Henry with his dad, former New Zealand champion surfer, Papa Henry.
Papa Henry.
And Kiri. Shout out to them watching. There is Mitty James, Blake Necker, Ava Argios.
Her brother Lockie is there as well. Lockie's such a great up-and-coming junior surfer. Took out the Phillip Island Junior Pro a couple of weeks ago. So he's just, you know, on standby for the team of Kingscliff Boardriders. Sam Mann is out there. We saw him with a really spicy start to the day. So he's wanting to back that up nice and quickly as well, I'd say.
Well, get blown on those whistles. I feel there's a bit of commotion in the ocean. Will Coffs Harbour blow the 3 whistles? They're currently in the lead. 10 minutes remaining. 5th surfer out there for Coffs. Byron in red, Kingscliff in blue. The 4th surfer out there in white. Here we go, Max McGilvray. Looking to strike a blow and start to weave his way in as he carves. It's like he's on a smooth star at the skate park. And then as that ocean canvas starts to steepen up, he'll look to strike a blow and reward himself. And well, fans the sky. Great finish. He'll send out the other open, Keenan. And there's Wilsey. What should I do?
Yeah. What do you want me to do? 9.5 minutes. Okay. Solid. That's a risky decision for Byron Bay to send him back out.
Well, I think they trust Wilsey.
Yes.
He's got the runs on the board, the miles. See Max on the inside. This is where lots of points go. Where a wave, you know, back in the day, in the 80s and 70s, if you got the same wave as someone who had priority over you, you actually got an interference.
Wow.
It's an old school rule.
Yeah, that is old school.
There is Wilsey and Max enjoying the same wave, just in different compartments on the wave. It's like stereo surfing.
It is, isn't it? Well, Max really liked this last turn. Just put it straight up there. Rode out clean for Max McGillivray. So, waiting on a score. They're sending out Keenan Crisp for Libar Boardriders. 4.5 for that last wave. So that actually takes them into 3rd place.
And that's level pegging. 4 surfers are locked in. So it'll be all about, right now, Samba versus the Junior Grom. Former QS surfer Samba, super coach, always on the jet skis with Wayne Morrison, doing the super lifeguard safety the last few days, and today joining on the rash shirt. Has he overfrothed, or let's have a look at, as you can see, a bit of movement in the ocean. Time remaining, 8 minutes. Coffs Harbour still in the lead, looking for their fifth surfer to lock it in. Byron Bay, Danny Wills has a wave, so can come in at any time. I think White has been sent out there to get a quick wave.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, they want to give as much time for the power surfer as possible. So looks like Keenan Crisp having a look at this one. Up and riding on a nice looking left. Nice first jam in the pocket for Keenan. And again for a second one, he executed that so well for the Boardriders.
Finally.
Whew, you can breathe.
Coffs Harbour, so there it is, Lebar Boardriders, the junior chip. Look at the smile.
He's stoked.
Don't trip over.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that. It's never fun.
Well, this is where it's like the get out of jail card, but you still got the power surfer. And wait for that score. Last of White was a 4-5 for Max McGilvray, and there is Woody Capitano. I'll throw one out there, and there it is, a 4-1-7. So 2 turns, inside wave, maybe they're judging a 4-1-7, that's what it gets.
Yeah, I'd say so, maybe because it was smaller, but 2 really solid turns, liked it for Keenan.
Here's that average, those 4s and 5s we talked about.
Yeah.
So Lebar going into the bridesmaids, second position. To take the win, they need a miracle.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to drop a solid score. Byron Bay, Danny Mills been out there for a while. Nice connection there for Danny. And again for another one. Will he make the decision to come in? I feel like he will. 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, Willsy's just, he's a frother. He's like surfing like Max McGilvray and the junior surfers. Look at him. Willsy on the tear here at Macaulay's Beach. Again, they're only a few points behind Lebar. They'll go back to his other score, how much better, or where does it sit? So neck and neck, Lebar and Byron for the seeding. Kingscliff looking to lock in. Samba Man's chewing up some time. He's got no problem running.
Yeah, no, he's...
Run for K's.
That looks super easy. I tell you what, Dakota Walters looking forward to getting back out there into the lineup. That last wave of Danny Mills, 3.63. So Byron Bay go back into second.
Here we go, Woody. He's got one time. It's an M&M wave. Nice snap, nice carve. This is to finish. Maybe draw a interference. All right, 5 minutes remaining, so he will lock in the score as Samba Man. We'll get last to blue if we can. Byron Bay will send out their power surfer, Lebar. Look at this, talk us through this one. Super Coach Woody.
Yeah, really nice wave there for Woody. Just puts it straight up in the lip for that first turn and then tags it for a second one. I feel like, you know, maybe that was a wave just to... It was a solid wave, but I don't think it's going to be too much to challenge the lead because everyone does still have their power surfers. Looks like it's still locking in for Lebar Boardriders. Dane Henry making his way out for Kingscliff. Coffs Harbour have sent out their power surfer as well. And Samba has a wave to lock in there as well, just on that same one as James Wood. He had to get out, so we didn't interfere too much with Lebar there.
I reckon Woody was looking to draw it, but they're currently drawing blood. All surfers from Lebar, you know, they had a different start with Woody opting to go left and just getting squeezed out of the occasion from Byron Bay. But look at that. That is the way to respond with great surfing.
Wow.
4.83 for Supercoach former. They have taken temporarily lead. 4 minutes to go. Coffs Harbour don't get that wave. They lose 5 points. Well, Byron Bay don't get the wave and Kingscliff. So it's actually the fight. They need a 7.81 to take the win. 3.68 for Byron, or a 0.47 for Coffs. The host Boardriders.
It is super close between first, second, and third.
Here we go.
Dakota Walter, he's up. He was deciding whether to go this one. He's taken it. So Dakota trying to gain some speed here, and goes a little funky for that one. He did pretty well and gets a finish. That's what we're used to seeing for Dakota. I was like, I don't know where that second turn's going to go, but he did well.
He will leapfrog, and I love the way he just stayed on his board, was considering going, and then when he went, he left no gasoline in the tank.
Yep, he went for it, that's for sure. So will Byron Bay move up into the lead? And if so, what does that mean for Coffs Harbour? There's just under 3 minutes, 6:17. Wow, for Byron Bay. Coffs need a 2.97 to go to first.
I'm going to throw it out there. Imagine Woody didn't get that interference. Lebar in the lead. Here we go.
Yeah.
2.97 required to take the lead. Jake Sharp for Coffs Harbour Boardriders. Bang.
Oh my goodness.
Snaps it out there. Nice carve, and look at this finish. Ooh, can they see the blackboard? That's why you get a colour on your nose, and yes you can.
Wow, that was a moment where I was like, I thought at the start he was going to have a little fumble, but he recovered well for Coffs Harbour. So that leaves Dane Henry out there for Kingscliff. They're comboed for the lead, so will they try and move up into second or third place to give themselves a better seating? But we'll wait and see what this last score for Coffs locks in as. Jake Sharp getting a decent looking wave, takes him up into first. He leaded a 2.97, locked in a 4.63. Coffs Harbour goes into the lead right now, 30.2 combinations, so 1 minute 25 seconds. Dane Henry left out there by himself.
Yeah, I feel, and look at this, they need a 7.81, 801. 781. So it's looking for an aerial on one wave, and whoa, that was I'll take a fourth.
Yeah. Okay, I think he got a little bit close to the rocks there for Dane, so you can kind of see the frustration there. Dane always strives for excellence. He puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but I think that's why he also does so well, because he expects a lot of himself. But a big congratulations to, looks like Coffs Harbour Boardriders.
There they are.
Taking out the event.
And the cakes, best cake of the day, and the Oakley Prism. Thank you to all our board riders, 10 board riders today. Thank you to our main sponsors, Hyundai. And there is the celebration of the unofficial champions. Coffs Harbour, they will take a share of $5,000, $2,500 for a win, $1,500 for second. It'll go to Byron Bay. They have been a force to be reckoned with, Byron Bay. Their runners up, Lebar. Great fight back. They were currently in first, but they're taking a third, so that's a win.
Absolutely. I think you were right. You know, if they didn't get that interference, they would be
close.
Yeah,
they would have been second. And I tell you what a day. Thank you to everyone involved, the broadcast. Thank you to the local board riders. Coffs Harbour, congratulations. You are winners again, 2023. And again, this is series number 4. What's been some of your fun moments today?
I was a huge fan of that 917 that Dane dropped in that last heat. I thought that wave, he surfed it so well. But that 9.5 from Rosie Smart, we just caught a little glimpse of the end there. And, you know, I thought she was surfing so good all event. What about you?
Yeah, I love Byron Bay's energy, the waves they were catching. I love the fight part, the back of Lebar. And then Coffs Harbour crew, it's just such a great... They had their falls, they had their slow starts, but they brought it back with what they're good at, and that's great surfing and a great team spirit for one of, you know, Australia's leading board riders. And we are going down to the beach. Hello, Jess, you're with the winners, 2023, Coffs Harbour.
Yes, I am with the champs for this regional qualifier in New South Wales North. Congratulations, guys. Rosie posting an almost perfect score, and Sharpie bringing it home. The whole team putting the work in today and getting it done on home turf.
Yeah, I think like it's been today for us. Like we had a pretty good. We didn't light up the first heat. We were good on time, and then the semi-final was super bad on time. Like, well, I was, and the rest of the team clawed it back. But like it was, I don't think there was one doubt in anyone's mind. All these guys. It wasn't like we'd done. It was like, how are we gonna come back? So it was a really good day for us to adapt. And it just can change so quick. Like you can be way, and then we'll end up being the first team in the semi. So, and then the final, had a couple of great scores, but still tracked bad on time, and then made it back as well. So we're stoked.
Beautiful. And Rosie, great score for you. I think a 9.45 for the team. Made a little bit of pressure fall off the rest of the team's shoulders.
Yeah, I was struggling a bit to get a wave out there, but I managed to lock that one and get 3 turns in, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Absolutely. So congratulations, guys. A great win for all of you on home turf, and a little bit of extra cash going into that grand final at Burleigh as well. Is that going towards maybe a penthouse or something for the team?
I think so. We'll have a secret meeting about it.
Yeah. There you go, guys. Champions for the New South Wales North Regional Qualifier Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle, Coffs Harbour Boardriders Club. Great community club and a great win for them. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Jess Grimwood, and all the finalists and all the teams here at event number 4, the Australian Boardriders Battle. Thank you, Hyundai. Thank you, Asiona. And thank you, Oakley. Don't forget to check the socials for the winner of the Oakley Prism Prize. But that is a wrap. Well done to the finalists making the grand final, event number 4. I look forward to event number 5. Thanks for joining us, Jess Starling, Drew Starling. You can check out the highlights package shortly. Any final words?
I'm looking forward to the next one, and tell you what, this whole day has been full of such amazing surfing. The next event will be at Clifton Beach in Tasmania on the 22nd of October, followed by the Sunshine Coast, then New South Wales Central Coast and New South Wales South as well to finish off the series. It's been a great day, Crispy. Thanks so much for chatting.
Well, that's a wrap for us here in the booth. Thank you all involved. Thank you, Hyundai. And that is event 4 going to Coffs Harbour, the champions 2023.